Signed. Assembly Chamber. 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 Sound. 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 Assembly chamber.
Please be seated. Before we proceed with today's business, we wish to advise that the Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Bill has received royal assent. The Death, Stillbirths and Baby Loss Act of Northern Ireland 2026 became law on the 25th of February 2026. It is Chapter 2. Timothy Gaston has been given leave to make a statement on the escalating conflict involving Iran and the implications to the United Kingdom, which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. Other members wishing to be called can do so in the normal manner. I call Timothy Gaston.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For almost half a century, the people of Iran have lived under the jackboot of an Islamist dictatorship. In recent days, we have been reminded how that regime maintains its grip on power when thousands were gunned down in the streets for daring to protest. Christians in Iran face persecution simply for professing the name of Jesus. The 2026 Open Doors World Watch List has Iran ranked number 10 in the world due to the extreme levels of persecutions Christians face. Yet none of that appears to trouble some in this House. Take, for example, the First Minister of No Alternative, who couldn't find time to attend a security briefing on the situation, but could find time to tweet the following: "Violations of the UN Charter during ongoing negotiations in the Middle East are deeply troubling. Actions that disrupt diplomacy only make peaceful solutions harder to achieve." That kind of moral outrage from Miss O'Neill seems to be deployed very selectively. No moral outrage for shooting 10 men on the side of the road because they were Protestants. No moral outrage for blowing up people remembering the war dead. No moral outrage for firebombing a dog charity dinner dance. No moral outrage for murdering a mother of 10 in the nationalist area. The First Minister maintains that there was no alternative to any of those murders. But bombing a murderous dictatorship, well, that's a deeply troubling violation of the UN Charter. For as long as the members to my left continue to defend the blood-soaked IRA, they will be treated with contempt whenever they profess concerns for the lives of innocent civilians, including Iranians and Palestinians. Because the truth is that Sinn Féin have never had much difficulty finding common ground with those oppressed regimes abroad. When they looked around the world for someone willing to honour the furniture shop bomber Bobby Sands by naming a street after him, Iran was the only place to put their hand up to do so. Those who defend terrorism at home have forfeited their right to lecture anyone about violence abroad.
Jack Hall.
Another week and another act of huge violence and aggression by the United States government. This supposed President of Peace has once again launched a war on people that pose no threat to the citizens of the United States, the people of the United States. And I fear that Pandora's box has well and truly been opened. You've seen the effects of violence after Iraq, 1 million Iraqis killed, and the creation of ISIS from that. And I really wonder, and I'm terrified about what's going to happen as a result of this war. It's worth saying, Mr. Speaker, up until Friday, the United States was actually in deep negotiations with representatives of the Iranian government, and Trump and Netanyahu launched the war precisely because the negotiations were advancing and, by all accounts, going well. It's often said that the first casualty in war is truth, and already we're seeing apologists for the US and Israel, both here and across the world, trying to spin a war of aggression. The enablers and implementers of a genocide in Palestine have no interest, have no concern about democracy or human rights for anybody in the world. They are best mates with the Saudi Arabian regime, which kills journalists and puts them in bags. So we need to call out this latest war as an act of aggression, as a war that is about the US interest, but also about Israel expanding its role in the Middle East as well. Parties, especially ones to my right, cannot justify a war being launched from the sky using missiles to bomb people, and it will never bring freedom or liberation. Day one of liberation, they laugh all they want. Day one of liberation with 165 school children killed in Iran. Is that liberation? Is that freedom? Is that democracy? Do these people's lives not matter? Do they not count? Obviously not to the members to my right. So we also need to challenge this, Mr. Speaker, and challenge the repetition of the strategy that was used pre-Iraq in 2003, that challenges the lies being put out about Iran. It's worth saying that the International Atomic Energy Agency reported that Iran was in full compliance with its obligations around nuclear weapons. We also have to challenge and call out, Mr. Speaker, Keir Starmer for putting people at risk in the region. Obviously ordinary Iranians, but also people in the region with a British or an Irish passport. And I'm calling him to make sure that Belfast International Airport, Aldergrove, is not used to join the US and the Israeli war against Iran or any other country in the Middle East. We need peace, we need de-escalation, and not people to bang the war drums in this House or elsewhere. Thank you.
Declan Kearney.
The US-Israeli actions at the weekend in starting this war against Iran and across the Middle East is a flagrant violation of the United Nations Charter and international law. Yet again, the multilateral system has been fundamentally damaged. This is the second time in 9 months that the United States has mounted a war in the midst of a live negotiation. And as a result, the Middle East has been taken to the abyss. This war is not a legitimate response to the human rights violations, the lack of democracy, and the breaches of the Universal Declaration of Human Rights in Iran. But this war is set to spiral, with mass killings and mass destructions. It's a mindless act. And the British government decision to join this war is an equally reckless decision. The spectres of Libya, Iraq and Afghanistan loom large. Let me be clear. We must not be complicit in Britain's latest Middle Eastern war. We must be a voice for reason, peace and diplomacy. The killings and the attacks must stop on all sides. All hostilities must end. There must be de-escalation. The United Nations Charter must be paramount. Dialogue, engagement and peaceful coexistence are the only way forward.
And I rise to, first of all, consider and think of the people of Iran. The people of Iran who for decades now have lived under a totalitarian, draconian state, a dictatorship. And those people deserve freedom, as we enjoy freedom. And I hope and I pray that we in the UK can do all we can to influence that freedom would spread to Iran, and that those people, those Iranian people, will be able to pick their own government and their own way of life in freedom. The second point I would like to say, Mr. Speaker, is that I have no doubt, although I have no intelligence, that Iran poses a real, clear and present danger, a direct threat to freedom and people who are free in the Middle Eastern region. I think we have seen that in their reach over the last number of days, and that's overtly. But covertly, Iran has been funding terrorism right across that region and right across the world for many decades. That has led to the innocent deaths of thousands. And so I think when we look at the actions over the weekend, we hope and we pray that out of those actions, people of Iran will be free and the people of the Middle East will be safer. And that surely has to be the goal for the free Western society and all the countries that are involved now in this. It is right that the UK moves to protect its people, its interests in the Middle East, and it's right and proper that they should be supported to do so. And so that's where I think we should land. It is galling to hear people from the opposite benches talk about human rights when many of the actions of the Ayatollah and the regime in Iran was played out in places like Londonderry and West Belfast over the Troubles, where they tied people to lampposts and tarred and feathered them, when they executed people for daring to speak to the police and the authorities. And they murdered their own people who were part or wanted to be part of the governance structures here, even to the point of murdering someone who was doing census forms. That's the history of the people, the Sinn Féin and their military wing, the IRA, and it is no coincidence that those people have been funded many times over and many years over by regimes in the Middle East, Iran included, Libya included, and so we will not take any lectures from Sinn Féin.
Go on, Tennyson.
Mr. Speaker, and first of all I want to express my solidarity with the people of Iran, the wider region, and indeed those citizens from Northern Ireland who now find themselves stranded and uncertain as a result of events which unfolded over the weekend. I also want to outrightly condemn the brutal and barbaric Iranian regime who have been guilty of vile human rights abuses, repressed Iranian civil society and placed restrictions on civil liberties, with many peaceful protesters brutally beaten down in the streets. We must see cooperation by Iran with the International Atomic Energy Agency, as well as with their legal obligations under the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty. And indeed, this Assembly itself has endorsed a peaceful democratic future for Iran and called for the IRGC to be prescribed as a terrorist organisation by the UK government. However, illegal and unilateral action is unlikely to secure that future. What we have seen over the weekend is a dangerous escalation that could threaten stability in the Middle East and beyond. Alliance is calling for maximum restraint, protection of civilians, full respect for international law, including the UN Charter and international humanitarian law. We now must see a return to diplomatic engagement. The future of Iran should be grounded in democratic principles with respect for equality, human rights and the freedoms of the Iranian people. Ultimately, it is for the Iranian people to determine their future, not for anyone else. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, war is not a video game. And some of us might be looking on at this with a voyeuristic view, as I see it on play on their televisions. But let's not minimise the effect it is having on the people on the region, because it is having a real effect on innocent people right throughout the region. It's right to debate this, because this affects our citizens. It affects our citizens who work in the region. It affects our citizens who are holidaying in the region. It's affecting our citizens who are transiting through the region. It's affecting our citizens who are members of the UK Armed Forces, the Royal Navy, the Army, the Royal Air Force, and their families who will be worried at this moment in time. That is why it was right that the Deputy First Minister attended a security briefing to understand how this affects our citizens. And if you did not attend it, then you failed our citizens. Iran and their proxies are the largest sponsor of global terrorism. Hezbollah, the Houthis, Hamas, the Islamic Revolutionary Guard, who have literally butchered thousands of their own citizens, and the repression of women in that country is something many people in here seem to want to forget. But just imagine a terrorist state like Iran having nuclear weapons. And we all think of ballistic nuclear weapons. You don't think about the nuclear weapon that you can stick in a suitcase, so-called dirty bombs. We're in a dangerous place. And right now, Iran is indiscriminately attacking the UAE, Dubai, Kuwait, Abu Dhabi, RAF Akrotiri in Cyprus, Incirlik in Turkey, places I know well because places I have visited. We're on the brink of a regional war that could see both Russia and China using this to exploit what they want to achieve in the world, both in Ukraine and in Taiwan. Do I like President Trump's foreign policies? Absolutely not. I think he's unhinged, genuinely. But do I think Iran should be stopped from having any form of nuclear weapons? Absolutely, I do. Do I think the UK should join the coalition of states to achieve this? Yes, I do. Should Aldergrove be used if it's needed for this action? Yes, it should. In exactly the same way as Shannon Airport is being used in the Irish Republic, and nobody complains about it, and yet it's used every single day to move men, materials, weapons, munitions through Ireland, through Irish airspace, and into MENA, Middle East and North Africa. So, let's remember what we're trying to achieve here, an Iran which is not nuclear.
Matthew Till.
Mr. Speaker, and to touch on the point made by the previous speaker, what we are trying to achieve here, I would hope what we are trying to achieve here is a peaceful world in which international law is respected and people all over the world can live in peace, prosperity and dignity. I'm afraid if that is the end goal, then doing what Donald Trump and his regime did over the weekend, launch a unilateral set of strikes on Iran, is not the way to do it. And American governments should have learned by now that even if the regime in question is the most appalling, reprehensible and indefensible regime, and yes, the Iranian government is reprehensible and indefensible, it does commit human rights abuses, it is authoritarian, it is unacceptable, just as an entirely different type of Middle Eastern regime, a secular one under Saddam Hussein, was reprehensible and unacceptable more than 20 years ago. The US, and indeed its allies, should have realised by now that bombing it from the air has not proven to be a successful means of engendering something better, something democratic and something stable in the region. I'm afraid simply bombing the Middle East from the air has not produced stable democratic government there. So in answer to the people on the other side of the chamber who say that Iran is a reprehensible regime which is causing instability elsewhere, there's some degree, there's much truth in what they say. They're not wrong, but my question is whether bombing it from the air has proven to be a successful means of dealing with it. The Iranian people deserve better than what they have under the Ayatollahs. They deserve to live in freedom, they deserve to live in peace. slaughtered. Thousands of innocent people have been slaughtered by the Iranian regime, but that doesn't mean that the correct way to address the situation with Iran is to bomb it from the sky, Mr. Speaker, because it's already causing instability. We are reading today about a conflagration of consequences across the Middle East in terms of, yes, organisations like Hezbollah, which are sponsored by Iran, across the Middle East now has been destabilised, and I don't know the consequences because I don't think the consequences have been planned for. I think Donald Trump, to quote the previous speaker, is a madman. And his regime his government does not care about stability, doesn't have a plan. So the idea that this is some kind of carefully thought through way of disarming Iran is complete nonsense. This is utterly destabilising, and it's frightening for the public here and around the world, including those Irish and British citizens caught up in the Middle East. Can I say this finally? There are going to be a whole range of other consequences, including for the many people in this part of the world who fill their oil tank up via home heating oil because oil prices have gone up. I just ask people who cheerlead this kind of irresponsible, illegal action, in the same way they cheerlead the illegal action, the genocide in Gaza, to think through the consequences for the world we live in, for our children and grandchildren, because nothing that happened in the weekend gives me faith in stability for the future.
Mr. Brooks.
The last day or two may prove a defining moment in world history, a moment when forces of tyranny and terror are again being confronted head-on by those who still believe in freedom and security. Nobody on these benches will cry any tears for Ayatollah Khamenei. In recent days, the United States and Israel have rightly undertaken decisive military action against the hardline theocratic regime in Iran, a regime that has long sponsored violence, terrorism and the brutal suppression of its own people and those across the Middle East. This joint operation, launched after years of Iranian threats and proxy aggression, has struck the leadership and military infrastructure of a state that has never abandoned its quest for nuclear weapons, never curtailed its support for organisations like Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad and the Houthis, and never shown respect for the fundamental rights of its own citizens. Let there be no mistake, this was not an act of wanton aggression. It was a strike against those who have sought for decades to destabilise the Middle East, to foster terror and to hold millions of voices in chains. Many thousands of Iranians, ordinary people caught between oppression and fear, have publicly celebrated the weakening of a regime that silenced dissent and crushed protest with lethal force. This is a stark reminder that tyranny eventually reaps the hatred of the very people it seeks to control. Yet here I have heard voices that would excuse or apologise for the Iranian regime, that would cast blame instead on the United States or Israel. Marxist and Irish Republican sympathies, unsurprisingly but bafflingly nonetheless, untethered from global realities. They would see Tehran as a cause to be celebrated. But let us be candid. Iran's state ideology is antithetical to every freedom-loving tradition we cherish here at home. Its proxies do not promote liberty, they promote fear and violence. They murder and maim just like their IRA friends did on this island. Any voice that defends them is not advancing justice, it is obscuring it. We rightly condemn violence when it targets citizens, but we cannot fall into moral equivalence that equates the oppressed with the oppressor. The actions now being taken by the United States and Israel are directed at a regime that refuses to negotiate seriously on nuclear restraints, that continues to fund extremist militias and has brutally suppressed protests within its own borders. After years of sabre-rattling and obstruction, force has been used to try to create a lasting peace, not merely to punish, but to prevent further atrocities, avert a future in which nuclear weapons give terror states global reach. Surely in Ulster we know too well the cost of violence and the peril of extremism. We recognise that there comes a time when action must be taken against those who reject peace and embrace intimidation. We understand the anguish of communities facing threats from militias backed by Tehran. We know the fear felt by Jewish communities under constant missile bombardment from Iranian proxies.
Thank you. Well, Peter Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am glad that some members in this House have at least talked about the Iranian people in the middle of this debate. And I want to reflect the fact that Channel 4 News, which is hardly GB News, reported over the weekend Iranians in the UK have welcomed the death of the Ayatollah. It's a moment many Iranians have dreamt of, that maybe, just maybe, the man responsible for the decades-long crushing oppression and death of tens of thousands of his own people, has met his demise. There was celebration on the streets of North London. People draped in Iran's pre-Islamic revolution flag danced in the streets as Israel and the US attacked Iran. These are Muslims, British citizens in our country, celebrating an attack by the US and Israel. I heard the member for South Antrim across the way there, the Sinn Féin member, on the radio this morning. The First Minister, I think, was unavailable, and he said that he condemned the Zionist attacks and he believed in self-determination for Iran. I would say to members of this chamber, Iran will never enjoy self-determination. Members have used that phrase this morning. Any dissent in Iran results in one of three things: torture, imprisonment, and death. A lesson many people learned in Northern Ireland at the hands of terrorists. An Iranian woman over the weekend said her nephew was imprisoned in Iran. She didn't even know if he was alive or dead still. But she welcomed the attack by the US and Israel and said it was the only choice available. Mr. Gasson mentioned the persecution of Christians in Iran. Anyone is persecuted. Muslims are persecuted in Iran if they do not meet the standards of Islamic law. Human Rights Watch said over the weekend, waves of arrests have continued following the countrywide massacres of January the 8th. Authorities have subjected detainees to torture, ill treatment. Those detained are at serious risk of death in custody, unfair trials, secret summary executions. That's a regime we're talking about. When I was at the House of Commons, I met Iranian dissidents in the UK. They pleaded with me to ask His Majesty's government to do anything the government could to overthrow the regime. This party completely supports the actions of the British government in defensive actions, supporting our citizens in the region, and I hope that what we saw at the weekend will result in the overthrow of this appalling regime in Iran.
John Buckley.
Thank you, Speaker. On Saturday, the world was liberated from a dictator and head of global terrorism, the Iranian Supreme Leader. There should be no tears shed for his taking out. There should be no tears shed for others in his regime who, through decades of oppression, have systematically destroyed family after family in not only Iran itself, but across the world. On a domestic front, this very regime, just a number of months ago, was responsible for up to 40,000 of its own citizens being killed on the streets of Iran as they protested for freedom. A number of years ago, they murdered thousands of women in 2022 who protested for life and freedom over the murder of one of their citizens. And that's domestic. We only have to look internationally at how Iran, and under the regime led up by the Ayatollah, has had disastrous impacts globally. Sponsorship of proxy terror organisations across the world, Hezbollah, Hamas, Palestinian Islamic Jihad, Houthis, Shia militants. I could go on. Let's look at Russia, supplying of over 50,000 drones against the Ukrainian people. That is the head of the snake, Mr. Speaker. And I, for one, believe that the world is a safer place with him not in it. That being said, I recognise the huge concern that there is right across the Middle East and indeed the world for those that have been caught up, whether on travel or otherwise. And this UK government's first duty should be to protect its citizens and indeed our military bases and our armed forces. The current position that UK bases will be used is welcome. Indeed it is. But I fear that the dithering to get to that position has caused the UK harm, because the PM continues to hide behind a maximalist interpretation of international law. It's becoming an embarrassment, and it's a threat to our effective home security and indeed abroad. A UK interpretation of international law that prevents the Royal Navy from protecting our own shores from those that are arriving on small boats. A UK interpretation of international law that prevents us from deporting criminals, paedophiles and rapists from a foreign nature. A UK interpretation of international law that continues to leave our own citizens in threat. Perhaps it's time that that interpretation was assigned to the same dustbin.
Members' time is up. Next item in the order of papers, member statements. I call Padraig Blarney.
This weekend marked an important milestone as we celebrated 10 years of Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann Baile na Gaillimh Derry. This weekend I had the opportunity to attend the branch's 10th anniversary celebrations. They reflected the steady growth and the development of the branch since its creation a decade ago. As Jargon Voga, Asan na Crun is Erja. From small acorns grow mighty oaks. Over the past 10 years, the branch has played a significant role in promoting traditional Irish music, song, dance and language across Derry. Through weekly classes, they have created opportunities for young people and for adults alike to learn, to perform and to celebrate our culture. The branch has been actively involved in major cultural events across our city. Last year, they hosted Flamór Dura and welcomed competitors and visitors for a weekend of competitions, concerts and traditional sessions. Members have also performed on RT1 Ceilidh House, who came to Derry to record the renowned show on 2 occasions, as well as at the annual St Patrick's Day celebrations in Guildhall Square and a plethora of other prestigious events in Derry and further afield. Success at Fest Dara Colin and other competitions highlights the high standards within the branch and reflects the consistent work of tutors, of volunteers and others over many years. Reaching 10 years is a notable achievement for any voluntary organisation. It represents commitment, organisation and a sustained community support. Their success is due to the founding members, the Malloy family who established the branch, as well as to the committee members, tutors, volunteers and families who have committed to its continued development. As this milestone is marked, there is every reason to believe the Comhaltas Ceoltóirí Éireann Baile na Gaillimh will continue to contribute positively to cultural life in Derry in the years ahead. This year, as we welcome the flag to Belfast, I have no doubt that we will see the branch represented and contributing to celebrations there too. Guniri and Boherlaw, agus Awari Gujal Gujaw. Gormaigad.
That this Chamber and the people of Northern Ireland deserve an explanation for the absence of the First Minister, Michelle O'Neill, from Saturday evening's emergency security briefing convened by the UK Cabinet Office. This was not a routine briefing. It was called in response to a rapidly escalating crisis in the Middle East, as hostilities between the US, Israel and Iran intensified, raising the real prospect of a wider regional conflict. International partners were assessing the risks to regional stability, to energy markets, and to the safety of UK nationals overseas, including those from Northern Ireland. Devolved administrations were brought together to ensure coordination, preparedness, and clarity. The First Ministers of Scotland and Wales attended. Northern Ireland was represented by my party colleague, Deputy First Minister, but not the First Minister. At a moment like this, attendance is not a diary preference. It's this kind of high-level briefing at which Northern Ireland's most senior office bearer should be expected to attend. People across Northern Ireland are not detached observers of events in the Middle East. Many have family members, colleagues, employees and business interests in the region. There is real anxiety. They want reassurance. They want to know that their government is fully informed and fully engaged. If the First Minister was genuinely unable to attend, the public deserves to know why. If she was unavailable, why was another senior minister not nominated to ensure full executive representation? Leadership is most evident in moments of uncertainty, and this was such a moment. An explanation is required. Beyond that, we need confirmation that Northern Ireland will now be fully engaged in all further coordination with HM Government so that clear advice, robust planning and visible leadership are provided to the people that we serve.
Mr Speaker, I rise today to support the 20s Plenty campaign to have 20 miles per hour as the default maximum speed limit for streets where people live, work, play and go to school. Across North Belfast, school councils have been engaging with their representatives and their parents to get even more people behind the campaign. And just last week we have seen more support for active travel users from the Shore Road, Glengormley, Cave Hill, Old Park, right across North Belfast to ensure that many more can get on board to support this campaign. Too many people are killed and seriously injured on our roads. We're supposed to feel safe in our homes and on the streets we live. But when we venture out without the supposed protection of a car, we're at the mercy of speeding, distracted, or at times just incapable motorists. I want mine and others' children to enjoy the freedoms that we all had when we were younger, to go to school by themselves, to play outside, all free from the risk of road violence. In large parts of my constituency in North Belfast, fewer than half of all households have a car, but yet all are forced to endure pollution and congestion on their residential streets. Twice a day our roads are jammed with traffic, ferrying our children around, going to and from work. Not substantial distances, often it can be just down the road or around the corner, and these journeys can be done by foot or bike. But we all know that most of us participated on this because life is busy, and using a car is often easier when life is busy and gets in the way. But what if the infrastructure was already there? What if it was already safe to travel either by road or on bike? 20 miles per hour zones are not a panacea, but they can provide drastic improvements in road safety. Take Wales, for example. Since its introduction, casualties in former 30 mile per hour zones are down 25%. That's a reduction on demand for police and health service resources, and most importantly, 25% fewer devastated families. For context, every year for the last 10 years, an average of 75 children have been seriously injured or killed on our roads. Last year it was 105. Our emergency services are already under immense strain for many years. This is something that we can take action on to take off their plate. There are already temporary 20 mile per hour zones across North Belfast, typically for 30 minutes at a time, along short stretches of road outside a number of schools. However, with over 600 preschools, nurseries, daycares, primary schools, post-primary schools and after-school facilities, in my constituency alone, we know that just those few schools are not enough. We don't want to punish drivers. We know that life is busy and that many people do need a car, but we want children and pedestrians of all abilities to be safe. Sign restrictions and enforcement alone won't deliver this. We need traffic calming measures to reflect the nature of our road. This call is coming from our children.
As we all debate global politics, few will know the name Rosamond Evans. She wasn't an academic, she wasn't a scientist, and she wasn't a scholar. Rosamond cleaned my constituency office. And we never really saw her during the day because she did it at night. Cleaned the office at night time after we'd done a day's work, and she emptied the bins and hoovered and cleaned everything. And she also had a job in the morning where she cleaned as well. And in between, she dedicated herself to her children and to her grandchildren. So I very rarely saw Rosamond. But at night time when I'm working late, she used to come in and I used to have a good conversation with her. And it's great to get the backstory. And I got the backstory of Rosamond. She was married and she had twin boys. 3 years later, she had a daughter, Catherine Evans. And then sadly, her husband, Mark, died 7 weeks later. He was a serviceman. So Rosamond grew up looking after these 3 kids by herself. And they had kids. And Rosamond spent all her time looking after the grandkids. And you know what? That's what an awful lot of women in our society do. Rosamond was smart, she was articulate, she was intelligent. She could do anything she wanted to do. But instead, so she could commit to her family, her children and her grandchildren, she took cleaning jobs early in the morning and late at night. A real hero of society that we don't get to hear about. Sadly, Tuesday last week, Rosamond unexpectedly and suddenly passed away. She was only 65 years of age, and we buried her on Saturday. And where I lost an employee, a colleague, and dare I say it, a friend, I know that Simon, David, and Catherine lost their mum. And sometimes we do not stand up and remember those people who do the jobs that make our constituency office work. Because my constituency office would not have worked without Rosamond Evans being part of it. She was part of my team, as important as anybody in this chamber or anybody in my team or anybody else in government. And I think it's right and proper that I can stand here today and pay tribute to Rosamond Evans. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Justin McNulty.
On Saturday night, on a famous talent show in front of millions of viewers, our own Niamh Node from the Mountain Road in the Sleigh wowed the world with a mesmerising musical performance and her reimagined cover of Alex Warner's Ordinary. Niamh comes from two proud traditions, the Node and Murphy traditions of Irish music, culture, drama, poetry, arts and community. With powerful Celtic musicality and her spellbinding skills on the harp, Niamh herself has spoken of Irish folk and traditional music as more than just a sound. It's a connection to the soul of Irish culture. Niamh, through your music and singing, through your trailblazing, through your exploration and genius, you're uplifting our souls and you're honouring the legacy of all those who've gone before you. Keep wowing the world, Niamh, and we're just so excited to see what comes next. Amor, Ort, Niamh.
Sinead Ennis.
Concordia, the people of Warmpoint have been without a modern, fit-for-purpose community hub for over 20 years. But that long wait ended when planning permission was finally granted for the new Warmpoint Community Health and Wellbeing Hub last week, which will see £7.3 million invested in my community. My colleague, Councillor Mickey Ruan, first made the case for a community facility in Warmpoint over 20 years ago, and I think what we have managed to deliver far exceeds anyone's expectations, including his own. We have delivered a modern two-storey building which will provide community space for the local community as well as fit-for-purpose facilities for community groups across South Down. Sinn Féin have listened to the local community and we have helped shape the new facility, which will include reception and office spaces, a main hall, changing facilities and outdoor changing spaces as well, Education Authority resource room, playgroup room with kitchenette and office facilities, a sensory room, a dance studio, a music room, meeting space and office space as well. We will also see the development of the outdoor space at Clonallen Park, where the new Community Health and Wellbeing Hub will be located, as well as a sensory garden which will create a welcoming and inclusive space for people. The new Community Hub will also provide a space for bowls for the winter months, and also local soccer and football teams will be able to avail of the new changing rooms which will be located at the hub as well. I want to thank everyone who has worked with us over the last 20 years to see this new Community Health and Wellbeing Hub finally become a reality, and I really want to thank those who engaged with us over the summer months last summer when we did our community engagement exercise and collected over 300 letters of support for from the local community for this new community facility in Warmpoint. This will be a game changer for our town, and I want to assure the community that we will work with the council to ensure that building work, the diggers will be on site in Clanallen Park as soon as possible.
Kingston.
Speaker, last Friday, a number of masked individuals carried out a paint attack on the Queen Victoria statue at the Royal Victoria Hospital in Belfast. Those responsible claim that this was about events which occurred during the reign of Queen Victoria over 125 years ago, but in truth, they are just pathetic attention seekers carrying out a hate crime. They have demonstrated once again how Irish republicanism readily descends into hatred, intolerance, and indeed violence against what Republicans consider to be British symbols, British culture, and indeed British people. Where is the respect for cultural wealth and diversity? Indeed, in their statement, those responsible said, and I quote, "In a socialist republic, all the symbols of empire will be stripped from the land, street names, statues, institutions, and those who will stand against the people organising for a better future." End quote. A disgraceful and chilling threat. This vandalism belongs to the same category of so-called cultural cleansing as the actions of Islamic State in Syria, when they systematically destroyed and damaged pre-Islamic World Heritage sites at Palmyra and elsewhere because they wanted to erase items which didn't suit their narrow view of cultural heritage. Regarding this attack on the Queen Victoria statue, where have been the words of condemnation for this criminal act of intolerance and hate crime from the Sinn Féin MP for West Belfast, Paul Maskey, and the 4 Sinn Féin MLAs for West Belfast in this Assembly? Will they be speaking about this matter in the Chamber today? The Royal Victoria Hospital is the major trauma hospital for Belfast and beyond, where doctors, nurses and staff work tirelessly to save lives. It is where people visit in times of emergency as well as for the full gambit of medical procedures, including maternity. It was renamed after Queen Victoria in 1899, before any of us were born. It should not be targeted for violent political protest. If it's not possible for a major hospital to be a safe place in West Belfast, how could a major sporting venue, even a concert venue, be viewed as a safe place to visit in West Belfast? Let me be clear to those who think they can erase British identity from Northern Ireland. We are going nowhere.
Claire Ferguson.
Of the 2-child limit was one of the cruelest examples of austerity policy imposed by Westminster. Its removal next month is welcome and long overdue. Thousands of children and families have been harmed by that policy that stripped vital support from those who need it most. Sinn Féin opposed and challenged this measure from the moment it was introduced. We did so because targeting vulnerable children is indefensible. When a government chooses to penalise struggling families, it tells us exactly where its priority lies. Time and again, decisions taken in London have ignored the realities facing people here in the north, regardless of community. The continuation of cuts under Labour only reinforces that truth. Whilst this is progress, progress is not enough when the system itself has been built and designed to penalise the very people it should strive to protect. The answer is not to depend on savage British governments that impose punitive policies on our people and treat dignity as conditional. The answer is to build a new and united Ireland, one that protects children, supports workers and families, and puts the most vulnerable first.
Philip Brett.
Mr. Speaker, the party opposite never tire of telling us that they are the party of transparency and the party of the working class. But according to a remarkable investigation by the Sunday Life, they also may be the party of the most successful invisible bookshop in history. Because Green Cross Art and Bookshop Limited, a company directed by former Sinn Féin Finance Director and other senior Republican figures, has managed to accumulate more than £220,000 in assets. Yet there appears to be one small problem. There is no bookshop. No premises, no customers, no staff, and indeed, Mr. Speaker, no books. Now, most bookshops that I visit rely on people coming in, browsing the shelves and buying something. This one appears to rely on no one coming in, no one buying anything, and still somehow ending up with £220,000 in their bank account. Clearly, this is less than a retail association and more of a work of fiction. But perhaps the most revealing part of all of this, that when the Sunday Life approached Sinn Féin, they refused to comment. Now, Mr. Speaker, we are used to the well-known title, Say Nothing. But again, this is hugely disappointing, because if this was a genuine bookshop, they could have told us where it was. They could have invited us in to have a look. They could have shown us the shelves, and indeed they could have recommended a good read to us. But instead, say nothing, the sound of silence, which suggests the only thing harder to find than the bookshop is their willingness to answer questions about it. Ordinary working people that I represent, Mr. Speaker, do not have the luxury of silence when asked about their finances. They cannot refuse to respond to the bank. They cannot ignore the electricity bills, and they cannot pretend that questions do not exist. And that is the difference. Working class people live in the real world. They don't operate mystery companies with six-figure assets and no visible business. They don't have invisible customers and silent balance sheets, and they certainly don't get to walk away when asked reasonable questions. If Sinn Féin want to be taken seriously, then they need to tell us where this bookshop is and where they got this £220,000 from. But perhaps, Mr. Speaker, the best-selling title in this mystery bookshop is The Invisible Man, because just like that book, Sinn Féin's honesty does not exist.
Petition.
Seo agin seachtain na Gaeilge an éile Gaeilge is mó in Éireann agus ar fud an domhain. Is féile idirnáisiúnta Gaeilge í seachtain na Gaeilge tá sí ar cionn de na céilearthaí is mó dar deang agus dar cult ar dúchais, agus bíonn sí ar siúil in Éireann agus in galore tíortha eile gach bliain. Tugtar déis de gach duine le linn seachtain na Gaeilge, sulta bhaint as an Gaeilge trí bheith páirteach san éile ar cansúirí dúchais, ólamneoirí agus lucht an coppla focail ar aon. Bí an imachtaí an a riarí ort cuma cén éisthú na cadé an céal atá agad de chuideachta. Bei túsáite ag an ceol a rí seachtain na Gaeilge 2026. Janan téama na bliana seo a Gaeilge ma ceolthú. Janan sin céilearú ar an nás góin uan idir an Gaeilge agus an ceol. Bei tréan imachtaí ceol an imléana, rud a thuirí léargas dúin ar an fleisir atá in an don cethar nuair a thuchas an phlá sa tarú. Bei féile nearra, féile trad tréal agus céilearú mór na féile podric ar na himachtaí a churas béalchric ar céilearú lá éile podric. Mólam de ceoltaí ólas a chur ar na himachtaí atá ar siúil thart orthú nó a méid sim acu iontu. Is le gach duine agus le gach pobl seachtain na Gaeilge, buin úsa jas cabbé Gaeilge atá agad, bí páirteach in chief. Where am I going to
Keith Buchanan.
Speaker, I want to place on record my deep concern that once again the reputation of our agri-food sector has been unfairly damaged. More than 26,000 farming families across Northern Ireland deserve accuracy and respect in public discourse, not misleading claims and that undermine confidence in a sector already under immense pressure. At a meeting of Mid Ulster District Council on the 26th of February 2026 last week, a representative of NI Water, a body under the Minister's remit, stated as fact that 70%, I must repeat, as fact that 70% of water pollution originates from agriculture, which is factually incorrect. This figure was presented as accurate despite being incorrect and not reflective of the scientific modelling it was claimed to be based on. Since then, NI Water has had to issue a statement admitting that nutrient modelling is only an estimate based on assumptions and available data. It cannot be treated as definite fact. AFBI has also stepped in, confirming that the figures quoted by NI Water do not match AFBI's own modelling. AFBI stressed that all modelling carries uncertainty and must be explained properly, with its limitations clearly understood. In recent years, farming have faced increasing pressure and tighter rules because of concerns about Lough Neagh, including strict controls on nutrient management and farm runoff. Farmers have invested heavily in storage, followed complex regulations and worked extremely hard, especially during the recent wet weather, to manage nutrients responsibility. At the same time, many farmers and residents continue to report what they believe to be raw sewage discharges into rivers and streams. Only last week, images in Oma of what appears to be discharge into the river. NI Water is the second largest landowner in Northern Ireland and is responsible for a significant share of pollution entering Lough Neagh. That is why public statements from NI Water must be accurate and balanced. The figures quoted at the council meeting were not even correct. Officials claimed agriculture was responsible for 70% of phosphorus runoff and NI Water for 21%. Scientific modelling states 62% and 24%. Now, it's not about the 6%, it's the fact. It's, number one, it's modelling, and number two, 70% is not accurate based on modelling. The Ulster Farmers Union has rightly called the comments misleading and inappropriate. They have contacted NI Water to request a retraction and an apology. My colleague Deborah Armstrong has already raised the issue of these figures at an Infrastructure Committee meeting and has now written to the Minister seeking clarification following the meeting on Thursday evening. I ask the Minister to clarify and retract the inaccurate statement made by NI Water and to outline how she intends to restore confidence in the organisation following this incident. The public and especially our farming families deserve accuracy, fairness and accountability. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Timothy Gilson.
Mr Speaker, for the first time in my 20 months as an MLA, I will use the term Stormont and efficient in the same sentence. Stormont has discovered how to be efficient, but only when it comes to MLA pay. No time in this mandate to legislate on support for children with special educational needs when they leave school, as we were told 2 weeks ago. But no problem finding space in the order paper to rush through a bill on MLA pay and the implementation of a massive 27% rise. But of course, this is only because of the Independent Remuneration Board. My detractors tell me, but it's an independent board, nothing to do with me, Gov. Well, let's examine that fig leaf. The only meaningful amendment to the legislation establishing this board was inserting the term independent into its title. The amendments that would have made this genuinely independent were voted down. The amendments that would have made and allowed for real public consultation were rejected by this House. When MLAs required the board to benchmark salaries against other roles where pay is higher, they knew exactly what they were doing. The dice was loaded from the outset. The press were told this is out for consultation. The Assembly even sent them an email address which carried in some outlets. But there is no public consultation. The only people being asked to comment are MLAs and pension trustees. At a time when households are struggling, we cannot fix our potholes. Sinn Féin, the DUP, Alliance, the Ulster Unionists and SDLP constructed a process that excludes the public. That is not independence. That is a process which will only result in this place sinking lower in the estimation of the public. If there was ever a sign of a government out of kilter with its people, A 14,000 pay increase for MLAs is it. I call on each MLA present in this House to make their response public when the consultation closes on Thursday. Failure to do so speaks volumes of where you stand on this issue.
That brings to a conclusion. A point of order.
I'd just like to apologise to the House and my colleague Deborah Armstrong. I had forgotten she got married a few years back. She's now Deborah Erskine.
Thank you for that clarification. Earlier today I had the pleasure of welcoming the Honorary Consul for East Timor to the building and spending some time with them, and I welcome them to the Chamber here today. We have a community of about 4,000 East Timorese here in Northern Ireland who carry out really essential work, mainly in the food industry, but other industries, and I make you very welcome today. Moving on to the next item of business, and Kate Nicholl has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22, and you'll have 3 minutes to speak. I call Ms Nicholl.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am presenting this petition on behalf of residents and road users in Carryduff who are deeply concerned about pedestrian safety along the stretch of road beside the Eurospar. This is not a party political petition. It was started by my Alliance colleague, Councillor Jamie Harper, but it has had the support of colleagues across the political spectrum. And that's because it's a practical and urgent road safety matter raised by people who use this area every single day. Parents, older residents, young people, shoppers, and those accessing nearby services. This section of road experiences very high footfall alongside steady vehicle traffic. However, the current road layout does not adequately protect pedestrians. There are significant dark spots due to insufficient street lighting, particularly noticeable during the evenings, winter months, and periods of poor weather. This makes it harder for drivers to see pedestrians and more difficult for pedestrians to cross safely. Residents have also raised concerns that the existing pedestrian crossing arrangements are not sufficient for the volume of people using the area, leading to frequent near misses and understandable anxiety about the risk of a serious accident. And the urgency of this petition comes in the wake of a death of a constituent in Carryduff who was killed on this road, and I think so many people signed this petition in her memory as well to ensure that this never happens again, and our thoughts are very much with her family and friends. The petitioners are therefore calling on the Department for Infrastructure to take 3 straightforward and reasonable steps to carry out an urgent pedestrian safety assessment of this location, to improve street lighting to eliminate dangerous dark spots, and to upgrade or install pedestrian crossing facilities that reflect the level of use in this area. These are proportionate measures aimed solely at preventing harm and ultimately about protecting life. The people who signed this petition are not asking for anything excessive, only that this busy local road is made safer for everyone who uses it. I am pleased to present this petition to the Assembly today and ask that it be forwarded to the Department for Infrastructure for careful consideration. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I invite the member to approach the table to present the petition. Thank you. I will forward the petition to the Minister for Infrastructure and send a copy to committee. Next item of business is a committee membership motion from Sinn Féin. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Declan Kearney replace Ms Gemma Dolan on the Committee for the Economy, that Ms Gemma Dolan replace Mr Pádraig Delargy on the Public Accounts Committee, and that Mr Pádraig Delargy replace Mr Declan Kearney on the Windsor Framework Democratic Scrutiny Committee.
I call Sinead Ennis to move the motion. The question is, that the motion stand in order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The next item of business is committee membership motion from the DUP. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Mr Peter Martin replace Mr Gary Middleton as member of the Committee for Education, that Mr Keith Buchanan and Mr Trevor Clark replace Mr Harry Harvey and Mr Brian Kingston as members of the Committee on Standards and Privileges, and that Mr Gareth Wilson be appointed as a member of the Public Accounts Committee.
Thank you. I call Trevor Clark to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is, the motion stand in order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary if any, no. Thank you. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, just take their ease. I will change the chair before the economy statement.
Members, the Speaker has received notice from the Minister for the Economy that she wishes to make a statement. And before I call the Minister, I'd like to remind members that they must be concise in asking their question, as this is not an opportunity for debate, or long introductions won't be allowed either. So, without further ado, Minister.
And in accordance with Section 52 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998, I wish to make the following statement on the British-Irish Council Energy Work Sector Ministerial meeting held on Thursday, the 12th of February. The British Government in London hosted the meeting, which was jointly chaired by the British and Scottish Governments as co-chairs of the energy work sector. I attended the meeting virtually, along with Minister Lyons, who attended as the accompanying minister. This meeting brought together ministers with responsibility for energy policy to consider how the 8 member administrations can continue to work together to address shared challenges. Ministers discussed and reviewed the Energy Work Sector 2022-25 policy report and its activities across the period. We also reviewed and endorsed a new work plan. The Energy Work Sector 2022-25 policy report paper reports on activities since the last meeting in February 2022. The themes are decarbonising heat, offshore renewables including wind, marine, grid and interconnection, new and emerging technologies including hydrogen and carbon capture and storage, and local and community energy. This policy report paper also demonstrates the real value of this work sector, sharing learning, identifying challenges early and building momentum together across these islands. And I want to take this opportunity to commend the extensive work that has taken place across the 4 themes over the past 3 years. I was also pleased to see the report highlight the Geo-Energy project, a flagship geothermal demonstrator that we launched in 2023. This project is exploring the potential of the natural heat beneath our feet, work that should lead to heating homes, public buildings and businesses using clean indigenous heat. I was especially encouraged to see that we hosted the Energy Work Sector meeting in February 24. This visit by officials from the other member administrations to the Titanic Quarter in Belfast was an opportunity to experience a commute on a hydrogen bus from TransLink, as well as visits to Carryduff and Artemis, showcasing the development and implementation of world-leading innovation in net zero technologies. These companies represent the ambition of our region and the economic opportunity of the net zero transition. Ministers also discussed and agreed the themes of the next Forward Work Plan. I welcome and endorse this draft Forward Work Plan and fully support its direction. The priority areas identified, public acceptance, just transition, supply chains and skills, and peer review, certainly align closely with the challenges facing our administration. It is a practical, focused plan that recognises that accelerating decarbonisation requires not only technology and investment, but also public confidence, consumer buy-in, skilled people and strong supply chains. I'm particularly pleased that we will lead the theme of public acceptance. Our energy strategy places people at the heart of this transition. Public support cannot be taken for granted. People must be able to understand and experience the benefits of new energy technologies and systems in their everyday lives. Stable energy prices, warmer homes, cleaner air and good jobs in their communities. They must have the opportunity to form citizen energy communities where local energy generation and consumption will contribute to renewable energy sources and reduce our reliance on fossil fuels, while increasing social and community engagement and delivering local economic benefits. Ownership of clean, affordable, renewable energy is essential for reducing energy poverty and these energy communities play a crucial role in the energy transition, helping to create a sustainable and just energy future for us all. In leading this theme, we will collaborate with other administrations to share experiences and learn collectively from our challenges and successes. I commend this statement to the Assembly.
Thank you. Minister, I call Sinead McLaughlin on behalf of the Opposition.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. And it just demonstrates how quickly things can actually change within the energy sector. Minister, given the escalation of violence in the Middle East and the 10% jump in oil prices this morning, particularly when more than 2/3 of our households actually rely on home heating oil, what progress has been made towards linking the UK emissions trading scheme with the EU ETS ahead of Ireland's forthcoming EU presidency, and how could that help protect consumers from further price shocks, which seem inevitable as we stand here today?
The member for her question, and I think she's quite right. The past 48 hours has demonstrated again how our reliance on fossil fuels really impacts people in their pockets, and so it is important that we continue the work in transitioning away, and also in ensuring that there is a genuine just transition in that regard. In terms of the linking of the two schemes, that's work in progress between the British Government and the EU, and we are being kept updated in relation to that, and officials are engaged in understanding what it will mean in terms of any particular cost impacts, which we don't believe that there will be. So it will be a positive initiative and something that I think is very welcome, but it is, as I say, work in progress.
Thank you. Minister, I call Gemma Dolan.
Minister, now that the executive approval has been secured to ban petroleum licensing and exploration, including fracking, what are the next steps?
And I thank the member for her question. The next step is for me to write formally to the Speaker to outline my intention of putting the Petroleum Exploration and Licensing Repeal Bill before the Assembly on the 24th of March. It is my intention that this bill will pass into law during the current mandate. It will introduce a permanent ban on issuing licences for all forms of onshore petroleum exploration and production, including fracking. The bill is an important step in supporting our decarbonisation journey, and it aligns with the Climate Change Act's emission reduction targets, the policy direction set in the energy strategy, and the conclusions of independent research. Exploration for oil and gas would run contrary to these commitments and is unlikely to bring meaningful benefits to the local economy or consumers, and therefore I think it is the right thing for us to do.
Thank you. Minister, I call Diane Forsyth.
Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister for her statement. And having moved on to the Economy Committee last week, I look forward to working with her again. Minister, this morning I attended the all-party group on fuel poverty, where Communities Minister Gordon Lyons addressed on progress on that, and in line with the wider executive strategy for addressing anti-poverty. How do you see some of these measures coming through in terms of renewables and energy to help address the fuel poverty issues?
And I thank the member for her question, and I wish her luck on the Economy Committee and look forward to working with her. And I think that the themes that have been set out in terms of the next programme for work are ones that are really tangible to people and to communities, about ensuring that people understand and feel the benefits, and that's the particular theme that we will be leading on in terms of public acceptance. I think that's really crucial in terms of people actually understanding what the transition is going to mean, and how that it can benefit. And then also those other issues around skills and supply chains, again, very tangible in terms of ensuring that we're prepared for the transition and that we are able to take the full opportunities that present. That means we have to have those skills programmes in place. It means that there has to be those supply chains that will support the renewable sector more generally to deliver. So I think that's really important work. It is also really important in terms of tackling fuel poverty, and Minister Lyons did attend the meeting with me, and I think it was particularly pertinent for him to have attended, given the role particularly in things like retrofitting and other initiatives that the Department for Communities will have a particular lead on. And so I think there is a lot of real cross-departmental work under all of these themes that we can certainly be pursuing together.
Thank you. Minister, I call David Honeyford.
Thank you, Principal Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your statement. As has been said, the Middle East and what's happening there will affect all of our constituents right across, with the price of energy dramatically increasing and energy security comes back into focus. You've talked about public confidence and moving this with public confidence moving forward, but that needs a plan-led approach. You've talked about a strategy, but with respect, the strategy isn't a plan. When will we see a plan-led approach come forward to give the public confidence as we move forward to transition?
Thank you, Minister.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question. And as he will know, as being a member of the Economy Committee, we published the review of the energy strategy just before Christmas, and I think it was a timely opportunity to look at the progress that has been made, but where there are still challenges and opportunities to be grasped in terms of actually meeting those targets. He will also know that there are a number of significant areas of policy development that are progressing, and a number of consultations that have concluded recently that will all contribute to the work to meet our targets. I think that's all really important, but it is all set within the framework of the energy strategy, which does guide us in terms of what the targets are that we have set ourselves, obviously to align with the Climate Change Act as well. And I think working along those lines will help us to deliver against those targets. And so we are taking that approach of looking at the various areas and how ensuring that we meet the milestones that have been set in relation to those, and the member will be aware of the number of areas of work that we are trying to make progress on, and that we would really like to see progress on before the end of this mandate, which will be challenging, but I believe that we can do it.
Thank you. Minister, I call Diana Armstrong.
Madam Deputy Principal Speaker, Minister, thank you for your statement this morning. Can you tell me if the development of biomethane as a renewable source has been discussed at the meeting, and what potential there is for cross-border collaboration and the development of anaerobic digesting plants? Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for that question, and biomethane is something that has been discussed not just in this forum but in other forums where we have cross-jurisdictional input in relation to energy, and it's one where we, I think, have really good on-the-ground examples of it already happening. The work within the department in collaboration with the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs is progressing and has had new focus placed upon it. And I have had the opportunity to meet with some of the businesses who are already pursuing this work and who would be keen to see it benefit local communities, for example, in Fermanagh. So that is something that we are putting considerable focus on as a department, as I said, in collaboration with DERA at the minute, and we will hope to see good progress on in coming months.
Thank you, Minister. I call Colm Gilder now.
For that important statement on these issues. Can I ask, when will the new policy on grid connections come into effect, please?
Yeah. And I thank the member for his question. Since the publication of my decision, the utility regulator has been progressing the necessary licence modifications for NIE networks and undertaking the regulatory scrutiny of the detailed charging arrangements. So, subject to the completion of that regulatory process, NIE Networks is expected to publish a new statement of connection charges before the end of June 2026, enabling the new fairer connection charging arrangements to then take effect for customers.
Thank you, Minister. I call Steve Aiken.
Minister, for your remarks so far. On the decarbonisation agenda, I was surprised at a recent meeting I had in the Oireachtas when Cathy Bennett TD was there, that she stated that there was no need for renewables to be transferred out of the island of Ireland, but particularly in the Republic of Ireland, and therefore there was no need for the North-South interconnector. Did you and the Minister discuss this issue, and is the North-South interconnector still a priority of both governments?
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and certainly I see that the North-South interconnector in terms of our security of supply as being important, and it is something obviously that we need to see progressed, and we need to see progressed under the terms that it was approved previously. So that's my position in relation to it.
Thank you, Minister. I call Timothy Gosson.
Principal Deputy Speaker, can the Minister share what activities her department has been involved in to build a hydrogen economy here in Northern Ireland? Wrightbus in my constituency is a world leader in building hydrogen buses, but due to no investment in infrastructure locally, their hydrogen buses are being exported instead. When will we see proper investment in developing hydrogen in Northern Ireland and making Ballymena the home of hydrogen here in Northern Ireland?
You've got a lot in the record. There you go, Minister.
And thank the member for his question, and I will be meeting Wrightbus in the near future and look forward to doing that and to hearing some of their plans. As the member will be aware, under the growth deal that there are plans in relation to a hydrogen hub, and I think that is something that is really welcome. I think we do have considerable opportunities. Wrightbus is one example. There are others like Carryduff that are doing really important work that we will certainly be able to show the benefits of. I think we can show how we are a leader in this technology, and it is something that my department, along with Invest NI and others, are working to support. So I'm happy to continue to work with the member in relation to his own constituency interests in relation to that also.
Thank you, Minister. I call Philip Brett.
Speaker, and can I apologise to the House for being late to the Minister's statement. Minister, thank you for your statement and your important work on this matter. Could you just expand on the relationship with GB Energy? I see this as a really important opportunity to get some much needed financial support, particularly for community-led energy projects, which I know the Minister is committed to delivering. So if the Minister could just outline work in that important regard.
Yeah, and I thank the member for his question, and it is something that we in the department, with officials, with other ministers in Britain, have been working on, and to understand the priorities that GB Energy has now agreed. And in particular, it has placed a focus on local power plants, community-led projects, and that's something that I do want us to lean into, to make sure that what supports are available from GB Energy, communities here are able to access, and ensure that we are accessing the funding that is going to flow from those. So officials are engaging in terms of that, and it's something I've asked to put a renewed focus on, so that we can make sure that we are gaining from any arrangements that are being put in place.
Thank you, Minister. I call Kate Nicholl.
Speaker, and I'd also like to apologise for missing the start of the Minister's statement. Thank you, Minister, for your update, and there's so much positive and ambitious work that's happening in this space. But it's going to require the right people and the right skills to be able to deliver, and I would just like to ask what sort of conversations were had about this and plans to deliver. Thank you.
Yeah, and I thank the member for her question, and it is one of the themes for the new work plan going forward. I think we all recognise that if we are actually to harness the benefits of the transition to net zero, that we will need people with skills, and as a department we have published the Green Skills Action Plan a number of months ago, which sets out how we plan to ensure that we have the people and the pipeline of skills coming through across the different disciplines that are going to be required. I think having that as one of the themes in the work plan across all 8 of the jurisdictions going forward means that we can learn from work that others are doing, and they likewise, and that if there are challenges that are presented, then we will have the opportunity to look at what others are doing and to learn from that. So I'm really pleased that that is one of the themes. I do think it is something that we just need to keep a continued focus on, make sure that we are continuing to engage with industry in terms of understanding their needs, and that was one of the particular aspects of the Green Skills Action Plan that I was particularly pleased about, because it was genuinely industry-led and responded to what their needs are, and I think that's something that we need to keep under review, and ensuring that we are iteratively updating our action plans to ensure that they continue to be relevant.
Thank you, Minister. So that concludes questions on the statement. Members, if you just take your ease just for a moment or so. Okay, members, the next item of business is the consideration stage of the budget bill. I call on the Minister of Finance, Mr John O'Dowd, to move the bill.
Moved.
So no amendments have been tabled to the bill. The question on stand part will be put in each clause, followed by the schedules and the long title. So if that's clear, I'm just going to go through all this, okay? So clause 1, stand part, no amendments have been tabled to clause 1. So the question is, a clause 1, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 2. So the question is, a clause 2, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 3. So the question is, a clause 3, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 4. So the question is, a clause 4, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Sorry. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 5. So the question is, a clause 5, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 6. So the question is, the clause 6, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 7. So the question is, a clause 7, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 8. So the question is, a clause 8, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 9. So the question is, the clause 9, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 10. So the question is, the clause 10, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 11. So the question is, the clause 11, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 12. So the question is, the clause 12, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to clause 13. The question is, that clause 13, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Schedule 1. So the question is, that Schedule 1, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. No amendments have been tabled to Schedule 2. So the question is, that Schedule 2, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is, that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Members, that concludes the consideration stage of the budget bill. So the bill stands referred to the Speaker. Members should also note the further consideration stage of the budget bill is scheduled for tomorrow. Therefore, the window for tabling amendments for further consideration stage opens immediately on conclusion of this debate and will close 1 hour thereafter. Okay, Minister, that concludes consideration stage of the budget bill. The next item of business is a motion from the Audit Committee on the salary of the Comptroller and Auditor General. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the Audit Committee report of its review of the salary arrangements for the Comptroller and Auditor General, approves its recommendations, and in so doing, in accordance with Article 4.1 of the Audit Northern Ireland Order 1987, determines that the salary payable to the holder of the office of Comptroller and Auditor General shall be as follows: in each year from the 1st of April 2023 until such time as the Assembly makes a further determination, £160,708, excluding employer costs.
Thank you. I call on the Chairperson of the Audit Committee to move the motion. Thank you, Alan. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 30 minutes for the debate, and the proposer will have 5 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. So I call on the Chairperson of the Audit Committee to open the debate on the motion. Thank you, Alan.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. On behalf of the Audit Committee, I ask the House to support this motion. Article 4.1 of the Audit Northern Ireland Order 1987 provides that the salary of the Comptroller and Auditor General, the CNAG, is determined by a resolution of the Assembly, and Standing Order 58.2 provides that the Audit Committee tables any motion in relation to the salary. Under legislation, the salary must not exceed the maximum salary for the time payable to any person employed in the civil service and cannot be decreased by the Assembly. The proposals remain within these limits. The salary is charged on and paid out of the Consolidated Fund under Section 63 of the Northern Ireland Act 1998. The Assembly cannot pass a resolution that imposes or increases a charge on the Consolidated Fund unless a recommendation is made by the Minister of Finance. I confirm that the Minister was content to make a recommendation in this case. The Committee has taken every opportunity available to emphasise the enormous value of the CNAG's work and the great responsibility the post holder has in terms of the external audit of central government bodies in Northern Ireland, including executive departments and their agencies, as well as a wide range of other public sector bodies. The post holder is also head of the Northern Ireland Audit Office, which works closely with the Public Accounts Committee in its scrutiny of public spending. The salary of the CNAG should equate to that level of responsibility. This is not only fair, but it's essential in safeguarding public accountability. The salary has not been reviewed since March 2022, at which time the Committee recommended a salary level of £154,527, which was in line with the Judicial Group 5 salary at that time. However, in the plenary debate, the then Committee Chairperson acknowledged that there was a question about whether Judicial Group 5 is the most appropriate group against which the salary should be benchmarked. The former Audit Committee therefore recommended that this Committee consider reviewing the options open to it for determining the salary in the future. The current Comptroller and Auditor General was appointed on a fixed salary of £154,041. However, in anticipation of a fuller review of the arrangements, the terms of appointment were not referenced to a judicial salary scale, nor was there any reference to annual revalorisation. It would not be reasonable or logical for the Committee to recommend that the Assembly return to the link with Judicial Salary Group 5, which is approaching a figure of £190,000 per annum, without robust evidence to indicate that the salary level or the link in the office of the CNAG with that of a judge is appropriate. Having considered the available evidence and the legal position, the Committee is not recommending that the Assembly return to the link with Judicial Group 5 as a salary mechanism for the reasons set out in its report. Having completed the review set out in the Committee's report, our recommendation to the Assembly today is to increase the salary by 4% for the period 1st of April 25 to 31st of March 26. This is in line with the percentage pay award made to Assembly Commission staff and represents an increase of £6,181 to £160,708. We also recommend this salary level is applied retrospectively to make an allowance for inflation from the beginning of the financial year 2023-24, which was the first full financial year the current post holder was in office. The committee considered a number of longer-term salary setting options, for example linking the CNAG salary to senior civil service salaries, which are set out in the report. In the end, there was not a sufficient evidence base upon which to make a robust recommendation. Importantly, the committee has identified the need for further work in this regard and recommends that a feasibility study on a full job evaluation exercise is carried out in line with the timescales for the appointment of the next CNAG. May I finish by again thanking the incumbent CNAG, Dorinia Carville, and the NIAO for their invaluable work in safeguarding public accountability in Northern Ireland. I ask the House to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Alan. I call Daniel McCrossan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And this is an interesting motion to come before the floor, and it raises a number of issues that goes far beyond the simple question of salary or administrative arrangements. What we're dealing with here is the independence of one of the most important scrutiny roles in Northern Ireland, the Comptroller and Auditor General. The CNAG plays a vital and effective role in protecting the public interest. Through the work of the Audit Office, they uncover waste, inefficiency and failure in public services. They identify where public money is not delivering and the outcomes that people deserve. That work is real, it is effective and it matters, and it went on whenever this Assembly did not function. In fact, the only governance that existed in this place was from the Audit Office in the absence of these structures functioning. Without the CNAG, this Assembly would have far less ability to scrutinise government and hold departments to account. And I'm chair of the Public Accounts Committee, so I can see first-hand the vital and important work that is carried out by the CNAG in the Northern Ireland Audit Office. The evidence gathered by the Audit Office forms a number of questions that need to be raised. Why independence is absolutely fundamental is a key question here. And should politicians be setting the salary of the Comptroller and Auditor General in Northern Ireland? Surely that raises a question over the independence of the role. Surely that raises a question over political interference and influence over the role of the watchdog in Northern Ireland. And you know, there's serious concerns about the direction that has been taken here by the Audit Committee. And as a previous Audit Committee chair, I had the honour of adopting a clear and principled position linking the remuneration of the Comptroller and Auditor General to the Judicial Group 5. That was a cross-party agreement. I don't know why the executive parties are now deviating from that the decision that was previously reached, and there was a lot of evidence brought before the committee at that time that established that was the right direction of travel. That approach was deliberate. It provided a transparent benchmark, it removed political discretion, and it protected the independence of this fundamental and vital office. It ensured that politicians were not placed in the position of deciding the pay of the very individual responsible for scrutinising how public money is spent. That was the right approach then, and I believe it should be the same approach now. So the question must be asked, why have the Audit Committee deviated from that position? What is the rationale for abandoning a system that provided clarity, independence and objectivity? No convincing explanation has been offered, in my opinion. Instead, we are now presented with a proposal to set a cash figure until further notice without reference to any recognised benchmark and without any clear mechanism for future adjustment. The very opposite of what we are asking what the independent body is doing on MLA's pay. That is not good governance. It is not transparent, and I'm telling this House now, Madam Speaker, it is not acceptable. Let us be honest about what this means. Under this proposal, politicians have effectively determined the salary of the CNAG, the office responsible for scrutinising the very same politicians and departments they oversee. That creates a very clear and unavoidable conflict, and it is not healthy for this Assembly or for scrutiny. It is not healthy for public confidence. This is precisely why the previous committee, which I chaired, linked it to the Judicial Group 5, to remove any perception of political interference, because perception matters. Independence does not only exist, it must be seen to exist. And I am particularly concerned that this change is being driven by parties of the Executive who sit on the Audit Committee, those same parties who hold ministerial office, those same parties who control the departments that the CNAG holds to account, and those same departments that are time and time again the core feature of the reports from the Audit Office. It is therefore deeply troubling that the executive parties now appear willing to abandon a system designed to protect independence in favour of one that increases political control. And I believe, Madam Speaker, that sends entirely the wrong message, and it is extremely dangerous territory for this Assembly to be crouching on. The Controller and Auditor General must be free to allow evidence wherever it leads, free to expose waste, free to challenge departments, and free to speak truth to power, without fear, without favour, and without political influence. The role exists to hold government to account. It is not the role of government to exert influence over that office, and I believe the actions by the Audit Committee is doing exactly that. Why deviate from the previous position? It was well set out in this Assembly in the previous mandate as to why the committee reached that position. And I believe you're doing a disservice to that office, to the CNAG, who is a fantastic leader in that area, and to this Assembly. And I think the Audit Office are making a huge mistake, and we will not, or the Audit Committee are making a huge mistake, and we will not be supporting it.
Thank you, Daniel. I call Diana Armstrong.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and I just want to make a very short contribution to the debate. I do welcome this motion before the Assembly today, and I'd like to thank the Audit Committee for the work they've undertaken to bring it to this point today. However, I have one question that may be covered in the winding up of the motion, and that is to ask why the report is not recommending that the salary be linked with Judicial Salary Group 5. Thank you.
Thank you. I call Diane Forsyth to wind on Audit Committee motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank members for their contributions to the debate. As the committee chairperson said earlier, there is no underestimating the value of work carried out by the CNAG and the great responsibility of the post holder. It is therefore important that the salary is fair, appropriately reflects the complexity and responsibilities of the role, and that it is set using an objective, evidence-based and transparent process. That's why the committee is recommending further work to establish an appropriate evidence-based mechanism for the longer term, potentially through the completion of a full job evaluation exercise if this is found to be feasible. Briefly, I would also highlight that the committee has reviewed its own role in terms of the appropriateness of making recommendations to the Assembly on the CNAG's salary. While it considered several options which are set out in the report, including transferring the responsibility to the Assembly Commission, it is not recommending any changes to the current arrangements, as it understands that this would require significant legislative change to safeguard the independence of the CNAG. The committee is aware that in continuing to make salary recommendations to the Assembly could mean that there could be continued risk of political context impacting on decisions to review the salary. It is for this reason that the committee is recommending the introduction of new processes and procedures to help ensure there is a consistent approach to salary reviews going forward. The role of the Assembly in setting the salary of the CNAG appropriately reflects the independence of the office from government. However, it is fair and appropriate that this is done in a consistent and predictable manner. I would also like to acknowledge that the salary of the office of CNAG is set in public, which is unique to the role of CNAG here. This reflects the existing legislation. However, we must remember that while the Assembly is debating the appropriate salary for the office, there is an individual in post. And may I therefore take the opportunity to thank the incumbent CNAG, Dorina Carville, for her unwavering commitment to... Yes?
Do the member agree with me that the work carried out by the Audit Committee was carried out under the auspices of long-standing legislation, and also that the work of the committee was in no way influenced by any party political interests?
Members, an extra minute.
I thank the member for his intervention, and I agree the committee took the role very seriously, and politics did not come into this. As set out, the review and the processes were followed to the best ability of the committee. But as I said, I want to thank the incumbent CNAG for her unwavering commitment to ensuring effective public accountability and her leadership of the Northern Ireland Audit Office. And just to make comment on some of the contributions here, Daniel McCrossan, as Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, referenced the importance and exceptional work of the CNAG, and as former Deputy Chair of the Public Accounts Committee, I would concur with him on that. But he also referenced how he previously chaired the Audit Committee, and it was recorded in the plenary debate as the chairperson said that there was a question about whether Judicial Group 5 is the most appropriate group against which the salary should be benchmarked, and the former Audit Committee recommended that this committee consider reviewing the options to determine the salary in future. And to address in Diana Armstrong's point about why we're not recommending that the salary be linked with Judicial Salary Group 5, the Senior Salary Reviews Board recommended for 2026 for Judicial Group 5, it indicated a salary level heading towards £190,000. Historically, salaries of CNAGs and Auditor Generals in England, Northern Ireland, Scotland and Wales have been linked to the salary of a judge in the Judicial Salary Group 5. England, Scotland and Wales have, however, and for some time now, moved away from this approach, following the review of National Audit Office's corporate governance, published in January 2008 by John Tyner, which recommended that the link with judicial salaries should be broken in England. And previous audit committees have considered the benefits of the historical link, but also acknowledged the question as to its appropriateness. And as I said, the former committee chair recommended in the debate on the 22nd of March 2022 that the overall arrangements for determining the salary, which would include benchmarking, should be reviewed in order to ensure that they reflect best practice elsewhere.
Deputy Chair of the Audit Committee giving way. I suppose my question would be, would it not have been better, or would it have been better, to retain the peg or the benchmark with Judicial Salary Grade 5 until the review that you've talked about is happening? So if the review is happening, but before then we're breaking the link. So my question would be, would it have been better to leave that link in place transparently until a review had come up with a thought-through alternative? Thank you.
Intervention and on review of the process, it was clear to us that if we had continued that way, the legislation in place means that you can't go back and change it. So if that was to be put into place, it didn't allow for the full job evaluation to carry forward in its fullest and complete form. It could potentially predetermine the outcome of that. But in the committee's view, it would not be reasonable or logical to recommend returning to the link to this scale without robust evidence to indicate that it was appropriate to do so. So on balance, it was not recommending linkage of this to the Assembly at this time. And Daniel McCrossan also, I think, referenced why there was no change being proposed to arrangement with the Audit Committee. Sorry, thank you.
Okay, sorry about that, Diane. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Can't we have any noes? No. Okay, so given we're running up to question time, I'm going to put the question again after question time. So I'll not go through the formal voting mechanisms. I'll put that after question time. So therefore, I propose by leave of the Assembly to suspend the sit until 2 o'clock. The sit-in is by leave suspended.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. 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 Assembly Chamber. Sound.
Order, members, the sitting's resumed. It's time for questions to the Executive Office, and I call Emma Sheeran.
The whole question one, please.
Deputy First Minister.
Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Bunting will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We understand the importance of acknowledgement for victims and survivors, and so we remain committed to progressing this important piece of legislation. Members will be aware that committee stage concluded at the end of January, and we want to thank the committee for its work and for producing its report. We expect consideration stage to take place after the Easter recess, following further engagement with executive colleagues on key proposed amendments. Our aim is to complete consideration stage, further consideration stage and final stage before the summer recess, with royal assent anticipated during the summer months. Preparatory work on the necessary secondary legislation is progressing well. We plan to consult on these shortly after the final vote, with the intention of opening the redress scheme before the end of the year, and this will represent another important set of milestones to provide victims and survivors with truth and acknowledgement.
Ms. Sheeran.
Minister, I want to acknowledge the work of the First and Deputy First Minister in engaging with the victims groups and processing the HIA memorial stone. With that said, what lessons can be learned from the HIA process?
If the member just bears with me 1 second. Yes, we are building on the strong and well-respected foundations laid by the historical institutional abuse process, where over 5,000 people were able to receive financial redress. The learning from that experience has directly shaped the development of the new redress scheme. One of the strengths of HIA was the commitment and expertise of the staff involved, and we're carrying that forward by ensuring experienced specialist teams are in place from the outset. So that's people who understand the sensitivity and complexity of this work, and that's very important given what these people have been through already. Above all, the central lesson has been the value of keeping victims and survivors at the heart of every stage, and that remains our guiding principle as we deliver this scheme. And with that in mind, Mr. Speaker, I would like to pay tribute to the team who works on truth recovery, who are absolutely dedicated to this work and who engage very frequently with victims and survivors.
Very much, Junior Minister, for your response so far, and indeed thank you for recognising the work which the committee has done in delivering its report. But may I ask that the Junior Minister, it's important that when we get to the stage of a public inquiry, that victims and survivors will be able to have their situation explained to that inquiry. But can you tell us how they will be involved in shaping the terms of reference for that inquiry?
Yes, I thank the member for his question. Obviously, the inquiry is going to open as soon as possible after the relevant primary and secondary legislation comes into force. In my initial answer, I outlined the time frame for the primary legislation, and the secondary legislation is progressing well at this stage. Victims and survivors have been at the heart of this process from the very beginning. There are many things that they would like. We need to ensure that every aspect of this is independent so that they, and indeed wider society, can have confidence in the process. But there will be consultation following the final passage of this bill. There will be final there will be consultation on the next steps and around the statutory the rules of the inquiry to ensure that the concerns that victims and survivors have will be addressed, and also they are heard and listened to via the consultative forums.
Sir Call. Minister.
Thank you. Ending violence against women and girls is one of the most pressing challenges facing society today, which is why we have invested over £5 million into communities to raise awareness of the issue and the role we all must play when it comes to prevention. We have submitted bids reflective of the level of investment required to continue delivering the strategic framework and to support the longer-term ambitions of the programme. We note the Finance Minister's draft proposals, which are currently out for consultation, and those propose that allocations for ending violence against women and girls will be made on an earmarked basis. However, budget planning for the 26-27 financial year will depend on the outcome of the executive's budget process, which is not yet concluded. But in the meantime, work continues at pace, and we hope to bring the new Ending Violence Against Women and Girls delivery plan to the executive very shortly.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Minister, for that answer. Minister, you'll probably be aware in 2002, Regina Shelley, a women's refuge close to my constituency, obviously I commend people who worked there and who volunteered there, but since that date there's no place in West Belfast for women to go if they're subject to domestic violence from partners or ex-partners. As part of that sort of strategy that you outlined, is there going to be consideration for expanding sort of refuges in my constituency and also right across the north? Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I thank the member for his important question, because it is critical that not only the strategy but indeed the delivery plan is multifaceted, that takes into account all of the different aspects of this. So while we often talk about the strategy, and at the heart of the strategy is prevention, and that must start at an early stage. That's why we're working with schools, we're working with youth organisations, sporting organisations. But you're absolutely right, there is a critical need there at the point in which a woman needs to leave the home due to the violence within that home. We know from so much research that that is a really dangerous time for women, the most dangerous time for women, that period between them telling their partner that they are leaving and actually getting to leave. And the lack of availability of refuge spaces is something that can cause significant delay. So look, this is an issue I think that all of the departments need to get together. It's not just sitting within the Executive Office. I hope that the second delivery plan will be able to bring the right people around the table and finally get this issue resolved. Women should have a right to refuge when they need it, and women should be able to get to that place of safety as quickly as possible, recognising all the dangers around that.
Colin Killian.
Well, look, significant awareness has been raised around the Violence Against Women and Girls strategy. So can the Deputy First Minister outline what work is going on, particularly in terms of the Change Fund, but what work is going on at a community level, particularly to raise awareness of this strategy with men and young boys? Thank you.
Thank you. Look, absolutely, it's really, really important, because very often those that have been most involved in this campaign, the campaign to get a strategy, the campaign to get ring-fenced funding, to get that delivery plan, are those that see it firsthand. They're women who have been the victims of this themselves. It's the people who have worked with those women. It's the organisations that have lobbied. But of course the change needs to happen at a societal level. It must go much beyond just those organisations, and that is recognised at the heart of the strategy and the delivery plan. And that is why we're reaching out to schools. That's why we're reaching out to sporting clubs, including those that are predominantly played by boys. That is why we are looking at a course of particular work as part of our strategy and delivery plan, looking at men and boys, because prevention and education is absolutely critical to this. We may not see the benefits of that for many years to come, but we know and we recognise by looking at all of the expertise that that work needs to happen now to prevent violence towards women and girls happening in 5 years, 10 years, 20 years and into the future.
Speaker, and thank you, Deputy First Minister, for our answers so far. Protecting women, girls and all of our young people online is a growing concern, and we've seen in the UK they've launched a public consultation as to whether to ban social media for under 16s. Could the Deputy First Minister tell me what TEO is currently doing to address violence against women and girls online?
Thank you. And again, look, absolutely an essential area. It's an emerging area, an evolving area. I know that the member, as I have myself, have been a victim of violence towards us online. And it really is disgraceful, but it's also demonstrated by some of the recent issues around the deep fakes and other issues, that how this issue continues to evolve as technological advancements continue. And they do continue to evolve on a, quite frankly, day-by-day basis. And we do need to be able to be agile enough to be able to address those emergent threats and risks as they emerge online. I know that Ofcom has been really active in this area. Our junior ministers have met with Ofcom specifically on the issue of the danger to women and girls online. But I'm very conscious that more must be done. And I would once again reiterate the fact that the big social media companies are much, much too slow to cooperate with PSNI, to cooperate with authorities, to try to identify some of these perpetrators and get that locked down as quickly as possible.
Tony Ford. Minister.
Supported by a £61 million investment from the Transformation Fund, the Delivery Unit has been overseeing the implementation of a transformation project to expand multidisciplinary teams in GP practices. This is a core element of the wider health reforms aimed at strengthening early intervention and prevention, shifting care closer to home, and supporting the development of a neighbourhood model of care to take the pressure off our overstretched hospitals. The unit has also had a key role in identifying new transformation opportunities across the public sector with the potential to improve population health and wellbeing. In addition, it has identified a range of best practice measures to address hospital waiting lists and explored implementation of these initiatives with health officials and delivery partners. These include enhanced triaging of waiting lists, the potential for AI and digital solutions to improve efficiency, and the role of behavioural science in supporting much-needed reform.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Reducing waiting lists and access to GPs are some of the issues that we deal with most in our constituents. It's absolutely their priority, and I welcome that. But how can the public take the work of the delivery unit seriously if it hasn't even met with the minister responsible for health up to now?
I think there's a lot of misunderstanding about what the delivery unit is. It is just a unit within the Executive Office made up of civil servants at the moment. It's very small and it's designed to be small and to be agile. When we were setting up this unit, we took advice, of course, from the experts in delivery units. We spoke to what was happening in Whitehall. We spoke to the Welsh First Minister about her delivery unit. And we've taken that advice. And that advice is that these are to be small, they are to be agile, they are to be answerable directly to the ministers, and in this case to the First Minister and myself. And they are also to identify very key pieces of work where they feel that can make the most difference. I often liken it to a small tugboat. It is small, but sometimes the little tugboat on those big, tricky issues can genuinely make a significant difference to turning the bigger boat around in the harbour. And that's what it is designed to do. Now, it works, it's an official level group working with officials on a number of these projects. The Health Waiting List Initiative is led by Health, that's understandable, that is absolutely right. But our officials are there to work with them, to identify research, to identify ideas, and also then through that to feed that back up to ourselves, and we respond back to the executive on that. So that's the structure that we have with it.
We'll go again.
Deputy First Minister, you've mentioned there a number of measures in the work of your officials within the Executive Office and the Delivery Unit. Can I ask, subsequent to that, what specific actions the Delivery Unit has taken in terms of its work to reduce waiting lists?
So yeah, again, the delivery unit is designed to work very closely with the officials taking the lead on this within the relevant department. So supporting them, for example, with data analytics, supporting them in terms of the examination of that data, looking at ideas elsewhere. What we find is very often the very best people working within our system, and I want to say very clearly, we have some very good people working within our system. They tend to be some of the busiest people within the system. They've got a task and they're really trying to drive that forward. So delivery units are often used because it gives a little bit of space to look elsewhere as well, to come up with some of those ideas that have been implemented perhaps in other jurisdictions that we can magpie and take for possible piloting or implementation here in Northern Ireland. We need game changers. The public out there are of course frustrated when they cannot get through to their GP, when they're sitting on a waiting list for many years, when they see some of those big issues within our public services. We cannot keep doing what we are doing. We need to do things differently, and we need the good ideas to be able to do that, and that's exactly what this delivery unit is designed to do.
Brian Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Deputy First Minister take this opportunity to say a bit more about what the delivery unit actually is, for the benefit of members of this House, particularly some in the SDLP, who, due to some of the recent Assembly questions, don't seem to have a clear understanding of it?
Absolutely, and look, the delivery unit is a new concept for the Northern Ireland Executive and Northern Ireland departments, but it is not a new concept. It's a concept that has been rolled out successfully in many other jurisdictions. And before we set this up, we did have a number of conversations at a high level to make sure that whatever the way the structure was that we were putting in place, it was based on those delivery units that have been most effective. But look, this is a challenge for all of us. It's a challenge for every single committee in this place. It's a challenge for every single member in this place. You see a good idea, you experience a policy or a change or something being implemented elsewhere that seems to be producing those results. We want to hear about it. You can feed that in. We will get our delivery unit to look at that, because we need those good ideas. We need those game changers. We must improve public services, and that must mean doing what we are doing differently and getting better outcomes for the people we serve.
Matthew Toole. Mr. Speaker, Deputy First Minister, we are keen to hear, as Mr. Kingston said, about what the delivery unit is actually doing. This was heavily trailed in the programme for government, so I think it's legitimate to ask. And so far today we've heard that it's both a tugboat and a magpie. Now, I'm all for mixing metaphors whenever it's appropriate, but I do want to know exactly, no pun intended, what the delivery unit has delivered. You said that you and the First Minister would bring back recommendations from the delivery unit to the Executive. How many have you brought, and what have they been?
As outlined, the delivery unit works with officials in other departments, at the moment focusing on the 9 key priorities within the programme for government, but of course learning from the best practice on delivery units. And I do believe that the member was involved and in London at the time where the delivery unit quite successfully was rolled out. We have taken the learning from that. You do not, and this is absolutely key, it should not be given too many things to look at. It should not be given a top-heavy structure. It is designed to work within the system and for the system, with direct accountability to the First Minister and myself. That is the way we have set this up. So, of course, it isn't about the delivery unit coming up with an idea, implementing it over the head of another minister and gaining glory. This is about working collaboratively. And that's one of the big challenges we have in government, genuine cross-departmental, cross-agency collaborative working. It's been a frustration for much, much too long. This unit will work across government, at the moment focusing on 2 things. One, supporting the health department in relation to health waiting lists. That is a multifaceted issue, particularly in terms of the transformation project, and then overseeing the transformation and the range of transformation projects.
Paula Bradshaw. Sir.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, with your permission, Junior Minister Bunting will answer this question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Preparations for the redress service are progressing well, and the intention is to launch later this year, subject to the passage of the legislation. In the interim, a shadow redress service has been established within the Department of Justice. This team includes officials with experience from other redress schemes who bring valuable expertise in working in a trauma-informed way. The current work is centred on developing the IT system, progressing staff recruitment, and developing the support model so that everything is ready to go. The Shadow Secretary has met with the Victims and Survivors Consultation Forum several times and will continue to engage as the application process and support arrangements are further developed. Our officials and the Shadow Secretary would also welcome the opportunity to brief the Committee on the plans in the coming months. Our collective focus remains on delivering a redress scheme that treats people with sensitivity, dignity and the respect they deserve.
Ms Bradshaw.
Thank you, Junior Minister, for that update. It's great to hear so much work is going on behind the scenes. Junior Minister, you will be aware, because of the nature of this scheme, an admissions-based scheme, that there are many victims and survivors and family members who are concerned that they won't have the appropriate information about admission to one of these institutions. What work is ongoing in terms of helping people access their birth records or adoption records? Thank you.
I'm grateful to the member for her question. We know that access to records is a hugely important issue for victims and survivors, and we're aware that many have faced real obstacles and difficulties in trying to understand their past or trace their family history. So, as she outlines, work has been ongoing to improve that experience and make those processes as straightforward and actually supportive as possible. Applicants to the scheme will have practical support from Victims and Survivors Service, from WAVE and Adopt NI to help them navigate what can be a difficult and emotional process. We're also working closely with the Public Records Office in Northern Ireland on digitising records, and with Trusts and Department of Health on managing any resourcing pressures so that resources can be located and provided as efficiently as possible. However, I do want to point out that we have to be realistic and mindful, particularly if the removal of the posthumous date leads to thousands more applications, many of which relate to events going back over a century to the beginning of the state, and that will have bearing.
On to my left here, and it's been
during question time, but,
yes,
I note the comment, and if members wish to engage in loud conversations, perhaps you can do it outside. If you want to do it quietly, that's a different matter. Orla Flynn.
The Junior Minister for a response regarding the redress. Could you set out when the inquiry chair will be appointed and when the public inquiry will start?
Yes, with regard to the start of the public inquiry, it's going to open as soon as possible after the primary and secondary legislation comes into force. I've already outlined the time frame for the primary legislation. Secondary legislation is progressing well. As I said, we are conscious of time, but we're eager to ensure the decisions we take, the processes that are in place and the outworkings of them are right for victims and survivors. With regard to the inquiry chair being appointed, in its interim report, the independent panel recommended that ministers consider the early appointment of the chair of the public inquiry, and we see a number of benefits to that early appointment of an inquiry chair designate, and can confirm that work is ongoing to achieve this. The department worked in conjunction with victims and survivors on the proposed process and sought appropriate nominations. Approximately 59 nominations were received, 29 of which were from victims and survivors themselves. A shortlist has been agreed, and it's hoped that the designate inquiry chair will be in place as soon as practically possible.
Philip Prep.
Can I welcome the Junior Minister back to her place? Delighted to have you back, Junior Minister. In relation to contributions, Junior Minister, the committee was very keen that work was done by the Executive Office team to ensure that those named institutions contributed to this scheme. Could the Junior Minister update us on the work that officials have undertaken on this important matter?
I'm really grateful to the member for this question, because I think every right-thinking person has an expectation that institutions found to have caused harm or abuse should absolutely contribute, but timing is critical. Let me be clear, we are absolutely committed to seeking contributions from those organisations deemed responsible, but we must do so at the appropriate time and in a way that does not compromise the delivery of the scheme or the independence of the public inquiry. Where there has been wrongdoing found, in my view, there's a moral obligation for institutions to contribute. It's the right thing to do. Society expects it, and more significantly, for victims and survivors, it's an important aspect of accountability. However, I must warn, trying to compel contributions through legislation would carry real risks. It could raise compatibility issues with the European Convention on Human Rights, and in turn could create questions for us around legislative competence of our bill. There are also issues around property and those promoting current service, which could be jeopardised. So there is a lot to think about in this, and a considered and informed decision is what's required. We're actively considering the committee's proposed amendment to place a duty on the department to publish a report on how contributions will be sought once the inquiry has concluded. We agree with the intention behind that proposal, but we may, and we reserve the right to bring forward our own amendment to best reflect the departmental policy, the legalities, and give us the best opportunity to maximise contributions. I want to assure the House we are exploring all avenues in relation to seeking contributions. Junior Minister Riley and I met with Deputy First Minister Kate Forbes in February to discuss the Scottish approach. And interestingly, they report on contributions received and also who's not. But then their scheme also involves a waiver as an incentive, and everything with their scheme is voluntary. We're also planning to meet Minister Norma Foley from the Irish Government in coming months on the same issue. And I assure members that the work is ongoing to shape a fair and legally sound model.
Thank you. Connie Egan.
Please. The Victims and Survivors Strategy contains a commitment to work with victims and survivors and wider society to develop a designated public space of reflection where people can come together to remember our past. Work in this space is complex and sensitive. Currently, the focus of the strategy is on preparations for the new Victim Support Programme. Final allocations for the programme are expected to be made at the end of March. The delivery of the programme is expected to contribute to a range of commitments in the strategy. First Minister, the strategy for victims and survivors states that there will be an exploration of the impact of the Troubles on people of these islands and beyond, and how this can be acknowledged. With years having now passed and many people are elderly, it is important that the survivors have input into this work. Can you please answer how this is ongoing? Thank you. We've had a briefing from our officials around some early preparatory work. I think the member will understand fully that this is a hugely sensitive area that needs to be led by victims and survivors. It is certainly not going to be, I think, a one-size-fits-all. I've had the great privilege of working with victims and survivors groups for many, many years over the course of the last 2 decades. And I have sat with victims and survivors, I have saw their tears, I have heard very clearly how much hurt that they still suffer right now. And I think whatever we do needs to be incredibly sensitive to that. There is no doubt that the definition of victim issue has been a significant one in this space over the course of the last 20 to 30 years. But look, we will be working with victims and survivors. I have said before, and I will say it again, that in my role, I feel it is my responsibility to do absolutely nothing that would cause further hurt to people, and it is in that context that we are exploring some of the options around this.
Melissa McHugh.
Orla, the Deputy First Minister will know that VSS is a key pillar in the provision of essential services to victims and survivors of the conflict. Now, as such, can the Deputy First Minister explain her position as to why there are 4 outstanding appointments to the board, appointments which should have been made after a public appointments process?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. We always strive to ensure that there is as full a complement as possible. We are conscious that there are a number of boards at the moment where there are vacancies, and we've been going through a process to try to fill those. In this case, that there are a number of proposals made, and those are currently under consideration.
Honourable Bray.
7.
Firstly, we want to acknowledge the significant and long-term impact that clerical child abuse has had on victims and survivors, and to express our sincere sympathy with all of those impacted. We have been carefully considering the research reports, as the member will appreciate that this is an important, complex and sensitive issue. We are working with officials to explore a number of possible ways forward. This includes support for victims and survivors, improvements to current safeguarding mechanisms, and any further action.
Right.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Deputy First Minister. You made reference there to the research report, and you'll be aware that there were calls for this to be published, and an explanation is given as to why it can't currently be published. But can the Deputy First Minister advise perhaps on a summary of the findings and recommendations contained in the report, and whether or not these can be published?
Thank you. These are very significant reports. They're lengthy reports. There's a whole range of, I think, observations rather than conclusions at times, but all very, very useful in terms of our consideration around the way forward. We'd made the decision some time back to go down the route of commissioning these research reports because I feel that there was a lot that was not known around these issues, and I think these definitely give better understanding about the complexity of the framework and context to this. I don't have any particular principled objection to the publication of these, but I would advise the member that these were commissioned not necessarily for public publishing, but to inform the process. But that is something that we're actively considering at the moment, because I know that there is a desire out there for people to be able to see what's in those reports as well. So I can advise you that, look, we're actively considering the issue. That's why we haven't published, but we're certainly making sure that this is a part of that consideration in terms of the public publishing.
Cathy Mason.
Can the Deputy First Minister detail what meetings and engagements have actually taken place on historical clerical child abuse since the completion of the 3 research reports and the Independent Working Group's recommendations?
Minister.
Thank you. Yes, of course. We meet with officials on a regular basis, and indeed we'll be meeting with them very shortly this week to discuss further in terms of scoping out the potential way forward. We had met it was 23rd of September to discuss the 3 research reports. We also met with the independent chair on the 10th of November, and that was a very useful meeting. Very detailed, lots of questions about that important piece of work. We also discussed the issue with the Chief Constable in our meeting in early December. So I can assure the member that, look, there is constant discussion around this. Indeed, the First Minister and myself discussed this again just this morning. So look, we are very conscious that there is an expectation and a desire out there. We want to find a way through this that best give victims and survivors the opportunity for truth and justice.
Harry Harvey.
As with HIA and truth recovery, it is vital that victims and survivors are at the core of our work into historical clerical child abuse. What has been the contribution of victims and survivors in this process to date?
Thank the member for his important question, because right at the heart of all that we do must be those most impacted. It is the victims and survivors. We want to acknowledge and put on record that it is incredibly difficult, and we know it is incredibly difficult for those who have suffered at times horrendous abuse to come forward and to share their story and their reflections in order to help inform this work and inform a way forward. So look, a huge thank you to all who have done that, who have done so. There has been participation obviously with the independent chair to inform some of that work. I know the junior ministers have met with the victims and survivors through the forum on a number of occasions. But in addition to that, many hundreds of victims and survivors came forward to participate within those research reports as well. So we thank all of them for that. We genuinely do. It has been invaluable to our considerations, but absolutely they've been at the heart of everything that we have done on this so far.
Moving on then to our topical questions, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Mr. Speaker, now I'm going to do something I don't always do. Deputy First Minister, I'm going to follow on a question I've asked before. I asked earlier on about the work of the delivery unit, and delivery is something that the public across Northern Ireland want but do not feel they are getting from the executive. That's clear. It's evident from all the polling. It's evident when we go out in the street and talk to the public. Can I ask, in relation to the delivery unit, you mentioned it's looking at the health service and the broad area of public service transformation, but I didn't quite get an answer as to what it's actually doing or what it's actually advising. Can you give me some specific examples of recommendations from the delivery unit and how it is going to improve public service delivery in Northern Ireland?
Thank you. I thank the member for his question. Look, as indicated, the delivery unit is focusing on 2 areas. One, supporting the Department of Health with their objective as set out in the Programme for Government to reduce health waiting lists. That includes, in particular, looking at the Transformation Project, which is multidisciplinary teams and GP practices. But in addition to that, it is looking elsewhere because, for example, the Welsh Delivery Unit has been working very closely with the Welsh Government around the triaging of lists, so people who do not need to be on those lists any longer, looking at issues such as mega clinics and other initiatives. But there's a wide range of different aspects of this. I would advise the member as well that this is a very small unit. These are small game changers that we're hoping to put across, particularly in terms of Programme for Government delivery. It works hand in glove in terms of the agenda with the new AI and digital unit and the AI strategy and the data strategy. We are very conscious that the department cannot do everything, of course, and we should not be trying to do everything, but this is very much a small team of civil servants working with others within departments to support them to reach their outcomes and objectives.
Mr. O'Toole.
Thank you. Deputy First Minister, to be clear, I have no difficulty with the idea of a delivery unit, as you said. One, I used to work in Whitehall, there was one there that did work for a long time, other devolved jurisdictions, so there's no issue with it in principle. I think the question, though, is for the public in Northern Ireland out there, they simply do not see delivery from the executive. Worse than that, they don't see a prioritisation of delivery. They see you and the First Minister struggling even to attend the same meeting. So, Deputy First Minister, can I ask to that end, will you be able to update this House on clear and precise priorities, not just for the delivery unit, but for the whole executive? Because 2 years on from the restoration of these institutions, whether it's waiting lists, and I understand work is going on, Casement Park, Maze, the public out there really feel delivery simply isn't happening.
Thank you. Look, when we looked at the programme for government, we were absolutely clear that we cannot do everything. No government should do everything. Because if you try to do everything, then you do nothing particularly well. And that's why we have prioritised within the programme for government. That was something that the member himself had called for in terms of a focus on a smaller number of priorities. So to outline as clearly as I possibly can, there are 9 priorities within the programme for government. The targets are set down very clearly. There are, as part of those 9 key priorities, a transformation agenda, a transformation priority. And the delivery unit at the moment is working on 2 aspects of that. One, supporting driving down waiting lists priority, and 2, on the transformation piece, overseeing and supporting the transformation fund.
Question 2 is withdrawn. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Speaker, Deputy First Minister, we have all watched with alarm at events unfolding in the Middle East, with the obvious dangers for our own citizens in the region and the potential for wider escalation. Will the Deputy First Minister join with me in condemning unequivocally the breaking of international law?
Thank you. I thank the member for her question. There's absolutely no indication that it's a clear breach of international law. I'm not privy to all of the considerations as to how this decision was made, but I would highlight to the member that in terms of international law, moving in to take out or to remove a murderous, appalling regime, which it is reported over the course of the last number of months has killed over 30,000 of their own people because they had the audacity to protest and show dissent on the streets. I am sitting looking at a wide range of reports, including from Amnesty International. And just to quote Amnesty International, where it is said that security forces in Iran used rape and other forms of sexual violence amounting to torture and other ill treatment to intimidate and punish peaceful protesters during the 2022 Women, Life, Freedom uprising. That is appalling. This is an appalling regime, and regardless of the considerations about action or no action, I will certainly shed no tears that this is a regime that is now being removed.
Ms. Ferguson.
Well, in not condemning unequivocally the breaking of international law, will you join with me in calling for an immediate end to this conflict and a return to negotiations as the only way forward?
Thank you. And again, look, I would suggest to the member that you look at the reaction from ordinary Iranian people, the people who have been absolutely oppressed by this regime for many, many decades. Again, I would quote from a number of different reports, but I would quote from, again, Amnesty International report that said women and girls, LGBTI people and ethnic and religious minorities experience systemic discrimination and violence. I read a report just at the weekend about a 16-year-old girl who was hanged by the regime because she was raped. This is an appalling regime. And when all of this comes down in balance, I think that you need to side with those that have removed what is a theocratic dictatorship that has been the sponsor of terrorism right across this globe and the main source of instability in the Middle East.
Michelle Guy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I ask the Deputy First Minister, given the fast-moving and deeply concerning situation in the Middle East, what support is being given to help those in Northern Ireland concerned about relatives in the region?
Thank you. And look, I thank the member for her important questions because, while we can discuss the rights and wrongs of international action, We need to be very clear about what our role here in Northern Ireland is. I don't have any role and feed in terms of military manoeuvres, but what I have a responsibility for is to try to do everything that I can to ensure that the people from Northern Ireland who are out in that region, who are very apprehensive about what is happening, can get the right support. That's why the messaging is very, very clear. I attended the briefing on Saturday. I'll be attending a briefing on this later on today as well. But the messaging is very clear. If you're in the region, get registered. Those who are registered will be getting information directly to their phones, particularly in relation to potential evacuation, but other alerts and updated information as well. Stay inside and shelter because the situation is still very, very unstable. And indeed, to make sure that you are reaching out if you need help and support. There are people in the region with British passports, Irish passports and both, and we're trying to ensure that that information is sent to everybody as clearly as possible on our social media channels. And the other key issue is to make sure that people are getting their information from official channels. There's a huge amount of rumour and misinformation out there. Make sure you're getting your information from the official government channels.
Mrs. Guy.
I thank the Deputy First Minister for that response. And can I ask, what impact do the attacks in the Middle East have on the Executive Office's international relations strategy?
Thank you. There's really three aspects that came out of the briefing on Saturday afternoon where I think Northern Ireland is impacted. The first is the fact that we do have people from Northern Ireland serving in the UK Armed Forces that are based in the area and will be deployed in defensive action in the area. There will be families of those serving in Northern Ireland. Secondly is the issue about supply chain impacts. We know that the region, particularly around the Strait, is essential in terms of, for example, energy supply, but also other issues. So I'd ask for a point of contact within the Department of Business and Trade to make sure that we are aware of what the potential economic shocks, particularly around supply chain disruption, may be. But importantly, and I think key to this, is the fact that we have thousands of people in the region, particularly in the UAE, but indeed working across wider region, who are either working or visiting, and those people have not been able to leave. Many families here are very apprehensive about the safety of their loved ones and friends. So we wanted to make sure that the information is given. I've raised the particular issue about people travelling on various passports but living and residing in Northern Ireland, because my absolute concern in all of this is to make sure that people get the right help and support where and when they need it.
Martin.
Deputy First Minister, you will have noted that tens of thousands, and reflected on this already, tens of thousands of Iranians in the UK have been taken to the streets to celebrate the demise of the Ayatollah, who you just referenced was responsible for the torture, rape, imprisonment and execution of tens of thousands of his own people. We saw on Sunday hundreds of Iranians at Belfast City Hall carrying pre-Islamic Revolution flags, Israeli flags and US flags. Do you stand with them? Or do you stand with those in this chamber who appear to be deeply lamenting the Ayatollah's passing?
Sir.
Thank you. I thank the member for his important question. While my focus in all of this is to make sure that the citizens of Northern Ireland can remain safe and get all of the advice and the messaging that they need to get at this very difficult time, you're absolutely right. I absolutely stand with the Iranians who have suffered from this oppressive, evil regime for many, many decades. I am absolutely baffled as to why some in this chamber support or appear to support that regime. When I looked up why that possibly could be, it was very clear that, for example, Sinn Féin have had a long-running relationship with the Iranian regime going back many, many decades. I do not understand that. They oppress women's rights. They have murdered women for the audacity for not wearing a head shawl. They have, as I said and outlined earlier, they have killed people because they are LGBT. They have been a source of supporting terror right across not just that region but across the globe. They have been a regime that has been oppressive and evil and murderous, and it does not deserve any support from any single person in this chamber.
Your supplementary, Mr. Martin, if you can refrain from asking for an opinion. Over to you.
Apologies, Mr. Speaker. Well, can I thank the DFM for going to the security briefings over the weekend and gaining live information that will assist both British and Irish passport holders from Northern Ireland who are currently in the region, and we needed someone in that room. Can you share any additional information that you want to get out there, that's not subject to ongoing security considerations for any British or Irish citizens currently in the region?
I think the key issue, as I said, is to make sure that if you are in the region or if your family and friends supporting at home, that you are getting your information from the official channels, but importantly that you are registering. The registration system is designed to get a sense about how many people are in the region. So if it appears that there needs to be evacuation plans put into place, and of course that is a contingency, we don't know how long that this will last for, so therefore it may be the case that we're moving forward to evacuation. If that is the case, getting registered is absolutely critical, so people know where you are staying at the moment, that you're getting those alerts directly to your phone. Over the weekend I have put up information both in terms of the UK Government's registration scheme but also the Irish Government's registration scheme, conscious that people from Northern Ireland have been travelling in the Middle East on both passports. We will continue to ensure that our social media channels are updated, my social media channels are updating, but I will give this guarantee that I will do everything that I can to get the information out to people in a timely way, and that includes engaging with the UK Government, the Irish Government and others to make sure that that messaging is accurate and in fact people are getting the support that they need.
Anya Murphy.
Comptroller and Minister, we are absolutely appalled at the violent death of so many school children in southern Iran. Will you join with me in expressing our collective outrage at the killing of these young innocent children?
I just drew to Mr Martin's attention about not seeking opinions of the Minister. Mrs Ferguson sought opinions of the Minister, but I'll hand over to the Minister at this stage.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I'd like to think that everything I say is simply factual rather than an opinion, but look, let me be very, very clear about this. Like, war is tragic. War brings about absolutely tragic outcomes, and indeed everyone should be working to do their best to try to bring forward a resolution and peace in the Middle East. I've said that repeatedly. However, there is a big challenge in terms of what has happened over the course of the last number of decades. It's not just months, it's not just weeks in terms of negotiation. And the key issue is that at times you cannot negotiate with people who are murderous, people who are at the head of a regime which is intent on spreading terror, of killing others, of oppressing tens of thousands of their own people. It is absolutely appalling, and those are not just my words, those are the words of international human rights bodies, including Amnesty International. They have highlighted that Iran is one of the worst offenders of breaches of human rights in the world. And I would appeal to the member to consider this. Of course, every death of a civilian in war is absolutely tragic. But what this regime has been doing is absolutely horrific and must be condemned. They should not be being defended by anyone in this chamber.
Okay, members, that brings to a conclusion questions to the Executive Office. We now move to the Minister of Health questions, and I call Kate Nicholl.
Please.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Work is currently underway with the Trust to define the requirements for what will be a modernised, consultant-led model for breast services. This includes expanding the multidisciplinary team and strengthening the skill mix across nursing and allied health professional staff. The objectives to increase capacity, resilience and long-term sustainability. The resource, workforce and training needs emerging from this planning will shape a recurrent investment plan aligned with the £5 million identified under the Elective Care Framework Implementation and Funding Plan. Recognising that service reform and workforce development take time to establish, a proportion of the funding has been used non-recurrently to deliver immediate improvements that support better outcomes for patients. Given the sustained capacity pressures within breast services, funding has been directed towards additional evening and weekend assessment clinics for red flag and urgent referrals, ensuring faster access for patients presenting with time-critical symptoms. Between April and December 2025, approximately £540,000 enabled the delivery of around 1,230 additional appointments. A bespoke payments by result pilot introduced in October last year has further incentivised the delivery of extra out-of-hours clinics at evenings and weekends, helping to address the breast assessment waiting list backlog.
Ms Nicholl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. I've written to the Minister before on behalf of a constituent who was impacted by the delays in breast cancer waiting lists, and the 2-week target is, for so many reasons, particularly life expectancy. Can I ask, when the Minister responded, he said that part of the temporary delays were linked to the rollout of Encompass, and I wondered, have these issues been resolved, and when will Encompass speed up rather than slow down the process? Thank you.
I thank the member. I mean, Encompass is now rolled out as of the 8th of May last year across the 5 geographic trusts. The trusts are looking for a considerable period of time to embed Encompass. I find that, because I'm not a technician, I'm not an IT expert, I find that a little bit frustrating, but it is moving certainly in the right direction. And if I may, I would suggest gently to the member that perhaps the most important thing I said in my original answer to her was the introduction of a bespoke payment by results pilot scheme. Because normally what we do is we will engage a trust and we will commission them to do a list. In other words, a team will go in to a theatre and work for, say, 4 hours, and they may deliver 4 procedures, they may deliver 6, they may deliver more than 6, depending on the variance within those trusts. This idea of the money following the patient is being rolled out with this payment by results, so that there is an incentive now for these teams to deliver more.
Dodds.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, I suppose the one thing that I find encouraging in your statement is that the £5 million will be recurrent funding, and that is encouraging. However, research from Cancer Research UK has told us that in general Northern Ireland has the longest cancer waiting lists and the poorest outcomes of anywhere in the United Kingdom. That for me is a moral and ethical issue, and an issue that must be resolved. So a couple of weeks ago, Wes Streeting launched a cancer plan for England. Will you launch an action plan on cancer services for Northern Ireland that is separate from the elective care plan, because the current model simply is not working?
Minister.
Say to the member is that my department is currently working closely with the Trust, progressing the development of a modernised Northern Ireland specific breast service model, and we're doing that at speed. However, it's important to be clear, meaningful, sustainable improvement is not quick or easy to achieve. It can't happen overnight. Transforming a service at this scale and complexity requires a phased approach over a significant period of time, but I am committed to achieving that, and I hope that's consistent with what the member is seeking. The vision includes expanding multidisciplinary teams and strengthening the skill mix across the workforce. It's going to require a substantial lead-in time to support education, training, recruitment and workforce development. But I'm remaining committed to ongoing collaboration with the Trust to ensure all efforts are maximised to support timely patient access to assessment, treatment and care.
Philip McGuigan.
Recently met with Lobular Moonshot Project, who are campaigning to raise awareness and research into lobular breast cancer. I just wonder if this is an issue that's on the Minister's radar in terms of contacts and discussions with West Streeting across the water about implementing funding here and research for that particular type of breast cancer.
Not on my agenda, but obviously it is now, and if the member would like to discuss further, I'm very happy to do that even later this afternoon.
Colm Gilnew.
Cash Deverado, question number 2, please.
Well, I'm aware that there exist pockets of unmet need in respect of home care provision in parts of Fermanagh, South Tyrone. This is due to a combination of factors: increasing levels of demand, difficulties with recruitment, difficulties with retention within the home care workforce. The Department has introduced a range of initiatives to deliver further efficiencies, including early review teams, and initial indications suggest 47% of individuals who receive an early review of their home care package either no longer require home care or require a lower level of home care, and that releases hours back into the system. Careline Live, a real-time digital system, is being implemented across all the trusts. It has the capability of delivering 10% efficiencies in home care hours. Work's ongoing to implement a regional home care brokerage system with independent sector providers that will deliver further efficiencies. There's been an extension to block home care contracts, particularly in rural areas with high levels of unmet need. And all trusts regularly hold recruitment events to build their home care workforce. And I've given my commitment to introduce the real living wage for social care workforce as soon as it is affordable.
Mr. Gildernew.
And Minister, given your stated aim of shifting left, and also knowing what we know about the growing and ageing demographics, what more fundamentally is happening for the future to ensure that areas such as ours, particularly rural parts of the constituency, can ensure we have enough social care workers to deliver the packages needed?
Well, thank the member for a supplementary question. The challenges in rural areas are distinct from urban areas, and I accept that. And for example, when I decided to tackle health inequalities with the Live Better initiative, we started with 2 urban DEAs because it is easier to club together services in flooded area if it's a dense urban area like the Moor DEA up in Derry/Londonderry or Court in West Belfast. The challenge now in terms of health inequalities is to deliver it in more rural areas. And when I spoke to the previous Minister in the Republic of Ireland, Stephen Donnelly, he said he had tried to tackle health inequalities, but he'd started with too broad a geographic spread. So the challenges are there in terms of shifting left into the neighbourhood model. But as I've said previously, challenges are there to be overcome, not to be used as obstacles to define why you can't act.
Jan Armstrong.
Speaker and Minister, I welcome the increase in hours being delivered locally, especially given the growing needs for social care from the community, and I very much welcome the Minister's commitment to introducing the real living wage. Does he agree with me that a career in social care is something to be deeply proud of and one that allows staff to make a positive impact each and every day?
I thank the member for the question. It might actually be better answered by the man who asked the previous question, because that is his background. Absolutely, it is a worthwhile career. I think if you speak to any service user or any family or friends of service users who observe what is happening with home care, they will tell you that social workers are fantastic people, and it is a really worthwhile career when you talk to the people who actually deliver it. What I have to do is deliver better for them, not just in terms of the real living wage, but in terms of the whole package of employment and the work-life balance, and that includes being more respectful of them, honouring them, trying to increase that workforce and give them more prominence.
Donnelly.
Problems with patient flow that are resulting in overcrowding in our A&Es and pressures in our ambulance services will only be solved by investment in community care services such as domiciliary care. So I'm very glad to hear that the real living wage will finally be paid to these very important workers within the health service. Can the Minister confirm that that will be this year?
I can confirm to the member that it is my plan to introduce the real living wage within this financial year. As the member is aware, I have yet to have my budget confirmed. Indeed, no department, no minister has had their budget for 26-27 confirmed as yet. As soon as I have that, the 2 priorities I have are honouring the wage recommendations from the NHS pay body and the doctors and dentists on the one hand, and fixing a date for introducing the real living wage on the other. But it would also be my intention, whatever date is deemed appropriate for introducing the real living wage, that it will be back paid to the 1st of April 2026.
Daniel Crossan.
Mr Speaker, Minister, the CFR Acute Services Group are calling for the SWA to be designated as a rural area hospital. As part of your reconfiguration plan, will you support it?
Sir.
I'm not entirely sure what that has to do with the question that was asked by Mr Gildernew, which was about how social care needs are being addressed in Fermanagh and South Tyrone. The Children and Young People's Emotional Health and Wellbeing Framework proposes an inclusive, needs-based approach to neurodiversity, which, importantly, I believe, does not require a formal diagnosis as a prerequisite for support. The model aims to reduce stigma, promote earlier intervention and improve outcomes across health, education and developmental domains. Work is ongoing to define the requirements that will underpin this pathway and inform future commissioning. Building on the recommendations from the 2023 Adult Autism Services Review, work is now underway to update the Adult Autism Care Pathway. That review aims to deliver greater consistency in diagnostic and support services across all trusts, aligned with NICE guidance and reflective of differing levels of need. The draft Learning Disability Service Model outlines the goals for young people with learning disabilities, including those with SEN, to receive personalised, lifelong support that allows for choice and for control.
Mr. Carroll.
Thank you, Minister. There's a lot of concern, to put it mildly. There's no standalone legislation coming through to support this community, and I want to pay tribute to Alma White and Caleb's mother on this issue. Minister, pupils leaving school SEN settings who may have complex needs will likely need one-to-one support. How will your department meet their needs, either in a day centre or day opportunity environments?
Sir.
Well, first of all, can I say to the member that I met Alma White and Caleb himself actually came into this building, I think it was the week before last. And it would be fair to say she was upset and not really understanding of the fact that although we're still just over a year away from PERDA, that there isn't time to legislate. What she wanted was an amendment to the Chronically Sick and Disabled Persons 1978 Act. But I had officials with me and we tried to talk her through the process and explain why it wasn't possible to legislate this side of PERDA. And then on Monday of last week, this House rose at 4 p.m. At 4 p.m. So I begin to wonder why we can't legislate to look at the Chronically Sick and Disabled Person 1978 Act. But let me say to the member, the Learning Disability Service Model, which we're now starting to think about rolling out together with a delivery plan, I am reassured by my department that it matches or indeed exceeds what is available in neighbouring jurisdictions. So I think again we are moving in the right direction, just not as quickly as you might like, I might like, or Alma might like.
Just for the avoidance of doubt, there is no problem in this chamber taking legislation from the Executive Office, and I have written to the Deputy First Minister and the First Minister on several occasions requesting that they advance legislation to this House. So just for the avoidance of doubt to anybody in the public that there is an issue here with Assembly time for executive legislation, there is not an issue. We need the legislation to be coming forward to us. Danny Baker.
And I suppose just following up from that, Minister, then would you maybe reconsider what you said in the media 2 weeks ago that you wouldn't have time to legislate on Caleb's cause? Because I know Kiva Archibald has done what she can do, that piece of the puzzle, to create pathways for post-19. It's now time for the Health Department to step up in that, and now it's clear that there is time. Will you give that commitment that you will work towards that? And if you can't, at the very least, will you lay the groundwork for the next mandate?
Well, can I start by saying I hope the Speaker didn't feel it was a criticism directed at himself. Secondly, the issue is we have already defined our legislative programme in the Health Department between now and PERDA. So it's not for us a question of time being available in this chamber. It's a question of resource within the Department of Health and in those who would be drafting legislation. So well, you can shout at me from a sedentary position.
Minister, please carry on.
I understand. If I was Alma White, I would be seeing a mixed message. What I can commit to do is trying to put some building blocks in place to ensure that we can move forward, or you can move forward in the next mandate.
Down for a second.
Minister, I think that the mixed message created here has come from your response in the chamber and not necessarily from Alma. And just to follow on from previous question, you had said that you wish that this had been brought forward and you wonder why it wasn't, but you have not progressed this forward. Minister, will you
take extraordinary steps to try to progress that if you are making the comment in this chamber that there is time to do it?
Minister.
The point I was making was that there is a mixed message in terms of people saying there isn't room for any new legislation, and yet the chamber can rise at 4 o'clock on a Monday afternoon. As I've already said to Mr Baker, our resources have been deployed in terms of new legislation for the rest of the mandate.
Dylan McAllister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Minister, I do think that Alma herself would find your first initial response deeply insulting. It's not that she doesn't or lacks the ability to understand, it's that Alma and many, many parents like her live through this every single day, having a young person with very complex needs, and there being a cliff edge at the age of 19 where they do lose that access to services. What will you do before the end of this mandate to ensure that kids like Caleb are not forgotten and lost in the system because of inaction?
Well, I say respectfully to the member, she wasn't in the room when Alma White said she didn't understand. So I am not misinterpreting her, I'm quoting her. In terms of what we'll do, I will continue to work with the other ministers in the other departments who have a key role to play in post-19 provision.
John Blair.
Question number 4.
Well, while in general rural populations tend to experience better health outcomes, that can mask issues faced by local communities such as transport connectivity, access to services and isolations. Health inequalities is a key focus for me, as I've said, and we're working across government to tackle those wider social determinants that will improve the well-being of our communities. Beyond My Live Better, the Executive has a Making Life Better strategy. It sets out our commitment to creating the conditions for individuals, families and communities to take greater control over their lives and be enabled and supported to lead healthy lives. The work my department leads in is substance use, suicide prevention, tobacco use, obesity prevention, and these all underpin the strategy. Last year, as I said, I tested Live Better, and that I hope will be informing the new neighbourhood model of care, which we intend to roll out from April.
Mr Blair.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for that reply. Can I ask, as a follow-on to that, how rurality is factored into policy decisions regarding service configuration and access to urgent care?
Well, the member will be aware we do rural impact assessments with all our policies. We also liaise with the Department of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs on the future rural policy. We have a Department of Health HSC forum that was established to take forward work to address loneliness and social isolation, and that includes a specific focus on rural areas. In addition, my department and the arm's length bodies undertake those rural need impact assessments in line with the Rural Needs Act Northern Ireland of 2016. We also engage regularly with many stakeholders, including the Northern Ireland Agri-Rural Health Forum.
Orly Flynn.
Concholia and Minister, in the assessments taking a look at health inequality specific to rural populations, I'm wondering if you've picked up any information gathering around the impact on women from rural areas also in terms of health inequalities. I had a meeting recently, it was actually the issue around endometriosis and how even the barriers of travel and access to treatment negatively impact on women in rural areas.
Minister.
Well, the member will be aware that it is my intention to bring forward a Women's Health Action Plan, hopefully sooner rather than later. We're currently at the kind of last phase of the listening exercise where we are trying to hear the voices of harder to reach women, and that would particularly apply to women living in rural areas. And so that, I hope, will inform the answer to the member's question when that comes forward.
John Burrows.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Minister agreed with me, we have the best farmers in the world, but it's a particular taxing and toiling profession. Can the Minister provide an update on the work of the Farm Families Health Programme?
Yes, so in partnership with DERA and the Public Health Agency, we have supported the Farm Families Health Checks programme for a number of years. The overarching aim was to improve the health and social well-being of rural farmers and farm families, increasing local access to health screening services, providing health-related advice and information, and signposting to existing services for further advice and support. The Northern Trust administer the programme with the support of a full-time Band 7 nurse coordinator, a part-time Band 6 nurse and a Band 4 programme administrator. It's also supported by a pool of Band 5 nurses across each trust. And I can say to the member, I was at the Balmoral show last year and I went to see and visit the truck that they have there, the health checks. And 2 farmers came up in the space of 60 minutes to speak, and this wasn't arranged by the Farm Family Health Check people. 2 people came up to say they had randomly undertaken a check at a different agricultural fair and found that the results led to life-saving interventions. So it is an excellent service.
Tony Ford.
5. Right, over the past 3 years, the Department has spent $508 million directly on digital systems, infrastructure and support across the HSC. The wider figure of $2.5 billion refers to the whole life cost of major digital programmes that was identified by the Audit Office. It includes Encompass, new pathology systems and regional imaging. These are large multi-year investments that modernise essential clinical and corporate systems. Ensuring these systems remain up to date and fully utilised is central to our digital strategy. We now have a strong regional governance model across all major programmes. This provides clear oversight of performance, of risk, of standards, and aligns with clinical and operational priorities. And this in turn ensures systems evolve safely and consistently. The best example, I believe, is Encompass. We've moved from implementation to continuous optimisation. Trusts, my department, and the supplier partner Epic work together to manage upgrades, apply security and functionality upgrades, refine workloads and maintain a clear regional roadmap. Altogether, this ensures clinicians and staff have the tools they need and the system continues to support safe and effective care.
Mr. Honeyford.
Thank the Minister for his answer. Digital transformation is really positive, that we modernise and revolutionise sort of bureaucracy and efficiency, so I'm not getting at that at all, but yet I'm been told that we aren't fully maximising the ability of the systems on the ground, and that is reducing the efficiency. So when can we expect Encompass in particular to be fully utilised, including through primary care, and using the data that's there to drive research and innovation?
But I thank the member, and I think data is going to be king. Data already is king, and the ability of Encompass to give us that kind of solid foundation for analysis is absolutely critical. And I see the future of Encompass not just in your individual patient record being electronic, but in the ability to do population health initiatives based on the trapping and the analysis of that data. What is the timeline? I believe I'm right in saying that the trusts we're talking about, or the digital people we're talking about, 2 years to fully embed it. I mean, I think I do get the argument that you shouldn't rush into something, that you need to do solid steps and show that, you know, phase 1 has been completed and it works really well, so we can now move on to phase 2 rather than try to get to phase 10 immediately. But I do have a sense of frustration, and it's not just me. I think within HSC, there are some who feel there is so much potential yet in Encompass that we haven't tapped into it, and that to a certain extent that's frustrating because we're missing a trick.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answers, and the Minister rightly pointed out harvesting of data and how important it could be. But can the Minister outline or give any sense of whether these new systems and investments are now directly improving patient care?
Yeah, well, we're seeing clearer, safer and more consistent care, I would suggest to the member, and the single digital patient record means clinicians have the same up-to-date information wherever a patient presents. So, for example, you know, if you are going to Lagan Valley and they decide they want to send you to the Royal or to the Ulster Hospital, rather than put you in an ambulance with a big manila folder with a paper-based trail of your condition, the clinician who's going to be the intake clinician in the Royal or the Ulster or whatever can go on their own machine and look through Encompass and see what to expect when you arrive. And I think that's that's fabulous. In terms of AI and ET more generally, I mean, there's one AI system called BoneView, which I've seen up at Antrim Area Hospital, and that is looking at fractures. And within 2 minutes, it will give a really solid analysis, better than the human eye can do, and it's particularly useful where perhaps you've had a major break in your arm, but there are 2 very minor breaks. BoneView will make sure that the clinician doesn't simply focus on the major break, but will say, you do realise there are 2 others there that you need to look at. So yeah, patient delivery and outcomes are getting better.
McGrath.
Yes, for the 25-26 financial year, the Department of Health has allocated £30.79 million to address high-risk backlog maintenance across the HSC. I'll break that down. £25 million is provided through the Department's core annual backlog maintenance capital budget, and the remaining £5.79 million is received through December monitoring. The funding is allocated to each of the trusts to support priority works that present the greatest potentials to service continuity, statutory compliance, and the safety of patients and staff, ensuring essential infrastructure remains operational and resilient. Now, I'm keen to see standardised backlog maintenance reporting and improve the accuracy of associated cost and risk data. Given the current financial climate, it's unlikely the Department will be able to make substantial reductions to the overall backlog maintenance burden. But my department will continue to work closely with the trusts with an aim of ensuring risks are effectively managed, essential works are prioritised appropriately, and that the limited resources available are directed and utilised as efficiently and responsibly as possible.
Mr. McGrath.
You're given, Minister, this means that there will still be £80 million worth of high-risk work that will still have to be done, including electrical works, which includes fire alarm wiring. Isn't it the case that this executive is neglecting our health estate and that is putting patients' and staff's lives in danger?
Well, I would say to the member, as you may know this, there are £251 million of high-risk backlog maintenance works required, 44 million in the Northern Trust, 17 South Eastern, 14 in the Southern, 17 in Belfast. The Fire and Rescue Service needs £1 million, and the Western Trust £158 million. So yeah, this is a serious issue, and I wish there was more money for this backlog maintenance, because if you don't address these issues, they will get worse. But the money that we do have, I assure the member, is prioritised to the most urgent safety issues.
Moving to topicals, Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, Minister, the commissioning of ADHD services is likely to cost £12.8 million. How much of that have you set aside for implementing in the year ahead?
I don't believe there is any specific ring-fence money for ADHD services. The member is aware that we've now published Northern Ireland's first needs assessment, setting out the level of demand for a commissioned service for the very, very first time, as well as recommendations for what a service like that might look like, including the potential implementation and the staffing costs. We specifically included consideration of the prison population, recognising the significantly higher prevalence rates of ADHD compared to the general public. I have asked now for an options paper, but I have to be clear to the member, there is no ring-fenced money for the implementation of any such option.
Mr. McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, thousands of people in our communities are unable to access diagnosis, they're unable to access treatment for ADHD. Their educational journey has been impacted by the cuts that are being delivered there, and we don't even have a single penny that is ring-fenced to try and help them. What is your message to those families today?
Minister.
An apology, Mr. McGrath. There are no commissioned services, as the member knows, so any money that is spent by the Trust is discretionary spend by the Trust. The Department does not commission. I am very pleased that we have commissioned the report. I'm pleased that we've got a number of recommendations, 19 clear recommendations in terms of future commissioning, the workforce we would need to deliver this, and the development of an integrated ADHD pathway, The member will know I like to see consistent regional standardised services. But the fact that we've done this and we cannot deliver it as appropriate because we don't have the funds to do so, leads me to say I wish to apologise for the situation that I put those individuals and their families and their friends in.
Connie Egan.
Minister, my constituency office in North Down is contacted by people on a weekly basis who cannot find a dental practice offering health service funded treatments and can't afford private. What is your assessment of the number of people who are now not accessing dental treatment due to the barriers of the cost and the implications for their oral health?
Minister.
Well, the numbers of people who are unable to access dental services is rising. The percentage is rising. The member will be aware that dental practitioners are not under any contractual obligation in terms of National Health Service work. They are free to charge privately. The member is probably aware that when the Health Service was first instituted in 1948, the idea of free to access dental services was the thing that nearly collapsed the whole NHS right from the get-go. So we're not in a good place, and I accept that. And what I'm putting a lot of faith in is the cost of service review, which is currently underway, because until we get to a position where we agree with the dental representative body, the cost of delivering dental services, until we get that agreement, we're not in a good place to redesign service delivery.
Thank you, Minister, for your answer. I understand that 1.6 million was announced in additional funding for dentists in May of 2025. Could you outline how this will be allocated and if it will be done so before the end of this financial year?
Well, I believe there are a number of different schemes that come under that umbrella level of payment. If the member's content, I would rather write to her with the exact detail rather than stab a guess at it. But I think more generally, once we determine the cost of service and we sit down with the dental representatives to discuss that, we will be looking at probably quite a significant redesign of what NHS or HSC dental services looks like.
Trevor Clark.
Minister, in response to your party colleague, you talked about the system changes and how that has improved the delivery and outcomes for many of those patients. In that vein, can you give me an indication roughly how long it is for the first appointment for someone now to wait for a knee replacement?
Oh, I wouldn't have that timeline to hand. I can certainly write to the member about that, but I can tell him that in terms of the £50 million we are spending this financial year, and it will be spent, the whole 50 million will be spent by the end of this month. Orthopaedics is by far the number one area for the additional work. So hips and knees, a lot of hips and knees have been added to the schedule over the course of this financial year because of the programme for government commitment and the £50 million ring-fenced through the Department of Finance.
Mr. Clark.
And it's difficult to have all of those, the data for all of those, and I appreciate the Minister wouldn't have those all to hand today. But however, Minister, what would you say to a constituent of mine, 82 years of age, is having to wait and has been told he will wait a minimum of 104 weeks for his first appointment before he goes on to list for surgery? He's 82 years of age. He said to us last week, they want me to die before I get this. What would you say to him?
Well, I would say nobody wants him to die. But 104 weeks is shocking, particularly at that age. It's shocking at any age, but it's particularly shocking at that age. And, you are reminding me that, if you say 80 years old and you're told you're going to have to wait 5 years, as a percentage of your remaining life, that could be pretty close to 100%. I mean, if you're 10 years old and you're told you have to wait 5 years, hopefully that's a pretty minor, a comparatively minor percentage of your life. We have, as a strategic decision, gone for the long waits, and I'm pleased to report that most of the people who've been waiting 4 years for procedures are now have been seen or are being seen in the remaining weeks of the financial year, and then we turn our focus to those who are waiting 3 years. But there will always be examples, I guess, horrible examples like the one the member has come up with, 82 years of age and being told to wait 2 years for something that impacts so really heavily on their quality of life. It's awful.
Owen Tennyson.
Question number... Sorry, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Apologies. Mr. Speaker, can I ask the Minister for an update on the review of the 3 cervical smear reports relating to the Southern Trust?
Sir.
Yes. I have asked Professor Sir Frank Atherton, who's a former Chief Medical Officer in Wales. Well, I originally was going to ask him to review those reports. I then met with the Ladies with Letters and a couple of others, and they made the case that in their view there was information germane to the scandal which was not included in any of those 3 reports. So on that basis, I did 2 things. I instructed officials to liaise with the Southern Trust to see if there were any information not in the reports that Sir Frank would find useful to his determination. And then I also asked Sir Frank if he would be willing to have a direct meeting between himself and the Ladies with Letters. And both those things have occurred. It's my understanding the Southern Trust have not uncovered any information that they think is particularly germane, but that's neither here nor there. I expect Sir Frank to make his own judgment. This has delayed the process, but I think it was a worthwhile delay because assurance and trust is very important, particularly for the Ladies with Letters. And as part of the terms of reference, Sir Frank will advise me as to whether or not he believes that a statutory public inquiry is appropriate.
Mr. Tennyson.
I thank the Minister for that answer. And Minister, can I ask, when is it likely that Sir Frank Atherton is likely to report his findings to you? And when will you make your decision as to whether any public inquiry will proceed?
Well, I think the second part's easier to answer than the first. I think once I get the report from Sir Frank, I would expect it to be pretty clear, and therefore it shouldn't take me a particularly long time to make a decision. Because, as I say, one of the terms of reference is to give me advice as to whether he believes a statutory public inquiry would be an appropriate thing to do or not. In terms of how long he was going to take, I had expected, we were talking in the ballpark of 2 to 3 months, but then when the Ladies with Letters came up with this idea that maybe there was more information that needed to be looked at than was contained in the 3 reports, that is by definition going to elongate the process. But Sir Frank is now absolutely at work, and so where are we? We're in January. I wouldn't like to think we're going into the summer before I get the report. And once I get it, as long as it's as clear as I think it's going to be, it won't take me very long at all to come to the final conclusion.
Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the Minister will agree with me that the Lagan Valley Elective Care Centre is a major regional player across the health system in Northern Ireland. How important a role does the elective care unit at the Lagan Valley play in regards to the Minister's vision for transforming health?
Well, I thank the member for his question. I think it's absolutely critical. And I think about Lagan Valley as an elected day procedure centre. I think of the matter doing overnights. I look at SWA, the Southwest Acute Hospital, doing overnights. Daisy Hill, fantastic work being done there. And what I notice is when I go to some of these kind of, put it this way, sub-regional hospitals, like the Lagan Valley, what you see is huge enthusiasm. And I should probably declare I have been a service user at the Lagan Valley recently in terms of the respiratory hub. And the service is absolutely first class. And I'm not assuming that that's because I arrive as a patient with the title of Health Minister. I can see a lot of very satisfied customers.
Mr. Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank the Minister for his answer, and I wish you well with any future visits that you'll have. Declare an interest, as my daughter is a nurse in the elective care unit in the Lagan Valley, and I'm glad that you've had good service there. In regard to tackling waiting lists, how important is it that the investment that has been touted within the draft budget of £165 million is delivered in full to ensure that places like the elective care unit in the Lagan Valley play its part in reducing those waiting lists?
Well, I think Lagan Valley has a critical role to play, and again, when you separate out emergency from elective or planned surgery, then I think you become much more efficient, and that's as a general principle, as a rule of thumb. And Lagan Valley is doing fantastic work in terms of a number of elective procedures. I think cataracts is one that they're doing particularly well in. In terms of the 165 million for next year, this year we had 165 million plus 50 from the executive to tackle waiting lists. We don't get the 50 for financial year 26-27, but the 165 breaks down to 85 million for red flag and critical, and that will be spent again next year as it is being spent this year. The 80 million in the middle, we spent less than 10 on waiting lists this year because the financial pressures were so severe on the overall health budget that we used most of that to try and ease some of that pressure. I am determined that next year we will not do that, and that the entire 80 million, along with the 85, will go towards waiting lists.
Honourable McMurray.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, could I ask regarding the progress of the implementation of the ambulance handover protocol across all emergency departments in Northern Ireland?
Well, this is a constant battle, and we did set a 2-hour waiting time target, which we didn't meet in full over the course of the extreme additional winter pressures. But I am very proud of the ambulance service. I think they've got great leadership, and they are trying very hard. I did a ride-on a few weeks ago, which was very informative, and you do see in live time the pressures in terms of being able to hand over into emergency departments. I was at Craigavon, I was at the Royal, I was at the Ulster, and you do feel not just for the patients, you feel for the staff, because those guys and girls want back on the road. They want to deliver, and they want to get on to the next client who needs them. So I think as with a lot of things in health and social care, the direction of travel is the right direction of travel. The speed is not the speed I would like to see.
Mr. McMurray.
With that in mind, when can we expect the implementation of the protocol then for the trusts, for the emergency departments?
Well, I hope we're not confusing each other in terms of what we understand by the protocol, but we have asked for a 2-hour handover to be the target, and that's what we are aiming to, with then a view to moving to an even shorter time frame. But if the member is talking about some other protocol, perhaps we could discuss it offline.
Thank you. That draws to a conclusion. Questions to the Minister of Health. If members would take their ease, just while we change the chair, we move to the vote. Thank you.
Okay, members, we're just going to resume from where we left off before question time on the item of the motion from the Audit Committee. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. 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 Okay, members. The question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Okay, members, thank you. So the question is that the motion on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. I think the ayes have it. Okay, nice try, Carl. So do we have tellers? Okay, members, tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Alan Chambers and Diane Forsyth. Tellers for the noes are Mark Durkin and Matthew O'Toole. The Assembly will divide, clear the lobbies, ayes to my right and noes to my left. Okay, members. Thank you. Clerk, would you please read the result?
75 members voted, 68 members voted aye, 7 members voted no. The motion is carried.
So the motion is carried. The next item of business is a motion on the Irish Presidency of the Council of the European Union. Clerk, would you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes that Ireland will hold the Presidency of the Council of the European Union from July 2026, recognises that this presents a significant strategic opportunity for Northern Ireland, including in addressing ongoing and practical issues arising from Brexit, strengthening East-West and North-South cooperation, and maximising opportunities for EU engagement and investment in areas such as infrastructure, research and innovation, energy, skills and cross-border public services. Further notes that Ireland's EU presidency can play an important role in supporting improved relations and closer cooperation between the United Kingdom and the European Union, believes that in the long term, Northern Ireland's future will be best served back in Europe as part of a new Ireland, and calls on the Northern Ireland Executive to proactively engage with the Irish Government to set out Northern Ireland's priorities for the duration of Ireland's EU presidency.
Thank you. I call on Matthew O'Toole to move the motion.
Moved, thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. The Business Committee has agreed to allow up to 1 hour and 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. As an amendment has been selected and is published on the Marshall list, the Business Committee has agreed that 15 minutes will be added to the total time for the debate. Matthew, please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Speaker. Did you say 10? I have 10 minutes to. Thank you very much. Okay. I don't need to say. I know that's a limit rather than a target, Madam Principal Speaker. I think I can infer from your tone there that I should not interpret it that way. I am very pleased to be moving this motion on behalf of the opposition today, and it is further to many motions that the SDLP have brought, and indeed other parties on the subject of collaboration, cooperation, and from our perspective, ideally, eventual rejoining of the European Union. You don't have to agree with every single word in our motion to agree with the broad thrust that it is clearly in the interests of this region to maximise the opportunities from engagement with the European Union, and specifically to seize upon the Irish presidency of the European Council to maximise that closeness for economic, cultural, social and, yes, diplomatic advantage. The presidency of the European Council, for those who aren't aware of what the presidency actually is, involves member states taking the opportunity to chair, coordinate and lead the agenda of the European Union at Council level. Council is the forum by which the member states and their heads of government engage, collaborate and set strategic direction for Europe. And what a moment, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, as we've discussed today and as we are seeing, conflict is deepening in the world. Irresponsible actors are using aggressive military action to solve disputes rather than diplomatic means. The world is regressing from the principles of international law, multilateralism and respect for human rights towards a world of might means right. And we have more weapons than you, so we're going to bomb you rather than sit down, engage and try and leverage a better outcome for all of our people. I make no apology whatsoever for saying I and my party believe fundamentally in the European project as the greatest peace process in the history of the world. We have been repeated and were repeated for decades, and our former leader John Hume was repetitive, extremely successfully repetitive in talking about the European context to the Irish question. The fact that through common European Union membership and cooperation, the people of this island, in all their different diversities and traditions, and indeed the people of these islands, the UK and Ireland together, could move on from an extraordinarily difficult, tragic and often bitter and violent past towards something better and more productive. That can still be our future. That, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, can still be our future. And in a small, modest way, the presidency of the European Council this year is an opportunity for us to reclaim that agenda. That agenda doesn't just mean highfalutin, theoretical stuff like what I'm talking about now. It means practical opportunities. It means the opportunity for our young people, whether they're British or Irish or both or neither or Northern Irish or a combination of all three of those things, to also be European, to travel and study across this continent and work across this continent, for our academics and businesses to avail of research opportunities, new markets, new customers, for our workers to avail of the workers' rights agenda and the labour protections that have been delivered via the European Union, for us to benefit in environmental terms, for greater cooperation. In the past, Irish presidencies, I will happily give way, yeah.
The member is right to say that these things do not have to be theoretical, but very practical. And there's probably nothing more practical that is getting more focus within the European Union in the minute than the military defence of Europe. Can he speak about how he feels that an Irish presidency will contribute to that military defence of Europe at these troubling times?
Well, I'm happy to talk about that, and I'm glad he asked the question. Ireland is a militarily neutral country, but it has never been, and certainly wouldn't claim to be a politically neutral country. For example, it obviously stands foursquare behind Ukraine in defending itself, but that doesn't mean that you contribute or participate in military activities. I think it's perfectly possible to be both those things. I think it's possible to believe in the rule of law, to believe in prioritising diplomacy and international law above military intervention and conflict, and I think that is entirely consistent with being an active and leading member of the European Union, and that is what I want the Irish presidency to do, and that, bluntly, is what I want the whole island of Ireland to do, ideally when we rejoin the EU. But I recognise that you and members of your political party and your political tradition do not want that outcome. But I still think that it is in your interests and the interests of the people you represent to engage in Europe. And let me explain why on a more practical level, to come back to the point about practicalities. We hear, and I'm not going to labour the point in a hostile or negative way, but members opposite still talk, and I'm sure the member for Northampton will talk about the frustrations around the practicalities of the protocol. I'm not going to rehearse everything that happened with Brexit. I do that a lot in this chamber. But if we accept that there are consequences, largely, or in fact, from my perspective, almost entirely negative from Brexit, which include disruptions to the movement of goods on an east-west basis, as well as all the other disruptions in terms of provision of services and human rights and a whole range of other things from Brexit, then this is also potentially an opportunity for Northern Ireland representatives, unionists, nationalists, neither, trade bodies, trade unions, businesses, to have their say with the European Union and to make arguments for how they would like to see those arrangements either simplified or implemented in a different way. And because it's included in our motion, sometimes we're accused of simply looking at one agenda, which is the North-South All-Ireland agenda, which we're very proud of, and ultimately the New Ireland agenda, but this also talks about the UK's relationship with the EU. As somebody who in a previous professional life did actually attempt to do something that would have been in the interest of the UK and indeed unionism and keep the UK in the EU, and I didn't succeed, and it's to your cost, I'm afraid. My constitutional argument has benefited from it, yours hasn't. No, sorry to be too direct about that. I actually think it's hugely to the advantage of the UK to engage in the Irish presidency and to hopefully build towards greater alignment between the UK and the EU, because I think that's in everybody's interests. European Union Council presidencies are often about the boring, grinding work of getting agendas agreed and agreeing communiques and getting things moved on. I will give way briefly, yes, but I do have progress to make.
For giving way, how would he react to Unionist opinion that the Republic of Ireland's conduct throughout the Brexit process would really bode well for them thinking and acting in the strategic interests of Northern Ireland as part of the United Kingdom?
Well, I obviously don't agree, and I wouldn't agree, but I would say this to him. If he thinks that anybody in the South or anybody in Europe isn't engaging or isn't listening, I'm sure they'd take your call. His colleague sitting behind him, his constituency colleague who's a former MEP and very well connected in the European Union, I promise you they will take meetings and you can engage and you can make that case and it will be done on a respectful basis, and I would encourage you to do that. And I think it would be much better if we had an EU office in Belfast and they could hear all of us, notwithstanding the constitutional difference. But let me come back to this point, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, which is this. This presidency is a significant opportunity for the people of the North, all of us. It's also an opportunity to restate the importance of the serious, grinding work of politics, diplomacy, and improving people's lives through democratic politics rather than simply through conflict. And I think that's a really important message for us to think about today. The presidency of the EU involves hammering out communiques. It involves difficult compromises, slow progress. Irish presidencies have in the past made progress on things like the new membership of the EU expansion that happened just over 20 years ago, back in 1990 around the criteria for the single European currency. Those are things that have progressed the people of this continent on peacefully. That's how we moved on from the appalling tragedy of conflict in the 20th century. It's not glamorous always, and sometimes it's very dull, and the media don't always report it, and it doesn't work well in clips in social media, but it is ultimately what those of us who choose to do democratic politics should be about, which is using the boring, geeky stuff of politics and diplomacy to improve the lives of people and to prioritise it above bombing and conflict and confrontation, because that path is something that leads to, that will only ever lead to more conflict. I accept there are questions about European security. Those debates are going on, and it is disappointing that some parties haven't engaged in them. I believe that Ireland should be a neutral country. I don't think that means you have to be politically neutral. I also think that you can be neutral in relation to Ukraine, and I do think it's disappointing that certain parties, Sinn Féin obviously voted against humanitarian support for Ukraine, but I am clear that I think the best way to resolve these issues is to be at the table and to be negotiating and to be delivering the best for all the people of this continent. I think Brexit was a disaster. I think the consequences have been bad for all of us. I think the best future for Northern Ireland is in a new Ireland back inside the European Union. But even if you don't agree with me about all those things, there are so many huge opportunities for our people, our young people, our workers, our businesses and our communities to engage with Europe and to start with delivering benefits from the Irish presidency. And I commend the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Matthew. I call on Steve Aiken to move the amendment. Thank you, Steve. You'll have 10 minutes to propose and 5 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Steve, please open the debate on the amendment. Thank you.
Well, Deputy Speaker, may I make a declaration of interest here just for Mr O'Toole? I would call myself a John Hewittist. I am British, Northern Irish, and I'm a European as well. I'm also a member of the very incurious committee, the Democratic Scrutiny Committee, and that might count some of the languages I go through. Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, the Ulster Unionist Party welcomes Ireland taking the helm of the EU presidency of the Council of Europe later this year. This indeed comes at a time of great strategic opportunity, not just for Northern Ireland, but for the rest of our nation, Ireland and the European Union. It also comes at a time when strategic leadership is needed in a complex and unstable Europe and in our near neighbourhood. Our amendment identifies with the key themes of the EU presidency as articulated by the EU President, the Taoiseach and the Council of Ministers. These key themes are, as our fellow Europhiles in this chamber will note, looking for our fellow Europhiles, are on defence, security, infrastructure, research, innovation, energy and skills. In the words of President Ursula von der Leyen, this will significantly allow Europe, under the Irish presidency's leadership, note the word leadership, to start delivering on a much-changed European Union. She recently stated, "I believe the time has come to bring Europe's mutual defence clause to life. Mutual defence is not an optional task for the European Union, it is an obligation. Our collective commitment to stand by each other in case of aggression. Or in simple terms, one for all and all for one. As they say in Ukraine, you change or die." Certainly.
Thank you. And you make an interesting point about the unstable environment that we find ourselves in. And this is particularly so. But it's hard to have common defence if the leadership or the incoming leadership of the European Union remains neutral and is not prepared to have a defence force that can actually defend itself and other European nations. Does the member see some conflict in that?
And I thank the member who obviously has had previous sight of my speech, as I will continue to raise these issues as we go along. But thank you very much indeed. Great minds thinking alike and all that. She has also carefully noted that Article 42(7) of the EU's treaty calls for all member states to provide aid and assistance by all means in their power, particularly defence means. if a Member State is the victim of armed aggression on its territory. The President was very cognisant of the drone attacks, cyber and sabotage conducted in Poland, a European country, but member of the EU, Denmark the same, the Netherlands and France, as well as recently in Ireland's own airspace. These have all been attributed one way or another to Russia. She has also stated that Europe's neglect of its own security is now an uncomfortable truth that now has fundamentally changed. Indeed, Taoiseach Micheál Martin has said on the EU Presidency 2026 themes that high on the agenda was a focus on defence readiness, support for the Ukraine and economic competitiveness in the light of a rapidly changing transatlantic relationship. He also undermined the importance of the EU's role in addressing international issues, particularly about the war in Ukraine, points that were reiterated last week in Queen's by Thomas Byrne, Minister for State for European Affairs and Defence, who stated that during our EU presidency, Ireland will advance the EU security and defence agenda while acknowledging the specific character of every member state. Ireland remains unequivocal in our support and solidarity with Ukraine, and this support will be reflected in Ireland's approach to our EU presidency. That is why we have put this amendment forward today, and all MLAs who value our European relationships will be as welcoming as we are to this renewed emphasis on European security as the central theme in the Irish presidency. I also hope that members supporting the EU presidency's clear support of Ukraine will recognise the importance to us all about Ukraine succeeding in preventing continued aggression from Putin. Unlike in the European Parliament when Sinn Féin didn't support the €90 billion loan to President Zelensky's government, we do hope members won't be identifying with those other anti-Ukraine parties from such paragons of democracy like the Alternative for Deutschland, the Austrian Freedom Party and the Rassemblement National. And I hope they too will be joining our motion and join the rest of us and right-minded thinkers in supporting the EU fulfilling its aim of Slava Ukrainia. The urgent matter of wider European rearmament and bringing the UK into a wider European defence landscape is another issue the Irish EU presidency will be addressing with urgency. Bringing the United Kingdom and the EU closer, using defence procurement, energy security, higher education and research through Erasmus will also be of great benefit here to us in Northern Ireland. With the Irish Republic taking the lead in this will open up further avenues for north-south and east-west relationships, especially as new avenues of trust are being opened up. As the Irish Government are now asking the Royal Navy, officially, and the Marine Nationale to patrol Irish waters, and the RAF and the Arme de l'Air to patrol Irish skies, formal links are being built. This will also bring about closer cooperation on the energy markets and electric, gas and cyber relationships with the Irish Presidency, seeking to bring the UK and the EU into alignment. And we can all call on the Taoiseach to accelerate the timeline to amend the Trade and Cooperation Agreement so we get it before 2027. Which brings us to our critical ask of the Irish Presidency. Nobody, not even the most rigorous of rigorous implementers, can deny the extra costs, diversions and disruptions of our eternal UK market. The Windsor Framework isn't working. The reality is the inflexible and bureaucratic nature of EU laws, regulations and directives, coupled with an unyielding and overly legalistic interpretation by the Northern Ireland Office and the rest of Whitehall over every single rule and regulation that has doomed us of the last 5 years to the worst of both worlds. It would be impromptu of me to say every jot and tittle, but I think you get the message. But since the creeping extension of the Irish Sea border, one thing has become obvious, that there is absolutely no risk to the single European market from intra-UK trade. In fact, issues like the Carbon Border Adjustment Mechanism and the Emissions Trading Scheme are as disruptive to the European market as they are to Northern Ireland. The forthcoming directives on digital markets and adequacy, digital fairness, corporate sustainability, financial disclosure, Green Claims Directive and more coming down the Brussels tract will act as impediments rather than enhancements to Northern Ireland's multi-market access. An agreement to protect trade has done the exact opposite. The much-trailed SPS movements will not reduce the impact of these fundamentally divergent regulations, which will do nothing to protect the single market, but further undermine competitiveness here. In agreeing our amendment, we can send a message to Ireland as it takes on its presidency role, that we are enhancing closer EU-UK security and defence and helping the Ukraine, and as these relationships grow, that we must also call for the Irish EU presidency to be mitigating the divergent and disruptive impact of the Windsor Framework as a measure of the good faith of improving UK and EU relations. And as the United Kingdom is now increasingly writing the cheque for the defence of the Irish Republic, I think it would be very important for the EU presidency to actually recognise that its security during this period of the EU presidency of the Council of Europe is actually going to be provided by the United Kingdom and by France. And for those who argue about Irish neutrality and sovereignty, they have effectively given it away by not defending their own territory. But, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much indeed, and thank you very much indeed, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Steve. I call Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to start by welcoming that Ireland will hold the presidency of the Council of the European Union for the 8th time from July to December 2026. During the 6-month EU presidency, Ireland will have the opportunity to steer the agenda of the Council and its legislative and policy-making process. Irish ministers and officials will chair meetings of the Council and its preparatory bodies, and Ireland will represent the Council in its interactions with other EU institutions. Notably, in June 2026, Ireland will have the opportunity to also set out its own priorities and objectives for the work of the Council during its term in the Presidency policy document. This particular presidency for Ireland will therefore begin from June 2016, exactly 10 years since Britain's reckless and failed Brexit agenda was forced onto communities across the north of Ireland by a failing colonial state. In the past decade has evidenced anything, folks, it is that Brexit has been economically, socially and politically detrimental for Ireland and all of its people. This presidency, therefore, must be treated as a moment of opportunity, a moment to assert our position of being visibly and unambiguously anti-partitionist in all content driven from the office. We constantly reiterate the European Council's 2017 statement in the context of Britain, which I want to mention again today, that in the event of a united Ireland, the state will automatically be within the EU. We need to strengthen East-West and North-South cooperation and maximise opportunities for engagement and investment in our public services, because the reality of Britain's false promises are being acutely felt by our community and voluntary sector. In constituencies like my own in Derry, we know too well the impacts of the loss of peace funding on our socio-economic fabric, and we're feeling the decline of investment from the loss of the European social funding and the unmatched replaced by Britain's so-called shared prosperity fund. NICFA, as we're all well aware, is a clear example, and they have indicated the funding cuts this year are so severe they threaten the very services which are helping and supporting those who are furthest removed from our labour market. Where British policy is undermining the proven success of community-led programmes and interventions which prioritise social inclusion, we must use all our tools at its disposal to represent Irish interests and the need for constitutional change to enable the growth of our economy, the betterment of our public services and the protection of youth engagement and empowerment. Additionally, to briefly reflect on the UUP amendment, we will be opposing this, and let us be very clear. The independence of foreign policy and military neutrality go to the very core of what it is to be Irish. As a nation who were victim to colonisation, occupation and partition, we reject all calls to participate in foreign wars and conflicts. We absolutely reject imperialism and any moves by Europe towards a centralised military framework. Sorry, I've only got 1 minute left. This generation is called not to manage division, but to end it. We remain a strong voice against the ongoing apartheid, occupation and annexation of Palestine and its people. We condemn the US and Israel's recent attacks on Iran. We also continue to strive for the delivery of a peace deal in Ukraine. All this highlights that it has never been more important for the island of Ireland to stand together as one neutral nation in the face of foreign wars and conflicts. I will finish on this. We can move forward, not bound by history, but guided by it, and leave behind the divisions of yesterday. Through unity, neutrality and self-determination, we can build our resilience and realise the vision for a better and fairer future for all our people.
Before I call our next speaker, as the business on the order paper is not expected to be finished by 6 o'clock, in accordance with Standing Order 10(3), I'm going to allow the business to continue until 7 or until the business is completed, if earlier. Our next speaker is Jonathan Buckley.
Deputy Speaker, and today we have another debate to rehash the Brexit debate. Now, quite often in the House, whenever this comes before it, we're often accused by nationalist parties in particular, and indeed the Alliance, of being negative, backward and anti-growth. But today, when the motion is brought forward by the SDLP, it's framed through the lens of opportunity, through constitutional change, and therefore it's something in which we should all automatically get behind. Well, I want to be very clear. The Democratic Unionist Party will oppose this motion today, and for very good reason. What we see today is not a motion of strategic thought. Rather, it is all about political point scoring. That is clear in whenever we look at this motion in any of its forms. This motion is not only anti-constitutional, but it's deliberately designed to be divisive. And that's why it will be interesting today to see whether the Alliance Party are prepared to support this motion, which makes clear Northern Ireland's future will be best served back in Europe as part of a new Ireland. Now, New Ireland, to those of us that know exactly what it means, and it's been quite adequately outlined by the Sinn Féin speaker, means constitutional change, means a breaking up of the United Kingdom. It disregards the principle of consent. It disregards constitutional norms by advocating for constitutional change, and it also directly contradicts the way in which the Irish government themselves behaved throughout the entire Brexit process. I will, because the member did for me.
Thank you. Appreciate that. Just a genuine response question. He says that the text of our motion disregards the principle of consent. I mean, the only way there can be a new Ireland is if there's a referendum in which the people of Northern Ireland give their consent. That is the principle of consent, unless there's one that I've missed. Just genuinely, I'm intrigued.
Jonathan, you have an extra minute.
The member in his motion, and he could have left this particular part out of the motion, but such was their desire to use the means of the Irish Presidency of the European Council to advocate towards Irish unity. He has it included in the motion today. It's clear to anybody what this is designed to do. Now, the DUP wish the Republic of Ireland government every success in holding the presidency of the Council of the European Union. But as I have outlined, members, throughout the Brexit process, the Irish government, I would advocate, and indeed this party would advocate, acted in a hugely hostile way towards Northern Ireland and indeed the United Kingdom. There can be no doubt. And it was mentioned earlier about my colleague Mrs Dodds in the European Parliament, who engaged continually throughout that process for the European Union and indeed the Irish government to understand the constitutional norms, to understand the principle of consent. That was disregarded at every opportunity, and on that point I'll give the way to the member.
On that point, I think it's really important to state, and I know the member will agree with me, that during those Brexit negotiations where things were getting tough for the Irish ministers involved, we had the spectacle of Leo Varadkar running around talking about bombs at customs posts should the EU acquiesce to anything other than what the Irish wanted. Is this not an absolute disgrace and an indicator that it's probably not in Northern Ireland's strategic Interests.
The member is absolutely right, and this again goes to the very heart of why we must reiterate that the Presidency of the Council does not have a remit to interfere in the constitutional position of Northern Ireland, and it should not be given cover by leave of a motion from the SDLP to do so. We assert that very clearly, Principal Deputy Speaker. Northern Ireland has been treated appallingly throughout this process, and I want to say very clearly to members in doing so, Northern Ireland is part of the United Kingdom, and therefore our primary engagement in international and EU matters is with our own sovereign government at Westminster, who I will admit has served us very badly on these benches, not through Dublin as the intermediary. And that should be clear, because as was outlined by Mrs Dodds in her contribution, we've seen it even in recent times. The UK government introduced a review of the Windsor framework following a democratic vote in this place that stripped the principle of cross-community voting provision within it to trigger a review. Now, the review had within it Lord Murphy speaking with local representatives, the UK government, to try to see if there was a way of trying to issue some form of recourse in some of the structures that existed. What happened? The EU refused to engage. So is this the model by which an EU presidency would conduct itself in relation to Northern Ireland? So I would say in closing this. If Mr O'Toole can tell me that the presidency of Ireland, and indeed their position will be, that they will attempt to remove the friction and the barriers between GB and NI trade, will they stop the EU law which is applying to Northern Ireland, which is causing huge impact on our business? Will they call for the removal of an Irish sea border which undermines UK integrity? Businesses are facing red tape. The inclusion of the Irish government and indeed acceptance in this place will not solve that.
Thank you. I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Today I wish to welcome the motion and the opportunity which it presents, particularly to welcome the Irish Presidency of the European Union Council, and I think that is a genuinely significant moment, and it's one that has occurred in the past. The Alliance Party believes that Northern Ireland should be drawing on the benefits of that presidency. There's much in this motion, and indeed the amendment, that which we could of course get behind. The presidency has real potential to help resolve some of the lingering practical difficulties of Brexit, to strengthen both East-West and North-South cooperation, and to both open doors and strengthen the already excellent work in areas like research, energy, skills and cross-border public services, issues that matter directly to my constituents in East Antrim and people right across Northern Ireland. Alliance has always held the belief that Northern Ireland thrives when relationships at every level function well, between Belfast and Dublin, between Belfast and London, and between the UK and the EU as a whole. We want to see this Irish presidency being used constructively to facilitate trade opportunities for business, strengthen links between our students and researchers and their European counterparts, and enable smarter cooperation in public services where it makes sense to do so. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, we warmly welcome the motion's call on the Executive to engage proactively with the Irish Government and establish clear priorities. That is exactly the right instinct for cooperation. Those priorities should be agreed across departments and shaped by genuine engagement with businesses and civic society. We also support recognition that this presidency can contribute to improve UK and EU relations. Given that Northern Ireland has so often found itself at the centre of those tensions, it would be no small thing to play a part in the solution for once. The original motion and the UUP amendment are indeed a perfect case study in post-Good Friday Agreement politics, as they both focus on the different constitutional avenues for Northern Ireland's relationship with the EU to be strengthened. As a cross-community party, my party, the Alliance Party, recognises the legitimacy of both those positions
and we reaffirm today the principle at the heart of the 1998 agreement that any change to the constitutional status of Northern Ireland must be decided by the people of Northern Ireland through their consent. So that's why we are abstaining on both the motion and the amendment today, not out of disengagement and not as a rejection of the motion's purpose. Let me make it clear, the Alliance Party believes that the Irish presidency matters. Executive engagement matters. North-South engagement matters. East-West engagement matters. And stronger EU relations matter. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, before concluding, I'd like to address the focus of the Windsor Framework and the UUP amendment. We know that the Windsor Framework has been imperfect, just as every other attempt to mitigate the impact of Brexit in Northern Ireland have, to varying degrees, been imperfect. Brexit amounts to a circle that cannot be squared. That's why the people from across our community voted to remain in 2016 and have voted in increasing numbers in 8 elections since for parties that recognise the need for those special arrangements. As a proud and unapologetic European, I believe that only a full reversal of Brexit can undo the damage, the tensions and contradictions and limitations that are posed across these islands. That's the message that this Assembly should be sending out in a unified voice. It's time to return. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Stuart. I call Declan Kearney.
I agree with the mover of the motion that Ireland assuming the presidency of the Council of the European Union will present all sorts of political and diplomatic opportunities for the entire island. It also can provide a platform from which to continue to navigate the post-Brexit challenges which we've had to contend with. In a previous motion to this Assembly, we agreed that a sensible approach to managing those post-Brexit challenges would be to establish a European Commission office here in Belfast. And in this chamber, we've also agreed to the logic of observer status at the European Parliament. And that would be another valuable opportunity and means by which we can positively seek to influence European policy. For instance, EU peace funding has been vital to the development of the peace process here in the North. It's been an absolutely essential resource for the community and the voluntary groups who deliver essential services, especially in the most hard-to-reach and disadvantaged areas of our community. And this entire funding must be secured for the future. The Irish Presidency of the Council should be used to advocate for keeping this funding included within the EU Commission's final budget to post-2028. In 2017, as my colleague said earlier, the European Commission stated that in the event of Irish reunification, the entire territory of Ireland would be reintegrated within the European Union. The Irish Presidency of the European Council will present an opportune moment to promote the discussion around Irish unity within the European Union. The reunification of our country is a reasonable, legitimate and an achievable objective. So, the Irish Government should proactively embrace its responsibility to advance that aspiration by commencing the process of planning and preparation. And the EU, as it did at the outset of our peace process, will have an important role to play in managing this transition. The right to self-determination is central to the UN Charter, and it is also integral to the Good Friday Agreement. Thank you very much for the member giving way. Could the member point out to me in the EU Irish Presidency agenda where anything's mentioned about a united Ireland? Because I can't see it.
Declan, you have an extra minute.
Thank you, and thanks for the intervention, but you've completely missed my point. It presents an opportunity to advance the discussion, to deepen it and widen it within the European Union and within the Parliament itself. But my point in relation to self-determination is that its denial is at the very crux of the ongoing war in Ukraine and the occupation of Palestine. The right to self-determination and sovereignty is the most defining struggle of our modern era. And Sinn Féin stands in full solidarity with the people of Ukraine. We remain unambiguously opposed to the Russian imperialism which continues to wage a brutal war and occupation against the Ukrainian people's country. The war in Ukraine must be ended through diplomacy, negotiation and political settlement. And that will not be achieved through further European militarisation and increased military spending. Ireland's presidency of the European Council should be used to positively advance our tradition of neutrality and non-alignment. And the presidency must also be used to advance the position that diplomacy and multilateralism must always take precedence over the drive to war and militarisation. Global adherence to the UN Charter is paramount. International law must have primacy. And failure to observe these international norms and negotiate the terms of peaceful coexistence is what has led to the attacks against Iran and precipitated the latest war in the Middle East. The United States, by its acts of aggression this weekend, has betrayed and undermined a live political negotiation within which it was directly involved. And this is the second time it has done so in the space of 9 months. So there is now an urgent need for a reset in global relations, and multilateralism must underpin that process. The European Union has an essential role to play in restoring peace and security in both Ukraine and in the Middle East. But this must be within the context of international law and not increased militarisation and militarism. Ireland's presidency should advance this important agenda to promote diplomacy, peaceful coexistence and political agreement for Ukraine and for all other places where war and imperialism threatens security and stability. It should be a champion of the universal right to national self-determination for all peoples. It should be a voice for reason and progress against the threats and volatility of this dangerous world order which is being imposed upon us.
Thank you. Declan, I call David Brooks.
Speaker, I believe in this we have a fairly generic motion, an attempt to tick the box of noting the Irish presidency, loaded with buzzwords and sectors, with the SDLP trademark of a new Ireland in the EU bolted on, because sure, why not? And I think even the Alliance have seen through that aspect of the motion. And yet, in these troubled times, Europe is focused on ramping up its mutual defence, and nationalist parties have even less to say about that than the Irish state have had to contribute. But a generic motion requires probably a restating of our position. And so to repeat, as we have in previous motions, Northern Ireland's priorities should be decided not by the Irish Government, but by locally accountable ministers and representatives here in Northern Ireland. Relations between the UK and the EU are a matter for the UK Government and the Westminster Parliament, not something that should be outsourced to the Irish Government. Motion after motion comes through this Assembly talking up constitutional change. Regardless of the efforts made by the SDLP and Sinn Féin in that regard, the reality remains the same. The appetite for constitutional change in this place has not risen since 1998. And I remind many across this chamber that it was the will of the people of the United Kingdom to leave the European Union. The future of Northern Ireland and its constitutional position will be decided by the people of Northern Ireland. We will continue to make the case for the full restoration of Northern Ireland's place within that United Kingdom, including removing the application of EU law in our country and the internal Irish Sea border which it creates. Nevertheless, as my colleague said, we wish Ireland well for his presidency, and we hope it does indeed only foster better relations. But that presidency has no remit here, and if it wants to assist the people of Northern Ireland, it should start by removing EU interference from our jurisdiction and its imposition upon our sovereignty. We know in practice... Yes, certainly.
I thank the member for giving way, and as someone that has had the burden of sitting on the Windsor Framework Committee with him since its inception, would the member agree with me that it's a case example of we need less EU interference rather than more?
I absolutely agree, and the member has shared that burden for some time. We know, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, that in practice Ireland rarely asks what it can do for European allies, and instead what European allies can do for Ireland. It's notable that at a time when Europe's greatest concern is the growing threat from the east and the shadow fleets and the ghost ships that we have seen operating globally, but certainly in the Atlantic off our shores. Yes, certainly.
I wonder if the member would be interested to notice that it's just been announced that the EU Defence Mutual clause is about to be enacted to support Cyprus, which of course Ireland says it's going to support. So where's all this neutrality business?
I thank the member for the update, and I have to say I think, as it'll come to, Ireland should look again at its policy of neutrality. But those in both the nationalist parties on the benches opposite have been less sure-footed in their enthusiastic pro-Europeanism than they have been for quite some time when these issues are discussed. At least it seems to be something that they don't want to talk about. Perhaps that's because, despite the musings of Messrs O'Toole and Mr Kearney from the benches on the matter of the day this morning, diplomacy does not deal with tyrants unless it's velvet glove, clothes and iron fist. I'm going to try and make some progress, sorry. Preaching UN charters and international laws we've heard here today has no bearing on those who have never sought to observe it. Parties, and indeed a state, who during the Brexit process expected that the whole of the European Union would stand beside them and behind them in solidarity, even to their own disadvantage, are found, as ever, sadly wanting when Europe looks for friends within and without its own political structures. The United Kingdom, meanwhile, demonised by many in the aftermath of Brexit, has proven, as it always has been, a much firmer friend to its European allies. And it has brought, as ever it did, a much more significant contribution to the defence of Europe at large, even from outside the club. Who knew that one could be pro-Europe without being pro-European Union membership? If the Irish Presidency is to gain respect or relevance at all, it must engage meaningfully with the issue of defence and confront the Carryduff of neutrality. The motion says that the Irish Presidency can play an important role in supporting improved relations and closer cooperation between the UK and the EU. It is a welcome step to hear last week that the Irish Government is to permit, as we've heard, His Majesty's Royal Navy to patrol Irish waters and ensure, as any sovereign nation should be able to, that Ireland's borders and therefore Europe's are safer from the Russian menace that has persisted. Get your Brits in, as it were. It is the right decision in the current context. It will ensure that those with the capacity to defend infrastructure critical to Ireland, to the UK and Europe at large are able to do so. I commend the Irish Government for taking it. We in this party hold no fear of positive cross-border cooperation where it is mutually advantageous and does not undermine current constitutional arrangement. But for the Irish Republic it should be a first step. How can those whose raison d'etre is the extension of Irish nationhood hide behind neutrality? How can they be comfortable knowing that Ireland as a nation, with an economy and current wealth, which those on the benches opposite love to play up, has not the ability to fulfil the first duty of any nation, the defence of its people and its borders? Perhaps the Republic could use this presidential term as a step change to address their legacy of pitiful defence spending rather than continued reliance on UK defence. And when Sinn Féin elements in the South argue for more neutrality.
David.
Thank you very much.
I'll give you the extra minute as well, even though you took 2 interventions. Our next speaker is Sharon.
Agatha Prior-Lash Concordia, and as others from our party have outlined today, we're supporting the original motion and will be voting against the UP amendment. I think, for clarity for the previous speaker, Britain was demonised around the world long before it voted for Brexit, and that's something you should bear in mind. Looking at this motion, we're reminded again of the folly of Brexit and the impact that it's had on the communities that we all represent and the loss of funding in real terms. And I suppose that's one of the things that has been highlighted as a potential positive outcome from our presidency of the European Council, in that this is an opportunity to potentially regain some of the Peace Plus funding that a lot of our community groups across our constituencies would have benefited from in the past, and of course border counties in the 26 as well. And I note with interest that the UP in their... Yeah, Lana Rai.
Can I say thank you to the member for taking an intervention, and I want to just put on record that the issue of funding is very important, but actually in terms of Peace Plus funding, 75% of Peace Plus funding, over £730 million, came from the UK government, and only a very small amount from either Europe or Ireland.
You have an extra minute, Emma.
I doubt that I'll need to thank the member for her intervention, and in terms of representing my constituency and the community groups within it. I'll accept funding for those groups from wherever it comes. But my point is that in voting for Brexit, the UK government cut us off for major funding opportunities, and it's already been highlighted by my colleague, the loss of the Shared Prosperity Fund and the impact that that's having on groups within our constituencies who work with the most vulnerable and are at a disadvantage as a result of that. But the original motion had at its priority that those opportunities for those we represent, and I think it's regrettable that the UUP pivoted that objective towards a focus on defence and militarisation, which is something that I don't see the benefit in, and I can't see the rationale for. Go ahead.
Thank you very much indeed. You'll notice, of course, but that's what the EU presidency has asked for. That's what is in the agenda for the EU presidency, and that's what Ireland's going to do. We didn't add anything into it. That's what the European Union itself wants out of the Irish presidency.
Your focus is on opportunities for defence and militarisation, and as has been outlined already, Ireland's position of neutrality is something that has long been supported by the Irish people and is something that we support, because, as you correctly outlined, it's important that we support the people of Ukraine against the aggression of Russian imperial powers. But I regret you didn't mention the Palestinian people, who have also been oppressed. And for us, it is a crying shame that the EU have decided to stand with Israel. And I note that you didn't have anything to say about that.
No, because I was sitting in the Secretary position as the Principal Deputy Speaker.
In your original contribution, and in your motion itself. So you have the opportunity now, if you want to, condemn Israel and their oppression of the Palestinian people. You don't have anything to say. So that's my point. We have had opportunities through our membership of the EU in the past to help the people that we all represent. And instead here we're having a discussion around defence spending and militarisation. And I don't think that that's where we should be focused at this point in time. I think that we should be focused instead on helping the people that we all represent, not putting bombs into countries that we've never been in or have any reason to go to. We support self-determination, and we've been consistent on that. We support the right of any country to defend themselves. But we do not support the killing of innocent children in foreign countries that we're never going to be in, nor do we know anything about. So that is the point that I've made. I've given multiple interventions, and Tommy Craignin and Sinead. Gourmet.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Peter Martin, and maybe Peter's speech will be heard as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I want to pick up on some themes that have been talked about today, mentioned by the last speaker in terms of defence and the member for South Antrim, but starting off with the member for Foyle. And I suppose if she had taken an intervention from me, I would have asked the question as to whether or not she believes a country should have a defensive capability, and that applies throughout the whole of the UK and all European countries, because I think that's very important and it's been reflected in the debate today. A global study called the Military Balance in 2025, conducted by the ISS, revealed that the Republic of Ireland is at the bottom of the European table of 38 countries for defence spending as a percentage of GDP. And today, Ireland is unfortunately widely recognised as a quote free riding on NATO in terms of its aerial and maritime capabilities, as Dublin lacks the capacity to defend its own airspace, as has been reflected, or the EEZ. So despite bearing responsibility for 16% of the EU's territorial waters, and the fact that 75% of transatlantic undersea cable pass through or near Irish waters, Ireland is, quote, totally defenceless. And if we look at the figures behind that assertion, the UK spends £66 billion on defence each year, and the Republic spends 1.18 billion on defence. And when you do the calculation or the math, that figure represents 1.79% of UK defence spending. Now, people have argued that Ireland is neutral, and why indeed should it spend any more money on defence if it is in fact neutral. The EU might conceivably take a different view, as has been argued in the Chamber today and well quoted, that it is freeloading on other EU states for its defence, as measured either in capita or gross. However, my view would be slightly different in the fact that the EU are quite happy because the Republic of Ireland, as has been noted, relies wholly on the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland for its defence at all levels, land, sea and air. And it gets all that for free. It's not a bad deal, but I suspect it won't be one that we'll hear referenced from the opposition benches today. So, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, whilst we consider this motion and its amendment, it's worth bearing in mind in the world that we live in, as we talk about defence, that, and it's been just referenced, that the key responsibility of government is to defend its own citizens. I will indeed, sir.
Thank the member for giving way. And we've heard much from Sinn Féin benches about their disappointment that this motion is now focusing on defence. But whilst they want us to believe that the focus of the motion should be on mutual interest, on funding and engagement, there's no similar disappointment by the clear call for constitutional change included in the motion, which is evidently going to be divisive in the Northern Ireland Assembly.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. I don't suspect I need it, but I completely agree with my colleague in that the way that the motion is framed, that it's clearly going to be divisive in this chamber because we all take recognisably different constitutional positions. But just in closing, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker, in terms of the motion and in terms of some of the commentary we've heard in here today, whilst a country is completely within its rights to be neutral, equally in this uncertain world that we live in, I find that increasingly difficult to justify. I think the Republic of Ireland... I will indeed, sir.
Member, be aware, of course, of other countries in the European Union and their concerns about defence and defence-related issues as well. I just want to note that, of course, President Macron today has decided to increase the number of nuclear weapons France has, and he says to be free, we have to be feared. Is this the part of pan-Europeanism that we should all be celebrating? Because I think that's something I could actually tie into. But that's President Macron's words.
I want to thank the member for South Antrim. I think on a very personal level, I wouldn't want to see, I'm sure he doesn't either, any more nuclear weapons than we already have. But the theme is correct. In a very uncertain world that we live in, a country has to be able to defend itself. My feeling is, and what I've tried to reflect today, is that the Republic of Ireland is a neutral country, but it relies on this country for its defence. And I don't think that's going to be acceptable much longer in terms... I'll take an intervention. Indeed, I will.
Member recognise that the UK still occupies Ireland.
In my final 13 seconds of the debate, I know the member opposite will not be surprised to say that I clearly do not recognise that. Thank you very much, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Timothy Costin.
Much, Principal Deputy Speaker. And this afternoon, the SDLP returns the focus of this House to one of its favourite subjects, bemoaning the result of the biggest exercise in democracy the British Isles has ever seen. Let me begin by reminding the SDLP of some facts. Unionists, insofar as they have been persuaded to sign up to the Belfast Agreement, did so on the basis that it accepted the principle of consent. For the benefit of nationalism within this House, let me quote from that sacred text of the Belfast Agreement. It is hereby declared that Northern Ireland in its entirety remains part of the United Kingdom and shall not cease to be so without the consent of a majority of the people of Northern Ireland voting in a poll. Accepting that Northern Ireland remains part of the UK means that the people of Northern Ireland have the right to expect that when they take part in a UK-wide referendum, that result is respected, that result is honoured, that result is implemented in Northern Ireland in the same way as anywhere else in the UK. But of course, that was not the case. In practice, Great Britain left the EU while Northern Ireland remains trapped. No one asked, do you want Great Britain to leave the EU while Northern Ireland remains trapped in its single market and trapped in its customs union? But the Republican Nationalist Alliance would not accept democracy. Oh, no, no, no. Let's take Mr. O'Toole's party leader. How did she put it? If 60% of people do not want a border on the island, and you say tough shit, we are putting you inside a hard border, you cannot expect people to just choke that down and get on with their lives. You cannot imagine that people would take that without civil disobedience at a very minimum. So, we had Irish Prime Ministers waving around newspapers.
Timothy, see if you're going to quote anybody that has that sort of language, which just gives me warning. Thank you.
Give you that warning, hopefully.
You said that.
Oh, no, no.
Thought.
I want to ensure that is attributed to Mr. O'Toole's party leader, but I will give you a heads up in future, but I trust I won't have to make more language and rehearse more of the language coming from the party leader of the SDLP. So, happy to give way.
Thank the member for giving way, and as I have outlined, and indeed he has, would he agree with me that the actions of the Irish government, propped up by the SDLP, Sinn Féin and indeed the Alliance Party, should give no succour to anybody in Northern Ireland, and indeed from unionism within this House, that it would ever act in our strategic national interest?
Timothy, for an extra minute.
Absolutely, and the Irish government has no interest in unionism, and that's been clear by the way they have got on over the Brexit negotiations. So we had the Irish Prime Ministers waving around newspapers about IRA bombings and the SDLP MPs threatening violence. Well, next up, we had Sinn Féin. They didn't want to be outdone by all of this, where the current First Minister of no alternative said at the time, if the British government impose a hard border on the island, there will be serious consequences. Let us not forget that she was speaking from a position of leadership in a movement which filled 1,700 graves in this province. So what of the Alliance Party? The nice, middle-of-the-road people who just fell into line with barely a word of criticism of their fellow democracy deniers. Let's look at the wording of this motion. It talks about strengthening East-West cooperation as a result of the Irish Presidency. The truth is that the protocol which the SDLP, Sinn Féin and the Alliance push for has trashed East-West relations. And I can't let unionism off, because shamefully the DUP and the Ulster Unions broke their pledge to the people by returning to this place as protocol implementers under the tainted Donaldson deal. Who among them today would like to defend Gavin Robinson and his claim that the Irish Sea border was removed? Who among them went around the doors of this promising they would not return to this House unless the Irish Sea border was gone? Who would say that they kept their word? It's time unionism once again found its backbone. The protocol works on the same principle as the EU itself, ever closer union, breaking down the barriers between its member states, and it does that in large between its economics. That's the way, large measure by way of economics. That is why you have a single market across the EU's 27 member states. That is why you have a customs union across the EU's 27 member states. Because the EU knows that where economics go, politics inevitably follows. And I do want to pick up on Ms Sheeran's remarks. I'm sure the families will take great comfort of 11-year-old Paul Maxwell, murdered by an IRA bomb in 1976, and 14-year-old Stephen Parker. If they were Palestinians, I'm quite sure Ms Sheeran would have something to say about them, but because they were Protestants, she hasn't a word to say about them.
Thank you, Jerry. You're next. Jerry Carl, you're next. Sorry, point of order.
For a very robust debate, Madam President, Speaker, and I'm loath to draw attention to this, but in his previous remarks, the member accused someone of threatening violence. Were those remarks made outside this chamber? I think they would be actionable. So I would just ask the Speaker's chair to reflect on it, or indeed the member himself to reflect on it, because I think they were quite grave.
Okay, so your point has been made without a point of order, Matthew, but I'll certainly bring it back for Hansard. And I'm sure the member who made that remark has time to reflect. Okay, Jerry Carl, you're next speaker.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The proposer of the motion stated when he moved that there are irresponsible actors in the world today who are launching wars and to paraphrase him, wreak havoc on the world. And obviously he was talking about Donald Trump and the actions of the US government in recent days. And I know Pete Hegseth has not ruled out sending boots on the ground to Iran, Deputy Speaker. And obviously we need to call out the kind of brutality and the gangsterism and the thuggery of Donald Trump's regime and what they have committed in Iran in recent days. But what the member failed to mention, I don't think it's been mentioned really at all in the debate so far, Deputy Speaker, is the role also played by European states who are backing the US war on Iran. Britain, Germany, France, all have issued statements either jointly or separately to say that they will back and they support US attacking of Iran, or they'll do it collectively together, and there was no mention of that. You cannot, Deputy Speaker, at the same time laud the EU as being the best peace project over the last 50 years and have nothing to say when they're warmongering and they're banging the wars of drums. And this obviously, I think, points to gaps in the motion and really fails to deal with some of the biggest questions of our day. And the member for East Derry kind of mentioned it in passing as well. We saw genocide being committed over the last 3 years against the Palestinian people. Everybody knows that Netanyahu, Biden and Trump backed him, financed him and supported this war every single step of the way. In a second. However, these actions, Deputy Speaker, wouldn't be possible without the political cover given by the European Union and Ursula von der Leyen in particular, not to mention the weapons sold by EU member states. And unfortunately, the motion has absolutely no mention of this whatsoever. The motion also, Deputy Speaker, has no mention of keeping Ireland neutral, which is more than disappointing. I think it's a missed opportunity. I mean, it's the biggest political debate in the south of Ireland, and I suspect the SDLP probably don't want to annoy their friends in Fianna Fáil or Fianna Gael, who are in overdrive mode, Deputy Speaker, to try and undermine the triple lock and become a willing partner in European and American wars across the world. Give way to the member.
Thank the member for giving way. He mentions the West and Europe engaged in warmongering, particularly in recent days over Iran. But would the member consider the actions of the Iranian regime, which just recently slaughtered 40,000 of its own people and has sponsored global terror proxies right across the Middle East and indeed the world? Does he class that as warmongering?
Jerry, you have an extra minute. Just encourage everybody to return to the motion.
Yes, and not to be taken off, of course, but I hold no torch for the Iranian regime, but the member in his party had nothing to say about a school. Can I finish the point? 185 school kids being bombed by the US. You'd say nothing about that. So give away to the member for South Belfast.
His point robustly. We support Irish neutrality. We speak for ourselves. Those points are clear. Can I just ask, in relation to party's records, does he stand over his party's support for Brexit?
You tried that the last debate, but again, the member didn't answer the question. Why is he not in the motion about neutrality? So, yeah, you didn't answer the question. It wasn't in the motion, and that's up to you, through the Deputy Speaker. That's through the member. If the member's happy to erode away Irish neutrality, then that's on him. But fortunately, the public don't agree. And obviously, Deputy Speaker, history teaches, if it teaches us anything, empire and war bring nothing but disaster, death, havoc, and destruction. I think in a general sense in this debate from some members today, Deputy Speaker, and just generally, I think in this period we need less of beating chests and beating of war drums and more of a recognition that an anti-war movement is needed right across this island and across the world indeed. And some politicians, north and south, want to pull the southern state deeper and deeper into more bigger wars and longer wars. And the truth is they want and they're happy to send working class kids to be killed and to kill right across the world. The member for Foyle talked about Ireland setting the agenda with the presidency position, and that's in theory can be potentially a good thing, but I hope that it's not set by the people in the south who are trying to undo neutrality and undermine the triple lock, and I hope it's set by the overwhelming majority of people on the island who are obviously for neutrality and for Palestinian rights. The opinion of the people in the south, Deputy Speaker, is crystal clear on the question of neutrality, of joining NATO, and that's again unfortunate that it wasn't mentioned in the text of the motion. And this is despite a relentless campaign, often a hyperbolic propaganda campaign by most of the southern media and some obviously here as well, an attempt to try and vilify and attack previous and current Auditor. And for this reason I'm against the UUP amendment. And despite what the motion mentions, the North is actually still in Europe despite the vote on the European Union, so there's an anomaly in that, and I would share the concerns of my TD colleagues in the South who say that the government using the presidency of the Council of Europe is an attempt to a fig leaf to dismantle Irish neutrality. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, our next speaker is Diana Armstrong to wind on the amendment, and he advised Diana you've got 5 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Principal Deputy Speaker. Our amendment rightly highlights the core priorities of the forthcoming Irish EU presidency, which are defence, security, infrastructure, research and innovation, energy and skills. These are the foundations of modern statecraft and economic resilience. For Northern Ireland, each of these areas carries particular significance. Defence and security shape our wider stability. Infrastructure determines competitiveness. Research, innovation and skills define whether we lead or lag in emerging industries. Energy policy influences both affordability and strategic autonomy, and cross-border services affect the daily lives of citizens across these islands. If the presidency is to be meaningful, it must translate these headings into tangible cooperation and practical delivery. In particular, the amendment recognises that Ireland's EU presidency can play an important role in strengthening relations between the United Kingdom and Europe and the European Union. In the current geopolitical climate, that does matter enormously. The security landscape across Europe has fundamentally shifted. Russia's aggression in Ukraine has forced European nations to reassess defence readiness, and we also see the current situation in the Middle East. Resilience and collective responsibility, therefore, is paramount. Closer UK-EU cooperation in defence and security is not a theoretical aspiration, it is a strategic necessity. The United Kingdom remains one of Europe's leading military and intelligence powers. Ensuring structured cooperation, information sharing and industrial alignment between London and Brussels strengthens the continent as a whole and reinforces unwavering support for Ukraine in resisting Putin's expansionism. The amendment further recognises a long-term reality. Northern Ireland's interests are best served when the United Kingdom and the European Union maintain a close and constructive relationship. That does not require constitutional upheaval. It requires practical partnership. A closer UK-EU relationship provides a framework within which Northern Ireland can thrive as a bridge between markets rather than a point of friction between them. Finally, the amendment calls for the Irish EU presidency to use its platform to encourage both the EU and the UK to mitigate the divergent and disruptive impacts of the Windsor framework. This is framed not as confrontation, but as a test of good faith. If the direction of travel is toward improved relations, then reducing unnecessary divergence and easing administrative burdens should be part of that reset. Mitigating disruption to internal trade while maintaining the integrity of the single market is not mutually exclusive. It is a matter of political will and pragmatic adjustment. The Presidency offers an opportunity to demonstrate that improving EU-UK relations is about practical outcomes as well as diplomatic rhetoric. Taken together, the amendment is rooted in realism. It acknowledges geopolitical change, affirms solidarity with Ukraine, supports deeper EU-UK cooperation and seeks tangible economic improvements for Northern Ireland. That is a balanced, forward-looking approach, one grounded in stability, security and prosperity. I hope members can support that amendment. Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I now call on Sinead McLaughlin to conclude and wind up on the debate on the motion. Sinead, you have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to wind on this motion. And can I thank members for engaging robustly in the motion, albeit it veered in many very different directions. My colleague Matthew O'Toole clearly outlined the significance of Ireland's presidency of the Council of the European Union from July 2026. It is indeed a significant responsibility, and it comes at a serious moment in global affairs. As many members have reflected, we are living through a period of deep instability. The escalation of violence in the Middle East following the bombing of Iran has heightened global tensions and created real fears about wider conflict. Energy markets are volatile. Supply chains are fragile. Investor confidence across many regions is cautious, and it's at times like these stability and cooperation matter more than ever. For Northern Ireland, international instability is not something we watch on television and then forget about it, because it actually affects energy prices. Our energy prices shot up this morning by over 10%, and in many ways I think some of the companies are profiteering on the back of this, because there was no need for that at the minute. They bought the oil at significantly less than they're selling to our communities this morning. So it does affect trade routes, it affects business confidence, it affects the decisions of companies considering where to invest and where to grow, and that's why Ireland's EU presidency does matter. It's at a time when global politics is uncertain. The European Union will be focused on competitiveness, energy security, resilience and economic stability. Those are not distant policy themes. They speak directly to the challenges that we face here. Northern Ireland's economy is still adjusting to the realities of Brexit, and I would agree with others, including Steve Aiken, regarding the difficulties around the Windsor framework. Businesses continue to navigate additional processes. Many are seeking greater clarity and smoother cooperation between the UK and the EU. Stability in that relationship, again, is not an abstract diplomatic goal. It underpins jobs and investment in our communities, and as Ciara Ferguson and Emma Sheeran both outlined, the loss of EU funding or loss of EU membership has been just a body blow for our community and voluntary sector in all our communities, particularly those in the border communities, and places like Derry and indeed West Belfast have suffered greatly as a result of us leaving the European Union, and sometimes I just cannot understand why Jerry Carroll can't join up those dots at all. It creates... go ahead.
Also recognising some of the challenges and difficulties faced by the Windsor framework, could the member perhaps outline what changes the Irish Presidency, indeed the Irish Government, could adopt to solve that problem?
Can I just move on through this, and hopefully we'll get to that. Ireland holding the presidency creates the opportunity to strengthen constructive engagement between the EU and the UK. It creates the space where practical issues can be addressed in a measured and solution-focused way, and we should all want that. Even you, Jonathan, should have to agree, from an economic perspective, Northern Ireland benefits when relationships are steady and predictable. Our unique position means that we trade east, west and north-south. Our energy system operates on an all-island basis. Our universities collaborate right across Europe. Our firms rely on access to markets in both directions. To pretend that the developments at European level do not shape our economic environment would simply not be credible. The Presidency should therefore be seen as a strategic opportunity. And David Brooks, on behalf of the DUP, you never miss an opportunity to miss an opportunity. This is an opportunity to advance Northern Ireland's economic interests, an opportunity to strengthen cooperation on infrastructure and connectivity, an opportunity to support innovation and research collaboration, an opportunity to ensure the energy transition policies enhance competitiveness rather than add cost. And it's also regrettable, just a moment please, it is also regrettable that the Alliance Party wish to remain on the fence. Where is your ambition for all of the people on this island? The question is whether the Executive will approach it with ambition. Serious economic planning requires preparation, it requires clarity about priorities, and it requires engagement. I want to see structured dialogue between the Executive and the Irish Government starting now, not in July. It's too late then. Northern Ireland's economic priorities must be clearly articulated, and everybody across this House must want that as well. Our infrastructure needs to be understood, our energy challenges should be highlighted, our research and skills ambitions should be part of that conversation, and if we do not set out our interests very clearly, others will set the agenda without us. And this is particularly important for regions outside of Belfast. As someone who represents the North West, I am acutely aware of the need to ensure that international engagement translates into regional opportunities also. Infrastructure investment, research partnerships, cross-border services and innovation funding must not cluster in one part of the region. Strategic moments like this must benefit all parts of Northern Ireland. Can I give way, to David, please?
Quite some way back, I did want to say to the member that she may not realise I am a unionist, but also you were talking about the opportunities. This is an opportunity also, as we've talked about, for us all to get behind the defence of Europe from its key threats. Will she join us in that?
I think Ireland holding the presidency doesn't change Northern Ireland's defence arrangements. It is a distraction from the economic substance of this current motion. The issues we are raising here are issues about security as well. Economic security, energy security, trade security. Those are security issues as well. I will give away to Jerry now, okay. Thank you.
Member. When the member agrees with me that the position of Ireland as the presidency of the Council of Europe, they should use that position to defend the Triple Lock, to oppose a EU army and oppose a greater expansion of NATO. Should that be the stated position of the South for this position?
I can give you my stated position. We believe in Irish neutrality as well. So we also need to recognise economic progress increasingly depends on cooperation rather than isolation. North-South collaboration is already embedded in everyday life, whether in energy markets, higher education, healthcare, cooperation or supply chains. Strengthening that cooperation is not ideological, it is practical. Improving EU-UK engagement is not a concession, it is recognition of economic reality. The SDLP has always been clear that we believe Northern Ireland's long-term future is best served back in Europe as part of a new Ireland. That is our settled position. However, tonight's motion is about something immediate and practical. It is about ensuring Northern Ireland acts strategically during a period when European priorities are being shaped. Economic resilience does not happen by accident. It is built through planning, engagement and ambition in a world where geopolitical instability can quickly affect energy costs, trade flows. Regions that succeed will be those that are outward-looking and prepared. Ireland's presidency offers Northern Ireland a moment to demonstrate that we are serious about economic growth, serious about that stability and serious about cooperation. The Executive should not treat it as peripheral. It should be a central element of forward planning for the sake of our businesses, our workers and our young people. We should approach this presidency with confidence and clarity, and for those reasons I would ask you to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Sinead. So the question is that the amendment standing in the names of Steve Aiken and Diana Armstrong be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? Think the noes have it. Think the noes have it. Okay. So the question is that the motion be made. The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. No. We'll see, because we're going to call a vote. So the question will be put in 3 minutes. Okay, members. Order, members. Order, members. Thank you. So the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary of any noes? No. No. Okay, do we have tellers? Okay, members. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Order, please. Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Colin McGrath and Sinead McLaughlin. Tellers for the noes are Jonathan Buckley and Steve Aiken. Clear the lobbies. The Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Podrick. Okay, members. Members will resume your seats, please. Thank you. Clerk, could you please read the result?
59 members voted, 28 members voted aye, 31 members voted no, 13 members who voted in both lobbies are not included in these results. The motion is negatived.
Okay. Okay, so the motion is negative. Okay, so unfasten the doors. Members, before we move on to the next item of business, I've received a notification from the members of the Business Committee of a motion to extend the sitting past 7 p.m. under Standing Order 10 brackets 3A. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That in accordance with Standing Order 10.3a, the sitting on Monday the 2nd of March 2026 be extended to no later than 7:30 p.m.
Thank you. I call Sinead Annis to move the motion. Thank you. So the question is that the motion stand in the name of the members of the Business Committee be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Can't you have any noes? The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Okay, members, can you please take your ease for a moment?
Okay. Next item of business is a motion on promoting cross-border education. Clerk, could you please read the motion?
That this Assembly notes the positive work between universities and government departments on the island of Ireland to facilitate closer equivalence in A-level and leaving certificate grades and the positive potential this has for increasing student mobility, recognises the barriers to student mobility across the island remain and should be overcome, further notes the social, academic and economic impact of limiting student mobility, calls on the Irish Government to engage in dialogue with the Minister for the Economy and Minister of Education to align CAO results and university admission dates with the UCAS system, to create a more streamlined university application process, and further calls on the Minister of Education to do more to ensure that A-level students are fully aware of the university course options that exist island-wide and that these are adequately promoted in our schools and students are supported in completing CAO forms.
I call on Parag Dalaki to move the motion. Or 30 minutes for this debate. The proposer of the motion will have 10 minutes to propose and 10 minutes to wind. All other speakers will have 5 minutes. Parag, could please open the debate on the motion. Thank you.
And I rise today to raise a perennial problem, one of the alignment between universities and colleges north and south. This is one of particular impact, particularly in my own constituency, where we have a number of students from Donegal who study in Derry and a number of students from Derry who study in Donegal. Regional balance has been a cornerstone of this executive, and it has been one that has been brought forward by each department. So this is something which we want to see, because it has an impact in every single one of our communities right across the north. If we're to look at the different systems, the first one that we have to look at is the UCAS system, which has many benefits and actually which offers a model of best practice, particularly in terms of the alignment piece. The CEO alignment is particularly important for this because it allows students the opportunity to have one system to work towards, but it also allows students in the north the opportunity to study and apply to colleges in the south and vice versa. For students in the south, it allows the opportunity for more time to plan for accommodation, more time to plan to go to university, what courses they would like, and to sort out their accommodation when they get there. So this alignment is something that benefits everyone. It's mutually beneficial. It creates more opportunities for students, indeed, but for right across our society, to ensure that people can live, work and study at home. And we know in every constituency here, and I'm sure it's a problem that all MLAs face, is that our cities and towns are losing young people through the brain drain. They're losing young people who have huge skills, huge talents, and we want the opportunity to retain them here in Ireland in our own communities. So for students, this is really important because it allows the career service to be more focused on this. Unless you're a teacher with personal experience of this, then CEO applications isn't something with which you're particularly familiar. What we've seen is an inconsistency in approach across schools and across different sectors within education. So what we want to see is one that is less ad hoc, less inconsistent, and actually perpetuates barriers to education, particularly for young people whose families may not have had the opportunity to study in third-level institutions. This is about equalising that opportunity and creating the same opportunity for young people across all our schools and colleges. There have been significant advancements in the alignment recently, particularly firstly on the recognition of the issue, but secondly on the removal of the necessity to do 4 A-levels. So this is something which my colleagues Mairead Farrell and Donna McGettigan TD have both raised in the Dáil, and which our team in the Oireachtas have been raising consistently. And it's an issue which has been pushed forward by my Sinn Féin colleagues in the South, and indeed working with our team in the North. There is an opportunity here for the Education Minister, and I'm disappointed that he's not here today, but actually he has proposed the removal of the AS levels. And one of the benefits which we've seen recently is the fact that 4 A-levels are no longer required for students in the North to complete the CAO process. We now are required to have 3 A-levels and 1 AS level. The potential removal of AS levels removes that opportunity, and it reduces the opportunities for students from the North to study in the South. That lessens opportunities, and it lessens and it increases barriers for students across. So I know the Minister has had some engagement with his Southern counterparts, and it would have been useful to hear from that today, but hopefully other members can raise the points and update us on exactly what's been happening. This is about creating fairer and better opportunities for our young people. It necessitates a joined-up collegiate approach, North and South, between departments, alongside universities, colleges, awarding bodies, as well as with UCAS and the CAO. And I want to praise in particular the work that the NUS have been doing on this issue, because this issue has been student-led. It's been led by students who have been impacted by this and actually who want to drive this forward. Even in my own time at school, many of my friends who wished to study in the South decided not to do so, because when they applied to both processes, they then decided that once they got their offer from whether it be Ulster, Queen's or the Open University, that they would take that up and they would actually reject their offer in the South because of the uncertainty that the delay created. We're offering an opportunity here for ministers to work collegiately together on this, and actually to ensure that all students have equality of access and equality of opportunity.
Thank you very much indeed. I call on Philip Brett. Philip, you have 5 minutes.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank colleagues for bringing forward this for debate today. Mr Deputy Speaker, this isn't a particularly new issue, but the challenges that have been articulated by the member for Foyle have been something that have been well known for some considerable time, and I can come on to that later in my remarks in terms of my personal experience with the CAO process. From my limited understanding of the issue that I've been trying to engage in, there are 2 folds on this, Mr Deputy Speaker. One is the timing of results issued by examination boards rather than the issue of UCAS. That is that SEA here in Northern Ireland and AQA, which are the 2 biggest examination providers here in Northern Ireland, report their examination results at a far sooner basis in which their counterparts do in the Republic of Ireland, which then leads to the stage that Mr Delargy outlined, where people accept the offer to the university either here in Northern Ireland or in other parts of the United Kingdom. The second is the recognition of A-levels and the points tariff system. When I was at school many years ago, I applied to study in university in the Republic of Ireland. I studied 4 A-levels at A2, achieved 4 A's at A2, and was still refused from Trinity College because they did not recognise the 4th A-level. And that was a scenario, Mr Deputy Speaker, which continues to be an issue for students here in Northern Ireland who wish to study in the Republic of Ireland. And from my perspective, I want every student here in Northern Ireland to have access to the best possible course or best possible provider that they can be. So be that them studying here in Northern Ireland, in the Republic of Ireland, or in mainland GB. So I'm very happy to support the motion before us today. I do welcome the fact that the Economy Minister is responding The Education Minister cannot respond also. We can only have one Minister responding, so that's the reason why the Education Minister isn't here, and it is no slight on the issue that the member has brought forward. I do want to raise one issue though, Mr Deputy Speaker, when we talk about the issue of student mobility and university places here in Northern Ireland. Mr Delargy rightly articulates a big issue of the so-called brain drain. There is no bigger issue which precludes students being able to study here in Northern Ireland than the artificial Mazen cap which has been introduced and presided over by consecutive executives. This means that students here in Northern Ireland have to compete with each other. They have to compete with their counterparts in mainland GB and counterparts in the Irish Republic to get a place at university here in Northern Ireland. We have a very strange situation where students from the Republic of Ireland applying to study here in Northern Ireland can take a Mazen cap place from a student who is from Northern Ireland. That does not translate into students coming from GB studying here in Northern Ireland. So we have a scenario where our executive is using its money to give student places to students from the Republic of Ireland at the expense of students from Northern Ireland. And I think that that's something, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister needs to look into. She has rightly articulated that this is an operational matter for universities, but universities have been clear to our committee and on the record that they fear removing Republic of Ireland students from the Mazen cap of what the response from the Department may be. So I would welcome the Minister's commitment today that she believes that students here in Northern Ireland are the only people that should be able to benefit from the Mazen cap. But with that, Mr Deputy Speaker, the DUP are happy to support the motion before us today.
Thank you very much indeed, Philip. I call on Michelle Guy. Michelle.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. So on this island, north and south, and indeed across these islands, there are outstanding educational opportunities available to our young people. Matching the interests and ambition of our students with the full range of pathways open to them should be one of the simpler challenges for us to resolve in this place. The last time I spoke on an economy motion, I said that my first motivation for entering politics was to make home a place my children don't have to leave to be successful. For me, this motion aligns directly with that objective. Coincidentally, this week I will attend an A-Levels option event with my daughter at her school. And foremost in the decision-making is the entry requirements for her preferred university course. Over the weekend we were chatting about this and I mentioned the Education Minister's recent consultation on qualification reforms, particularly that 77% of respondents opposed the removal of AS levels. Her immediate response was, well, of course you can't remove AS levels, sure that would impact getting into university in the south. And she went on to express and explain the rationale for that in really impressive detail, so much that I offered her the chance to write this speech for me today if she wanted to. My initial encouragement that she had obtained this information as part of her careers guidance in school was short-lived, though. She obtained this by her own inquiries at a recent event she attended. So that short exchange between a mum and a daughter highlights two key issues here. First, if the Minister proceeds with removing AS levels, we risk unintentionally narrowing pathways for students who wish to apply for universities in the south. We know positive work has been done following the Universities Ireland report to improve equivalence between A-levels and the Leaving Certificate, but removing AS levels would complicate that picture and potentially create new barriers. Secondly, it highlights an information gap. Our schools are very familiar with the UCAS system. It's embedded, it's well understood and supported. The CAO system operates differently. When making decisions, students need to be clear CAO is post-qualification. It does not offer conditional offers in the same way. Ensuring that schools and careers advisors have clear, accurate guidance is not an insurmountable challenge. It requires modest resource investment to deliver this. And the outcome would ensure that every student in Northern Ireland is fully aware of and supported in accessing opportunities across the island. We have a careers action plan in place, then it seems entirely reasonable that a structured CAO awareness and guidance would form part of that work. The practical challenges have already been referenced, i.e. the differences between post-qualification and pre-qualification admission models, the risk students feel in waiting for CAO offers, and the ongoing issue of language requirements in some courses. These are real barriers and that deserves continued engagement. But while we often focus on how to retain students close to home, we should also recognise the value of outward mobility. Studying in Dublin, Cork, Galway, London or Edinburgh can help students build networks that create opportunities for employment, or by broadening horizons and experience that can add value to local employers here in Northern Ireland. Encouraging our young people to move away from home to study is positive, but we must create the conditions that attract them back, and equally to attract others here as well. At its heart, this motion is simple. It's about ensuring that no young person's ambition is limited by administrative misalignment, lack of awareness or unnecessary barriers. Our job is to expand opportunity, not to restrict it. So I hope that's something we can all support today. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. I call on Diana Armstrong. Diana.
Deputy Speaker, and I wish to open my contributions by making clear that the Ulster Unionist Party believes education is one of the most powerful tools we have to transform lives and shape our society. We want to expand opportunities for our young people, and we recognise that cooperation between educational institutions across these islands can bring benefits. However, can I make it equally clear that our first responsibility is to the students of Northern Ireland. Ultimately, cross-border mobility must not come at the expense of available university places for young people here at home, and that is something I hear from parents and students alike. So what are the real barriers to opportunity for Northern Ireland's young people? It is my view that the maximum student number cap creates artificial restrictions in the number of local students who can access higher education. We believe that reform of the maximum student number cap is vital to improving opportunities for our young people. The Mazen cap places limits on local university places, which puts extra pressure on the availability of spaces for young people in Northern Ireland. This restriction forces thousands of talented young people to study in Great Britain, where they face fees of over £9,000 per year. Indeed, this barrier has been pointed out recently by Queen's University Vice-Chancellor Professor Sir Ian Greer, who said that Queen's is limited to offering approximately 3,500 places to students from here, despite an average of nearly 28,000 applications submitted a year. While students can and do submit multiple applications, it is clear that supply falls short of demand quite considerably. Brain drain from Northern Ireland to GB is well documented, such as in a report by Pivotal that found in a period when 17,425 people left Northern Ireland to study, only 3,470 came here. Clearly, the outflow of students from Northern Ireland is not matched by students coming from elsewhere. Whilst the Mazen cap is not the sole cause of this, it evidently does not help the situation when Northern Ireland students can get places in GB much easier. If we are serious about opportunity, we must be serious about reform. The Mazen cap needs to be removed or fundamentally reworked so that our universities can expand to meet demand. However, this does lead us to the uncomfortable truth that our universities are under severe financial strain. Staffing and resources costs are skyrocketing, and additional funding for universities is urgently needed. We must have an honest conversation about the sustainability of our higher educational model. That includes consideration of tuition fee reform. It will not be popular, and it's not easy to say, but leadership requires realism. If we want world-class universities, we cannot ignore the financial pressures facing the sector. The heads of each university here have already called for tuition fee rises to try and plug the gap, yet our Sinn Féin Economy Minister continues to engage on claims to abolishing tuition fees without a credible plan. On the matter of qualification alignment, we want to ensure that Northern Ireland students are not disadvantaged when applying to institutions elsewhere on the island, such as Trinity College or Dublin, DCI. However, this motion places significant emphasis on aligning CAO results and timelines with UCAS without addressing the fundamental issues here. Quite simply, alignment does not create one single university place here, nor does it resolve underfunding. Indeed, without increased capacity, increasing mobility could intensify competition for already scarce places. Our young people deserve more than warm words about mobility. They deserve these places and the investment. And for those reasons, the Ulster Unionist Party will not be supporting this motion. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Diana. I call on Sinead McLaughlin. Sinead.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on an issue that is fundamentally an opportunity It's about opportunity, it's about access and the future potential of our young people right across our regions. We rightly acknowledge the positive work undertaken to improve understanding between A-level and the Leaving Cert qualifications. That progress reflects a simple truth that talent and ambition are not constrained by borders. However, I would endorse and echo comments made by my colleagues on the Economy Committee regarding the complexity that still exists between the two grade bodies. This misalignment of results places an unnecessary stress on our students who are trying to navigate all-island educational opportunities. It is on both the Executive and the Irish Government to work together to ensure these publication dates can be better aligned and so people and students have more choices. The recent announcement of a cross-border collaboration between Queen's University and the Dundalk Institute of Technology is also genuinely welcome. It's a really positive example of institutions recognising shared interests and shared opportunities. However, if we recognise the value of such partnerships, then we must ensure that their benefits extend right across all of our regions, and that obviously includes the North West, because it is uniquely positioned to benefit from increased student mobility. It is a region defined by natural, economic and social connections, and also operates on a cross-border basis on every strand, but strengthening cooperation between Ulster University and the Atlantic Technological University would actually represent a practical and strategic investment in that shared regional potential. Such collaboration would expand education pathways, support research links, and reinforce the North West as a centre of skills, innovation and growth. It would also send an important signal that regional development and educational opportunity must go hand in hand. Student mobility and cooperation cannot be separated from the lived realities that faces learners wherever they come from. For many young people, the high cost of living is reshaping their decisions about higher education. Rising accommodation costs and financial pressures are deterring capable students. Access to university should not depend on the student's ability to absorb escalating costs. These challenges can be even greater for those considering cross-border study, in particular those that maybe are seeking to study in places like Trinity in Dublin, they are very, very prohibitive if you try to put in student accommodation in Dublin, even in the outskirts of it. It's horrendous. Students from the south who wish to study in Northern Ireland often face confusion around student finance and support arrangements, and I would agree totally with Michelle. There's not a lot of information out there. You have to go and look for it and search for it in order to overcome some of the barriers. Complexity and uncertainty risk becoming barriers that undermine the very mobility that we seek to actually encourage. Clarity, transparency and simplicity must therefore be the priorities. At the same time, institutions must have the capacity to support growth. And if McGee is to attract students from right across the island, it must be funded properly as well. Expansion requires investment not only in teaching facilities but also in student accommodation. Those who come to study in Derry must have access to affordable and appropriate housing. Without that foundation, growth becomes far, far more difficult to sustain, and more broadly, our higher and further education sectors require that stability. Many institutions are operating under really sustained financial strains. Without timely intervention, the conversation shifts from growth and mobility to basic sustainability. Responsibility for addressing these structural pressures rests with the Minister for the Economy. The higher education funding review must proceed with urgency and deliver a settlement that is capable of supporting long-term development, widening participation and regional balance. And finally, it is essential that we listen directly to those most affected. Student voices must be central to these discussions. That is why I welcome
the member draw remarks to a close.
Okay, that's why I welcome the Economics Committee intention to engage with the student unions and policy decisions about mobility, funding and support must be informed from the lived experience of our young people. Thank you.
And this motion is about opportunity. It's about ensuring that young people in the North are not constrained by administrative barriers or outdated systems when it comes to their future. And we welcome the positive work that has taken place between universities and government departments across the island to facilitate closer equivalence between A-levels and the Leaving Cert. And that progress matters. It recognises the reality that our young people increasingly see this island as a good place to study, to work and to live. But let's be clear, barriers to student mobility still remain. Misaligned admission dates between UCAS and the CAO create unnecessary stress. Different timelines force students to make decisions in the dark, sometimes accepting or declining offers without having the full picture. And that's not good enough. A streamlined, joined-up process would expand opportunity. And that brings me to an issue that has been mentioned by a number of speakers before me, and that's the proposal to scrap AS levels by the Education Minister. At a time when we should be making progression to university clearer and more accessible, the Minister is pursuing a harmful reform agenda that risks doing the opposite. Almost 2/3 of respondents to his own departmental consultation expressed disagreement with his plans. There's no public appetite for scrapping AS levels. Parents, teachers and students understand the value of that qualification. It provides breadth in Year 13, contributes to the overall A-level outcome and gives universities a meaningful indication of performance when studying applicants, or when considering applicants, There's also a clear all-island dimension to this. Universities in the South recognise AS levels within the CAO framework. In many cases, an AS subject can be counted as an additional qualification for points purposes, and that means students here currently have the opportunity to present a broader academic profile when applying to institutions across the island. If AS levels are removed, students in the North will simply have fewer subjects to present through the CAO system. At a time when we are arguing for better alignment and increased mobility, this proposal risks weakening the competitiveness of our students for courses in Dublin, Cork, Galway and elsewhere in the South, and that runs directly counter to the spirit of this motion. Scrapping AS levels would narrow subject choice earlier and increase pressure on a single set of high-stakes exams. It would also create uncertainty for those seeking to study elsewhere on this island. How can we speak about improving mobility and smoothing pathways to university while dismantling a qualification that currently strengthens those pathways? Instead of pressing ahead with this reform, the Minister should listen. He should focus on what students and families actually need, and that means protecting qualifications that work, promoting the full range of university options across Ireland, and ensuring that students are properly supported to navigate both UCAS and CAO routes. Our young people deserve first-class opportunities to study and to build their future here on this island. Breaking down barriers to mobility is part of that. Creating new ones is not. I urge members to support this motion.
Thank you, Pat. I call on David Honeyford. David.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I also want to talk about opportunity, because I think in Northern Ireland we have the habit of creating systems that are so narrow and choices to exclude people and to create barriers for people rather than delivering better for people. We have an education system with cliff edges, right built throughout it, with self-inflicted barriers that prevent people actually moving on to the next stage. And we've got to work to remove those barriers and to create better opportunities and more opportunities for everyone that lives here. If we want a more confident, shared future, we must make it easier for young people to access opportunity wherever it is. My own two kids, Tim went to Loughborough in England and Emma is studying at Trinity, currently studying Trinity in Dublin. Wherever that is and whatever's best for them is what we should be looking to deliver. So in a place that has known division, widening opportunity is one of the most powerful things that we can actually do, that we can deliver for our young people to have the choice to stay at home. And that should be expanded and growing. But they have the choice to go to England, Scotland, Wales. And as Alliance, we want to see those opportunities open up across this island as well, because that makes absolute total sense. And it is disappointing to hear some of the comments tonight that opportunity is to vote against those opportunities. The collapse in mobility is really stark, and I've said this before in here, but in Trinity, 10% of the students in 1998 were from Northern Ireland. Less than 1% today are from Northern Ireland. And that is the barrier. It's not a shift in what you want, it's a structural barrier that exists. And we should be asking why so few of our young people actually have the opportunity to have Trinity or UCD or Cork or Galway or wherever as an option. Just as England, Scotland, Wales is open to them, our young people should feel this entire island is also open to them without barriers and not been complicated and not been closed. In our experience, Emma decided to go to Trinity a long time ago. That was where she wanted to go. But you don't have a formal offer, as others said, as you do with UCAS. So whenever she applied for UCAS and narrowed that down, her two choices our choice that she was going to was UCL in London. So the day that she got her A-level results and effectively your ticket to the university, which was UCL, she had to make the decision to defer that place for a year, until wait in 2 weeks and hope, and it's literally hope because you don't know you're getting in, you're doing 4 A-levels, and that she would have a place. That is completely and utterly nonsense. It's unnecessary and it creates uncertainty, and it actually diminishes ambition from our young people. To create a barrier like that and put them under the pressure that you would take a year out to allow you to move forward is wrong. We shouldn't be building systems that our young people have to hesitate. We should be making it easy and seamless as possible, that they can fulfill their ambition. In a place that is shaped by division, the simplest way to share this place and to build a shared future is to widen opportunity. But alignment of timelines is only part of the issue. The other real issue is partly you don't get an offer, but actually those 4 A-levels, even with the AS, and it's been referenced, Michelle's referenced that as well, and it's been referenced in the House, the CAO system at 600 points to get into a grade should equal 3 A-levels at the highest grade, without any question. Our kids shouldn't be asked to do anything more than a child living in Dublin or a young person living in Dublin, Cork, Galway, Wexford, wherever they are. That 4th A-level and that AS is not right. It is not right, and the work, I know the Minister has raised this before, but that's the work that needs to continue to remove that barrier. Michelle's talked about the school system. That was another part of the issue we had. Emma went to one of the large schools in Belfast. It was you're on your own. I sat in a parents' evening and it was like, it's there sometime, go and figure it out. That's not acceptable. That's not acceptable for young people. We need to be giving them better opportunities, building a shared future, and actually increasing the ambition rather than limiting the ambition. So we support the motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And I call on Matthew O'Toole. Matthew.
Speaker, pleased to be able to speak on this motion. I'm really glad it's been brought, and I'm pleased there's a degree of consensus. Slightly confused by the Ulster Unionist position on this, to be honest, because I hope we could arrive at a degree of consensus and hopefully hear from the Minister about where she is on the policy and what the latest she has heard, perhaps from the Irish Government on it. Like others, education, third level education, is a huge privilege, a treasure, something that is economically critical, notwithstanding all the doom-laden warnings about automation. In fact, I think lots of the things people are studying in third level education, including the humanities and arts, are going to be extraordinarily important, hopefully to reassert the primacy of human knowledge and human ability over the idea that we can automate everything out of, automate us all out of employment. There's a few themes I want to pick up on. First of all, as David Honeyford just said, it is one of the really sad, regrettable things over the last decade or two that as we have moved through, in a sense, the post-Good Friday Agreement age, whenever we were supposed to be interacting and engaging much more in this island, the number of northern students going south has actually fallen. It was, in a sense, a really important thing that was preserved through the worst of the conflict, was that pupils, as it were, from all traditions up here regularly went down, especially to Trinity and UCD. Those numbers have fallen, but there has been in the last year or two an increase, and I know this because obviously Queen's University is in the heart of my constituency and next to my constituency office, a significant increase in the number of southern students coming north. That is very welcome. There is clearly a huge barrier in the way of northern students applying to universities in the south. That is an artificial barrier that does not need to be there. It's structurally harder, as people have said. Obviously the UCAS process is timed in a different way, and the alignment means that people will very often simply take, as it were, the bird in the hand rather than waiting for to be confirmed to the course they might like to go to in Dublin or Cork or Galway or wherever. And sometimes that's not right for them, because sometimes that going to that city and that place and doing that course is actually the best thing for them. But that's an artificial barrier which exists, and it really, really doesn't have to. I am someone who did go through the CAO process and then took the bird in the hand, or started the CAO process and then took the bird in the hand, and I went to university in Scotland, which I don't regret at all. I had a great time, and lots of people from Northern Ireland clearly do travel across the water, as they say, to university, and that's, in my case, 25 years ago. But the sadness is that the opportunity to move and travel to a different part of this island and study has become harder, not easier. I want to understand from the Minister, if she's able to give us an update today. I understand some of this is me asking her what the Irish Government is doing, but a year or two ago we had this big report from universities that was funded through Shared Ireland, I think, by the Universities Ireland. I'm not clear what progress has happened since then. It was publicised with bells and whistles, but I want to know what is actually happening in universities south of the border. Not just Trinity and UCD, there are other universities south of the border are available. As you, Mr Deputy Speaker, would of course be well able to tell us. DCU, Galway, Limerick, Atlantic has been mentioned, Dundalk IT, which is now connected to Queen's, I'm very proud to say, and those are terrific institutions across the island. I don't think that it is better that anybody goes to any one university over another, whether it's on this island or indeed the island next door, but I want us to remove opportunities and barriers for young people. I've talked a lot about my experience of leaving here and staying away for 20 years, not because I made a big decision that I was leaving and didn't want to come back, but because, like a lot of people, when I was still young, you leave and then your life starts in a different place, and and those are decisions that you make. We want to give people the maximum opportunity and the maximum incentive to come back here and make their life here. If that means studying on this island, that's great, but ultimately this is about giving young people the maximum opportunity. I do just want to talk, since it's come up several times, about the subject of Mazen and the cap. I agree that there is a challenge in terms of student numbers in Northern Ireland. I don't disagree with that, and I think it would be mad to disagree with it. I think it's too glib, however, simply to say, well, we'll increase fees. The reason for that is, look at the scandal that is unfolding itself now in terms of student fees in Britain, where you have something which was supposed to be designed to look like a graduate tax, but the way the way the repayments or the taxation structure is levied means that this is an extraordinary debt burden which is unfairly placed on people who make that choice, and it's keeping people out of third level education rather than incentivising them to go into it. So I'm not sure that's an answer either. Strongly support this motion. I want to see people travel all over this island, and indeed the island next door, to go to university. Very keen to hear from the Minister. If she hasn't had an update, I might not be able to hear all because I've got to go to a different call, but I will check Hansard afterwards to hear what she said. But very pleased to support the motion. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Timothy Gaston. Timothy.
Deputy Speaker, I will start my remarks on this Sinn Féin motion on a point of agreement. No one in this House should oppose opportunity for our young people. If a student from Northern Ireland wishes to study in Dublin or Cork, that is their right to make that choice. Indeed, TUV is a very capable young man working in our Westminster office who was educated in Trinity. I asked him for his thoughts on this motion. He highlighted the fact that historically the Irish University Association adopted a new set of admissions criteria for applicants from Northern Ireland. These were aimed at increasing the number of students from this part of the UK attending third-level education in the Irish Republic. Applicants benefit from up to 30 additional points per grade band. So institutions have been taking their own measures quite independently of motions like this to help people from Northern Ireland who want to study in the south. And I want to make it clear that if they wish to study in Liverpool, Glasgow, Manchester or London, that too should be open to them. But the motion before us today is not simply about choice. It reflects a particular partisan framing, one that pushes Northern Ireland's educational system towards the Irish Republic while ignoring the East-West relationships that have long served our students well. That is where the problem lies. Thousands of students from Northern Ireland go to universities across the United Kingdom every single year. They train as doctors, engineers, teachers and lawyers. They build careers across the UK labour network. Those links are not incidental. They are reflective of both the historic, family and constitutional links which bind the United Kingdom together. Yet in this motion, the emphasis is on creating smoother pathways into the Irish Republic. That suits a particular constitutional narrative, not the reality of where our students actually go. If the Assembly wishes to promote mobility, then it must do so honestly and even-handedly. I have nothing against north-south opportunities, but it cannot come at the expense of east-west opportunities. Happy to give way.
And I suppose in what he says, there's maybe a bit of confusion, because what this motion is about equity. It's not about trying to promote one over the other. This isn't about zero sum. It's actually about increasing opportunities across the board. So I want to reassure the member and indeed other members here today that there's no attempt to diminish anything. There's actually an opportunity here to increase opportunities for young people across the board, and that this doesn't take away from east-west. It actually increases north-south, and it's about that equity and that increase of opportunity.
I thank the member for his speech, but you might pass that on to Mr Baker so he can add that into the wind. Timothy, you have an extra minute.
Thank you very much, and I do welcome the intervention. But as I did set out in the early part of my remarks, the initiatives have been long-standing. They have historically been there, and indeed there's a lot of members from Northern Ireland who went to university have indeed in the past benefited from this. But where, getting back to the motion, essentially, what I cannot support is a quiet attempt to re-engineer Northern Ireland's educational system around an all-island framework. The motion speaks of aligning the CAO system with UCAS as though this is some simple administrative tweak that a minister can instruct. It's simply not. Universities set their own policies, their own admissions policies. Application systems do not determine who gets in. Universities themselves do. So we've been asked to pass a motion that promises a solution which this Assembly does not actually have the power to deliver. Even if such alignment was achieved, it would not address the real barriers facing students considering studying in the Irish Republic. Housing shortages, rocketing rental costs, a higher cost of living, no access to the UK NHS. Northern Ireland already loses a significant proportion of its school leavers every year because of the limited number of university places available here. That is a problem which this House could address. But here we are this evening debating how best to streamline the process for sending even more students elsewhere. That said, students have a right to study where they please, but it would be a mistake to pass this narrow Sinn Féin motion, which is inoperable in terms of its proposals and narrow-minded in terms of its Irish nationalist scope.
Thank you, Timothy. Minister, you have up to 15 minutes.
Last Concordia, and I welcome the opportunity to respond to this motion. And it has been very interesting listening to members' contributions this evening. I believe passionately in the right of every student or young person, regardless of their background, to access high-quality education and to unlock their full potential, wherever that may be, on this island or elsewhere. To achieve that, we need us to remove all barriers to student mobility, whether travelling from the south to the north or vice versa. In recent years, we have seen a steady increase in the number of students from the south enrolling in courses at universities in the north. Our higher education institutions in this region deliver high-quality teaching, excellence in research and an exceptional experience for students. However, we're not seeing the same increase in students from the north enrolling in the south. In fact, as was pointed out, quite the opposite. This indicates further work is required to ensure equality and opportunity in both jurisdictions. The motion recognises the work undertaken to date to remove barriers to student mobility across the island. And one of the most significant steps that has been taken was the review of A-level grade equivalencies by Universities Ireland. Following the review, A-level students no longer need to present 4 top A-level grades to reach the maximum tariff. 3 A-levels and 1 AS level are now sufficient. And as others have referred to this evening, I would have real concerns about the proposal to discontinue AS levels in the Department of Education's recent consultation on the future of GCSEs, AS levels and A levels. That could, if implemented, reverse some of the progress made on reducing barriers to student mobility. However, I agree with Mr Honeyford, the value of A-levels should be recognised. 3 A-levels should be recognised for top points if you get top grades. Another exemplar of the all-island collaboration and student mobility is the Magee expansion. The campus location provides a natural cross-border catchment area, and expansion further enhances Magee's role as a truly regional campus, creating meaningful opportunities for students from both the north and south, while promoting regional balance and sustainable growth in the North West. The recently announced partnership between Queen's University and Dundalk Institute of Technology is another positive step in North-South collaboration. The partnership will strengthen academic links across the island and expand opportunities for student and researcher mobility, foster innovation and further support delivery of regional balance. And of course, financial considerations continue to play a pivotal role in shaping students' decisions regarding where they study. Recognising this, my department introduced a tuition fee loan for postgraduate students from the north who choose to study in the south, effective from 24-25 academic year. This policy is specifically designed to alleviate financial barriers that might otherwise deter students from pursuing educational opportunities across the island. I've also taken steps to augment eligibility for doctoral funding by amending the terms and conditions of my department's postgraduate researcher scheme. As a result, PhD students from the south are now entitled not only to fee support but also to the full stipend across all funded PhD studentships. More broadly, my department has also increased maintenance loans for full-time undergraduate students by 20% for the present academic year, and a further 2.7% inflationary uplift to the maximum maintenance loans and grants is planned for 26-27. These uplifts are available to students from here, regardless of where they choose to study on the island. It is important to recognise that all-island student mobility extends well beyond the sphere of higher education. Opportunities for cross-border movement and collaboration exist at multiple levels, including further education, apprenticeships, vocational training and school partnerships. By supporting mobility across these diverse educational pathways, we can ensure that learners of all backgrounds and aspirations can benefit from the rich resources, experiences and opportunities available throughout the island. I'm eager to further develop and promote apprenticeship opportunities that operate across the entire island. Cross-border apprenticeships are already in operation. A notable example is the 2-year Accounting Technologist Higher Level Apprenticeship, which was designed by Accounting Technicians Ireland in partnership with further and higher education institutions and employers across the island. It has been delivered by Southern Regional College since 2024, and I was delighted to co-launch delivery of this programme in the South with Minister Lawless last October. Our further education colleges are also active in building and maintaining collaborative all-Ireland relationships across a range of matters, creating opportunities for cross-border student mobility. The North West Tertiary Education Cluster Partnership involving North West Regional College, Ulster University, Atlantic Technological University and the Donegal Education Training Board provides pathways and progression routes for students on a cross-border basis, working alongside the industry to ensure high-value jobs for the region. In the South West, all-island relationships have led to programmes to reach rural communities and deliver key skills such as the Smart Rural Innovation-Driven Empowerment, or STRIDE. STRIDE work empowers local citizens by using digital technologies to tackle societal and economic challenges and is delivered in partnership with South West College, Atlantic Technological University, Fermanagh and Omagh District Council, Leitrim County Enterprise Fund and Ulster University. I also recognise that effective support for cross-border student mobility hinges on ensuring prospective students have access to clear, comprehensive information that empowers them to make well-informed choices about their preferred place of study, and a number of members have mentioned this in the course of the debate this evening. To this end, my officials collaborated closely with student representatives to enhance the guidance available on NI Direct, making it easier for individuals exploring higher educational opportunities across these islands to find relevant and practical advice. Concurrently, my department's career service has updated and improved its guide to career entry routes. This resource, now readily available online and distributed to all schools, offers up-to-date guidance on the various pathways into university, ensuring that students are well equipped to navigate their options both in the north and the south. And it's useful to get members' feedback on that. It's something I will take up with officials. I think there maybe is some further work that needs to be done in ensuring that schools are engaged in relation to that. The career service also provides impartial and personalised advice and guidance on an all-age basis, provided by professionally qualified careers advisors. This includes higher education options, entry requirements, how to approach and improve their application and study options in all parts of the island. I note the motion calls on the Minister of Education to do more to ensure that A-level students are fully aware of university course options that exist island-wide. And I agree that the Department of Education has a key role to play in ensuring that young people understand the full range of pathways available to them and that their needs are met when navigating application to higher education institutions across the island. I met with the Education Minister in November to discuss a number of cross-cutting issues, including North-South student mobility, and we recognise the shared importance of supporting clear pathways for our young people, and there was a collective commitment from us both to work together with counterparts in the South to identify and remove barriers. And
Sorry. There's asked for an intervention. Minister, I suppose my question is there something, given that the Irish Government did the Universities Ireland report that they had funded, would they fund something like, I mean, even a fact sheet or a training pack for careers advisors up here, simply to say this is how you make CAO approachable and straightforward, because clearly that is one of the issues. People just think, look, it's handier, go down the UCAS route.
Yeah, thank the member for that intervention, and certainly I take all opportunities to raise these issues with my counterpart, who's Minister Lawless, and we have a shared commitment to removing those barriers, and I think particularly when it comes to people understanding the application process, the piece of work that I mentioned that was done with the student representatives has been designed by students themselves to provide that type of information, and it is available on NI Direct. I think maybe we do need to do a bit more work in terms of ensuring that people know where to go and look for the resources, and in particular that young people know where to go and look for resources, and of course their parents. But I remain open in terms of further work that does need to be done, and in raising that with my counterparts in the South. And as we look ahead, I remain firmly committed to working with all stakeholders to remove any obstacles that hinder student mobility across the island by ensuring that learners in both jurisdictions enjoy equal opportunities to access skills and education wherever they choose. We are not only promoting individual growth, but also fostering regional balance and strengthening all-island collaboration. Together we can build a more inclusive and dynamic educational landscape for future generations. Go Mabit.
Very much indeed, Minister. I call on Danny Baker, and Danny, you've got 10 minutes to wind.
I can't call you, and you'll all be glad that I will not be taking the 10 minutes. Very good debate. I think most people agree that we need to be removing the barriers and making opportunities seamless, but work is very much needed. And I suppose I could talk all day and I'll not convince the TUV on the benefits of removing barriers for North and South. But I suppose, as someone who sits in the Education Committee and talks to young people on a regular basis through our youth clubs, we're talking about the barriers that exist right now, and we need to remove them. A real big one coming down the lane could be the changes that the Minister of Education wants to bring forward through Transform Ed. You know, it's a very fast pace proposals that has been made. It's drowned in school leaders. There's no question of that there. It's consultation after consultation. What was very clear from one of the consultations that our young people, our teachers and parents do not support the removal of AS levels. And that goes as far as saying we shouldn't be removing coursework either, because it's not just about then getting the qualification, but it's also a barrier to then young people not getting into that pathway. We might stand off doing A levels because when it's just out one or two exams at the end of that 2 years, it's far more pressure, and some of our young people do not test and don't like that, and I don't think that's fair. And this would be an opportunity. I know only one minister can respond, but I wish the Education Minister was here, and this is an opportunity just to talk about this. We do need to talk this through. We need to work together on it, because it's just going to create more and more barriers. It's been flagged. School leaders are saying it, parents are saying it, students are saying it. So look, thank you all for participating in the debate, and I think we do have enough to probably get this over the line. So thank you all, and we'll get out a wee bit earlier.
Thank you very much indeed, Danny. Thank you. The question is that the motion standing in the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contraries? No. Aye. Aye. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Thank you very much indeed. And the final item on the order paper is the Assembly do adjourn. The Assembly do adjourn. Thank you.
Assembly Chamber. Sound. Assembly Chamber. Sound.